26 Chapter 26 Rejoicing 26.1 Then the Bhagavan said to the youth Chandraprabha, therefore, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who wish for this Samadhi, and wish to attain quickly the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood, should be skillful in methods. F.87.a 882 26.2 Young man, in what way should Bodhisattva Mahasattva be skillful in methods? For that, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva focused their minds upon all beings. Those Bodhisattva Mahasattva rejoice in whatever roots of merit and accumulations of merit all beings have. 3 times every day and 3 times every night they rejoice in whatever roots of merit and accumulations of merit all beings have, and the roots of merit and accumulation of merit that come from their taking omniscience as the focus of their aspiration they donate to all beings. 26.3 Young man, because those Bodhisattva Mahasattva possess the accumulation of merit that comes from being skillful in methods, they will quickly attain this Samadhi, and they will quickly attain the highest complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood. 26.4 Thereupon the Bhagavan spoke these verses. 3 times a day and 3 times a night I develop the aspiration to enlightenment, and rejoice in the entirety of the merit accumulated by all these beings who are my family. 1. 26.5 I rejoice in those who have pure conduct, who will do nothing bad even to save their lives. I rejoice in whatever merit is possessed by Bodh his Atwas with perfect aspiration. 2. 26.6 I rejoice in those who have faith in the Buddha, faith in the Dhamma, and also the Sangha. I rejoice in those who make offerings to the Sutra, because of their desire for enlightenment. 3. 883 26.7 I rejoice in those who develop the aspiration for the highest, supreme, unsurpassable enlightenment, doing so with great understanding, for the sake of beings, and so that the lineage of enlightenment will remain. 884 26.8 I rejoice in the Bodhisattva overwhelmed by compassion, who give away their wealth, grain, and jewels, their queens, sons, and daughters, their vast kingdoms, and even their own flesh. 2. 885 26.9 I rejoice in those who give away their own bodies with joyful minds for the sake of beings, having trained in the training of skillful methods, F.87.b, and subdued their bodies through meditation on wisdom. 3. 886 26.10 I rejoice in those who live in the forest, always alone and solitary like a rhinoceros, always with pure livelihood and few activities, without acting hypocritically for the sake of reputation. 6. 26.11 I rejoice in those who have no entanglements, who have no envy or yearning for a home, who are always terrified of the 3 realms, and act without attachment to the world. 7. 26.12 I rejoice in those who are without complication, and are saddened by every rebirth into existence. This Samadhi will not be difficult to attain for those who do not dispute but have peaceful minds. 8. 26.13 I rejoice in those who see the harmfulness of crowds, who avoid every kind of disagreement, who live in solitude, dwelling at the foot of trees, and who are heirs of the suttas focused upon liberation. 9. 26.14 I rejoice in those who live in solitude, neither praising themselves nor criticizing others. I rejoice in those who are not careless, but careful in the Buddha's teaching. 10. 26.15 That carefulness is the very root of all the qualities of the aspects of enlightenment. This Samadhi is not difficult to attain for any heirs of the Buddha who are always careful. 11. 26.16 The teaching of the Sutta is a treasure that has been found. Attaining homelessness is a second treasure. The attainment of faith is a third treasure. This Samadhi is a fourth treasure. 12. 26.17, on learning of emptiness, of the field of activity of the Buddha. If it is not rejected, that is a treasure that has been found. Endless eloquence is a treasure that has been found. And Anigra is a supreme treasure. 13. 26.18, that carefulness is the very root of all the virtuous qualities that have been proclaimed, and of correct conduct, learning, giving, and patience. The Sutta has taught that it is a treasure that has been found. 14. 26.19, for those who are careful in the Buddha's teaching. For those who have perfect aspirations, F.88a. This Samadhi will not be difficult to obtain. They are established in the Buddha's teaching. 15. 2. 6.20 Conclusion of the 26th chapter, Rejoicing. 27 Chapter 27. The benefits of generosity. 27.1 Then the Bhagavan said to the youth Kandraprabha, young man, as it has been said, be careful, you, young man, should consequently train in that way. Why is that? Because, young man, for Bodhisattva Mahasattva who are careful, the highest, complete enlightenment is not difficult to attain, let alone this Samadhi. 27.2, young man, in what way should Bodhisattva Mahasattva be careful? For that, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva should have perfectly pure conduct. Young man, in what way should Bodhisattva Mahasattva have perfectly pure conduct? For that, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have perfectly pure conduct, never separating from an all-knowing mind, should practice the 6 perfections. Listen, for I shall teach you their benefits. 27.3, young man, there are 10 benefits for Bodhisattva Mahasattva who aspire to generosity. What are the 10 benefits? They are: 1. The klesa of avarice is overcome. 2. Their minds are constantly devoted to generosity. 3. From the ordinary wealth of the populace they obtain what is essential. 4. They are reborn into a wealthy family, and as soon as they are born they have a mind that aspires to generosity. 5. They are beloved by the fourfold assembly. 6. They enter the assembly without fear or lack of confidence. 7. Verses that praise their greatness spread to the cardinal and intermediate directions. 8. They have soft and youthful arms and legs. 9. They stand on feet with level soles. And 10. They are never apart from Kalyamitras until they are seated at the Bodhima. F.88b. 887. 888 889. 27.4, young man, those are the 10 benefits for the Bodhisattva Mahasattva who aspire to generosity. It was said. 27.5, avarice is overcome. Their generosity increases. They are those who obtain the essentials and are reborn into a wealthy family. 1. 27.6, as soon as they are born, there is generosity in their minds. They are beloved by beings, both the laity and mendicants. 2. 27.7, they enter the assembly fearlessly and confidently. Their renown spreads through the villages and towns. 3. 27.8, they have soft arms and legs that they gain without difficulty. They obtain Kalyamitras, both Buddha and Ravakas. 4. 27.9, they never have an avaricious mind. Their minds always delight in generosity. They are beloved by millions of beings. Those are the benefits of being without avarice. 5. 27.10, they are reborn into a family with great wealth. At birth they have minds that delight in generosity. They obtain the essentials and choose the time of passing away. Those are the benefits of being without avarice. 6. 27.11 Fearlessly they enter an assembly. Their renown spreads in all directions. They always have soft arms and legs. Those are the benefits of being without avarice. 7. 27.12 It is not difficult for them to obtain Kalyamitras. They also see Buddha and Ruvakas. Seeing them, they make offerings to them with faith. Those are the benefits of being without avarice. 8. 27.13 Conclusion of the 27th chapter, The Benefits of Generosity. 28 Chapter 28. The Teaching on Correct Conduct. 28.1 Young man, there are 10 benefits for Bodhisattva Mahasattva from perfectly pure, correct conduct. What are the 10 benefits? They are: 1. They devote themselves to wisdom and perfect it. 2. They follow the example of the Buddha. 3. They do not criticize the wise. 4. They do not waver from their woes. 5. They maintain their practice. 6. They turn away from Sutra. 7. They are led to attain Nirvana. 8. They live without faults arising. F.89. 9. They attain Samadhi. And 10. They will never be poor. 890. 891. 892. 893. 28.2 Young man, those are the 10 benefits for the Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have perfectly pure, correct conduct. It was said concerning this. 28.3 They bring wisdom to perfection. Follow the example of the Buddha. Do not criticize those who are wise. And they are always without fear. 1. 28.4 They do not waver from their woes. They maintain their practice. They are led to attain Nirvana. And they turn away from Sutra. 2. 28.5 They live without faults arising. They quickly attain Samadhi. They will not be poor. And they maintain correct conduct. 3. 28.6 Their wisdom will be perfected. And they follow the example of the Buddha. They never make criticisms of the wise. And thus their conduct is completely pure. 4. 28.7 The wise ones never waver from their woes. The heroic ones maintain their practice. 894. Seeing the many faults of Sutra, they go toward Nirvana. 5. 28.8 There are no faults that arise in their minds. 895. Thus, they maintain the strength of correct conduct and quickly attain an immaculate Samadhi. 896. Those are the benefits of pure, correct conduct. 6. 28.9 Conclusion of the 28th chapter, The Teaching on Correct Conduct. 29 Chapter 29. 10 Benefits. 29.1 Young man, there are 10 benefits for Bodhisattva Mahasattva from maintaining patience and being kind. F.89b What are these 10? They are: 1. They are not burned by fire. 2. They are not slain by weapons. 3. They are not affected by poison. 4. They do not drown in water. 5. The Devas protect them. 6. They attain a body adorned by the primary signs of a great being. 7. All the doorways to their rebirth in lower existences are closed. 8. It is not difficult for them to be reborn in the paradise of Brahm. 9. They are happy day and night. And 10. Their physical sensations of comfort and pleasure are never lost. 29.2 Young man, those are the 10 benefits for the Bodhisattva Mahasattva from maintaining patience and being kind. On this topic, it was said. 29.3 They are not burned by fire. They are not killed by weapons. They are not affected by poison. They do not drown in water. 1. 29.4 They are protected by Devas. They have the 32 primary signs. and the lower existences are closed to them. Those are the benefits of patience. 2. 29.5. The state of Brahm and the state of Sutra are not difficult for them to attain. They always dwell in happiness and have inconceivable pleasure. 3. 29.6. They are not slain by fire or weapons. They are not killed by poison or drowning. They are protected by devas, angas, and yakas. Those are the benefits of maintaining kindness. 4. 29.7. Their bodies will have the 32 primary signs. They will not fall into the lower existences. And at death they will be reborn in the realm of Brahm. Those are the benefits of maintaining patience. 5. 29.8. They have happiness day and night. Their bodies will have pleasurable sensations. They will have the power of patience and bliss. Those wise ones will always have a tranquil mind. 6. 29.9. Young man, there are 10 benefits for Bodhisattva Mahasatva from taking up diligence. What are the 10 benefits? They are: 1. It is difficult to approach their level. 2. They attain the state of being cared for by the Buddha. 3. They will be cared for by the Devas. 4. They maintain the them they have received. 5. They obtain the them they have not previously received. 6. They attain the lineage of Samadhis. 7. They have few illnesses. 8. They digest their food well. 9. They are like lotuses. And 10. They are not like pestles. 897. 898. 899. 29.10. Young man, those are the 10 benefits for the Bodhisattva Mahasatva from taking up diligence. On this topic, it was said. 29.11. It is difficult to approach their level. 900. They are without idleness. 901. The Devas protect them. They quickly see the Buddha. 7. 902. 29.12. Their prayers are fulfilled. 903. They attain the lineage of Samadhis. And they do not become ill. F.90.a. 904. Those are the benefits of diligence. 89. 905. 906. 29.13. They digest pleasurably, without harm, that which they eat and drink. 10. They gradually develop like a blue lotus in the middle of water. 907. 29.14. In that way the Bodhisattva develop through good qualities. 11. The days and the nights pass fruitfully for them. 908. 29.15. The Tathagata who has engaged in diligence, gaining accomplishments for numerous eons, has taught to the Bodhisattva these benefits of possessing diligence. 12. 29.16. Those who engage in diligence are in the care of the jinas. The Devas, too, make aspirations for them. They will soon attain the Buddha's enlightenment. 13. 29.17. What they have learned will never diminish. And they give many other Dharma teachings. Their confidence of speech increases immensely. Those are the benefits of engaging in diligence. 14. 29.18. They will quickly attain the lineage of Samadhis. They will never become ill. Whatever food they eat, they will comfortably digest completely. 15. 29.19. Day and night the good qualities of the I are powerful diligence increase. Through the power of this diligence, before long they will attain enlightenment. 16. 29.20. Young man, there are 10 benefits for Bodhisattva Mahasatva from being devoted to meditation. What are the 10 benefits? They are: 1. They maintain their Bodhisattva conduct. 2. They engage in the field of that conduct. 3. They live free from anguish. 4. their sensory faculties are protected. 5. They experience pleasure. 6. They are separated from desire. 7. They have insatiability for meditation. 8. They are free from the domain of Mra. 9. They are established in the domain of the Buddha. And 10. They ripen the state of liberation. 909. 910. 911. 29.21. Young man, those are the 10 benefits for the Bodhisattva Mahasattva from being devoted to meditation. On this topic, it was said. 29.22. They are never without Bodhisattva conduct, as they are established in Bodhisattva conduct. The yogins practice the field of that conduct, and reject that which is not the field of that conduct. 17. 29.23. They live without anguish. Their senses hidden and bound. They experience pleasure. F.90.b. Their field of conduct is practicing meditation. 18. 29.24. They are without desire, or the craving of desire. They abide in the bliss of meditation. They are free from the domain of Mra, and dwell in the Buddha's domain. 19. 29.25. This is the particular quality of the yogins, that they delight in being alone in the forest. They bring liberation to fruition. Those are the 10 aspects. 20. 29.26. The Bodhisattva remain in Bodhisattva conduct, and they reject everything that is not that conduct. They reject that which is not the field of that conduct and remain in that which is. Those are the benefits of endeavoring in Samadhi. 21. 29.27. They never experience anguish. They reach the state of higher bliss. Both their body and mind become blissful. These are the benefits of endeavoring in meditation. 22. 912. 29.28. They live secretly in solitary places. They never have any distractions. Thus their bodies are in isolation, and they attain happiness free of desires. 23. 29.29. They are unstained by desires and have no klesas. Thus they are free from the domain of Mra, and are established in the domain of the Tathagatas. They bring their liberation to fruition. 24. 29.30. Young man, there are 10 benefits for Bodhisattva Mahasattva from engaging in wisdom. What are these 10? They are: 1. They give away all their possessions without becoming proud that they are pure. 2. They have immaculate, correct conduct, without forming an attachment to that conduct. 3. They maintain the power of patience without maintaining the conceptualization that there are beings. 4. They take up diligence in isolation from body and mind. 5. In meditating they meditate with a non-abiding meditation. 6. They are invincible to the Mras. 7. They are unshakable to all adversaries. 8. They attain illumination regarding all engagement with the composite. 9. They engage in vast great compassion for all beings. And 913. 914. 915 have no aspiration for the level of the Ruvakas or Pratyeka Buddha. F.91.a. And 10. They enter into the Gyanas, Samadhis, and Sampattis of the Buddha. 916. 917. 29.31. Young man, those are the 10 benefits for the Bodhisattva Mahasattva from engaging in wisdom. On this topic, it was said. 29.32. The heroic ones give away all their possessions, but do not become proud that they are pure. They keep their correct conduct immaculate, but they form no attachment to that. 25. 29.33. The wise ones meditate on patience, but have expelled the conceptualization of beings. They are those who engage in diligence, but in isolation from body and mind. 26. 29.34. they are those who cultivate meditation, but without abiding and independent. They are invincible to the maras. Those are the qualities of those who have wisdom. 27. 29.35, they are unshakable to every adversary, and have obtained the illumination of Sutra. Those are the qualities of wisdom. 28. 2. 9.36, they have attained great compassion toward all beings. They never have an aspiration for the wisdom of the Rwaka or Pratyeka Buddha. 29. 29.37, they are not proud of being pure through giving away all their possessions. They have immaculate correct conduct but have no attachment to conduct. They meditate on patience but have no conceptualization of beings. Those are the benefits of being devoted to wisdom. 30. 29.38, they engage in diligence but in isolation. 918. They meditate without being bound, without fixation. They are wise and are invincible to Gra. 919. 920. Those are the benefits of being devoted to wisdom. 31. 29.39, they are unshakable to adversaries. 921. They have discovered the shallowness of the composite. 922. And they have vast compassion for beings. Those are the benefits of being devoted to wisdom. 32. 29.40, they never give rise to an aspiration to be a Pratyeka Buddha or Rwaka, and thus they are established in the qualities of a Buddha. Those are the benefits of being devoted to wisdom. 33. 923. 29.41, young man, there are 10 benefits for Bodhisattva Mahasatva from becoming very learned. What are the 10 benefits? They are: 1. They do not create klesas. 2. They do not develop malice. F.91.b. 3. They expose doubts. 4. They make views accurate. 5. They shun the ruin paths. 6. They are established on the true path. 7. They have reached the doorway to deathlessness. 8. They are close to enlightenment. 9. The why are a light for beings. And 10. They have no fear of the lower existences. 924. 925. 29.42, young man, those are the 10 benefits for the Bodhisattva Mahasatva from becoming very learned. On this topic, it was said. 29.43, these are taught to be the 10 benefits from becoming very learned, just as they are known by the Tathagata, the Buddha. 34. 29.44, they know the two aspects of the klesas and of purification. They reject the klesas and follow the path of purification. 35. 926. 29.45, the wise ones reject doubts and develop accurate views. They shun the ruin path and follow the correct path. 36. 29.46, they are at the door to deathlessness, and they are close to enlightenment. They are a light for beings, and they are not afraid of the lower existences. 37. 29.47, they know the numerous properties of having the klesas, and in the same way they know the aspect of purification. They completely reject the klesas and train in the supreme quality of purification. 38. 29.48, they expose the doubts of all beings. They have a view that is always accurate. They shun the ruin path and are always upon the true path of peace. 39. 29.49, they are always beside the doorway to deathlessness. They are always close to stainless enlightenment. They have become a light to all the multitudes of beings, and they have no fear of the lower existences. 40. 29.50, young man, for Bodhisattva Mahasatva who are intent on giving them, there are 10 benefits that come from giving them. What are The 10 benefits. They are: 1. They reject that which should not be done. 2. They engage in that which should be done. 3. They follow the dharma of a worthy person. 4. They purify Buddha realms. 5. They reach the Bodhima. 6. They give away material things. 7. They overcome the klesas. F.92. 8. They give their portion to all beings. 9. They meditate on love toward those on whom their minds are focused. And 10. They attain happiness in this life. 927. 29.51. Young man, for Bodhisattva Mahasatva who are intent on giving the dharma, those are the 10 benefits that come from giving the dharma. On this topic, it was said. 29.52. Those who give the supreme gift, the gift of the dharma, are not misers. The Lord of the world has taught that they will have 10 benefits. 41. 29.53. They reject all that should not be done. The wise ones engage in what should be done. They obtain the dharma of a worthy person and maintain a motivation of generosity. 42. 29.54. They purify a Buddha realm. 928. Their realm is inconceivable. 929. They are always on the Bodhima. 930. Which is the result of giving the dharma. 43. 29.55. They give away all material things. They follow the king of the dharma. For those who have overcome the klesas, enlightenment is not hard to attain. 44. 29.56. With a loving mind they give their portion to all beings. They are those who have no envy. And they have a happiness higher than that of humans. 45. 29.57. They are learned people who reject what should not be done. They are wise people who are always doing what should be done. They always follow the dharma of great beings. They are learned people who always give the gift of the dharma. 46. 29.58. Their realm is one that is always pure. They increase those qualities that are aspects of enlightenment. They are always close to the Bodhima. Those are the benefits of giving the dharma. 47. 29.59. They have no klesas, and give material things away. They know the characteristics of things. They are liberated from all attachment. They never have any impediments. 48. 29.60. They have a wise one's mind. They wish for all beings to be happy. They have loving minds free of envy. And in this life their happiness is not little. 49. 29.61. Young man, there are 10 benefits for Bodhisattva Mahasatva who dwell in emptiness. What are the 10 benefits? They are: 1. They dwell in the dwelling of the Buddha. F.92b. 2. Their meditation is non-dwelling. 3. They are not intent on rebirth. 4. They have no clinging to conduct. 5. They do not criticize superior beings. 6. They live in an appropriate manner. 7. They do not conceptualize the objects of perception. 8. They remain detached. 9. They do not disparage the Buddha. And 10. They possess the dharma. 931. 932. 933. 934. 935. 936. 937. 938. 29.62. Young man, those are the 10 benefits for Bodhisattva Mahasatva who dwell in emptiness. On this topic, it was said. 29.63. The yogins dwell in that which is the dwelling of the lords of men, and the field of activity of all the Buddha, without the conception of a life. 50. 29.64. Without dependence on any existence. They never give up the superior dhyana. Having seen the nature of phenomena, they have no intention of being reborn. 51. 29.65. those who have no clinging to conduct, will not be dependent on conduct. 939. They do not criticize in any way another superior being who is without defilement. 52. 940 941. 29.66. They live in an appropriate manner, and are not known to quarrel. The Yogians do not conceptualize things, but live always detached. 53. 29.67. They do not disparage the Buddha, even for the sake of their life, while remaining in the emptiness of phenomena. They are fearlessly visible in their body. 54. 29.68. They teach the Dharma with veneration for the inconceivable enlightenment of Buddhahood, of all the lords of the worlds, and they have no doubt in the Dharma of the Buddha. 55. 29.69. The dwelling place of the supreme individuals, the level not that of the many kinds of kritika. There where there is no being, soul, or person, that is where the Bodhisattva dwell. 56. 942. 29.70. They have no dwelling whatsoever. They remain in the bliss of non-dwelling dhyana. 943. They see that phenomena have no self, no being, and they do not give rise to the concept of creation. 57. 29.71. They understand indeed the nature of phenomena. They have no dependence even on conduct. They do not conceive of themselves as pure because of conduct, and always have faith in the Buddha. 58. 944. 29.72. They meditate on the empty nature of all phenomena, and they are never in any way inappropriate. F.93.a. They possess the pure Dharma of the Tathagatas, and do not disparage the guides. 59. 29.73. Young man, there are 10 benefits for Bodhisattva Mahasattva who remain intently in meditative seclusion. What are the 10 benefits? They are: 1. Their minds are unpolluted. 2. They remain careful. 3. They keep the Buddha in mind. 4. They have faith in Bodhisattva conduct. 5. They have no uncertainty concerning wisdom. 6. They have gratitude toward the Buddha. 7. They do not abandon the Dharma. 8. They maintain vows perfectly. 9. They have attained the level of self-discipline. And 10. They have the direct perception of the four discernments. 945. 946. 947. 948. 29.74. Young man, those are the 10 benefits for Bodhisattva Mahasattva who remain intently in meditative seclusion. On this topic, it was said. 29.75. Their minds are unpolluted. They have rejected all carelessness. They maintain carefulness. Their field of activity is meditative seclusion. 60. 29.76. They have faith in the Buddha, having heard of the conduct of the Lord of the world. The Yogians have no doubt concerning wisdom, the inconceivable wisdom of the Buddha. 61. 29.77. They have gratitude toward the Buddha, and have no doubt concerning the Dharma of the Buddha. They maintain their vows perfectly, and have attained the level of self-discipline. 62. 29.78. They have attained discernment. They delight in being alone in the forest. They have forsaken gain and honors, and their field of activity is meditative seclusion. 63. 29.79. Their minds are unpolluted. They have forsaken all carelessness. They are great beings who are always careful. Those are the benefits of being dedicated to Samadhi. 64. 29.80. They keep in mind the Buddha, the supreme humans, and they have faith in their supreme conduct. They do not doubt the wisdom of the Tathagatas. Those are the benefits of being dedicated to Samadhi. 65. 29.81. They always have gratitude toward the Buddha. They do not forsake the dharma even for the sake of their life. At all times they keep their vows perfectly. Those are the benefits of being dedicated to Samadhi. 66. 29.82. They have attained the level of self-discipline. F.93.b. They quickly attain the direct perception of discernment. They speak with the unceasing confidence of speech. They teach millions and billions of straws. 67. 29.83. They quickly attain the enlightenment of Buddhahood. They protect the teaching of the guide. They defeat all who are adversaries. They extensively propagate the enlightenment of Buddhahood. 68. 29.84. When those bodhisattvas pass away, they go to the realm of Sukha. They hear the Hig. Hest them from amateurs. And attain the acceptance of the non-origination of phenomena. 69. B9. 29.85. Young man, there are 10 benefits for bodhisattva Mahasattva who are dedicated to solitude. What are the 10 benefits? They are: 1. They have few activities. 2. They have gone far from busy crowds. 3. They have no quarrels. 4. They have no harm. 5. They do not increase defilements. 6. They do not create any cause for disputes. 7. They have perfectly peaceful conduct. 8. They maintain perfect self-restraint. 9. Their minds are prepared for liberation. And 10. They quickly manifest liberation. 949. 29.86. Young man, those are the 10 benefits for bodhisattva Mahasattva who are dedicated to solitude. On this topic, it was said. 29.87. They always have few activities. They have gone far from busy crowds. They have no quarrels. They live alone in the forest. 70. 29.88. Without an intention to cause harm. They do not increase their defilements. They have no cause for disputes. Those are the qualities of living in a forest. 71. 29.89. They are peaceful in their conduct. They restrain their body, speech, and mind. They are prepared for liberation. They will quickly reach liberation. 72. 29.90. They are yogins who always have few activities. They have shunned the many faults of busy gatherings. The yogins do not ever quarrel. 950. Those are the qualities of living in a solitary place. 73. 29.91. When they have become saddened by the compose. 8. They never harbor any longing for the world. And they do not increase their defilements. The ones who live in a forest gain these benefits. 74. 29.92. There never arises in them a cause for disputes. F.94.a. They live in solitude, delighting in peace. Their body, speech, and mind are restrained. The ones who live in solitude will have many qualities. 75. 29.93. They are prepared for liberation. They will quickly attain the peace of liberation. They dwell in the forest and are close to liberation. Those who dwell in solitude will have all these qualities. 76. 29.94. Young man, there are 10 benefits for bodhisattva Mahasattva who live by receiving alms in the austerity of the disciplines of mendicancy. What are the 10 benefits? They are: 1. They have no desire for a reputation. 2. They have no desire for fame. 3. They have no desire for honors or gains. 4. They remain within the 4 noble families. 5. They have no hypocrisy or boasting. 6. They do not praise themselves. 7. They do not criticize others. 8. They engage with households without aversion or attachment. 9. They give the dharma without expectation of a reward. And 10. The dharma they teach while remaining in the austerity of the disciplines of mendicancy will be remembered. 951, 952, 953. 29.95. Young man, those are the 10 benefits for Bodhisattva Mahasattva who live by receiving alms in the austerity of the disciplines of mendicancy. On this topic, it was said. 29.96. They have no desire for a reputation. They do not wish for fame. Those who remain in the disciplines of mendicancy are indifferent to gain and loss. 77. 29.97. They do not abandon the noble family. They have no hypocrisy or boastfulness. They do not praise themselves. And they do not criticize others. 78. 29.98. They have no attachment or aversion. And teach the Dharma with no thought of reward. The words they speak will be remembered. Recipients of alms will have those qualities. 79. 954. 29.99. They do not seek reputation, fame, or gain. They remain within the four noble families. The wise ones are neither hypocritical nor boastful. Those are the qualities of dedication to mendicancy. 80. 29.100. They do not praise themselves or criticize others. They are not upset when spoken to harshly. They are not delighted when they hear themselves praised. F.94.b. Recipients of alms will have that contentment. 81. 955. 29.101. They give the gift of the Dharma without thought of reward. They do not search for fame or gain. The words they speak will be remembered. Those are the benefits that come from dedication to mendicancy. 82. 29.102. Young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who dwell in solitude while maintaining those qualities of the Dharma will obtain the treasure of the Buddha. They will obtain the treasure of the Dharma. They will obtain the treasure of wisdom, and they will obtain the treasure of knowing the past, the future, and the present. 29.103. Young man, how do Bodhisattva Mahasattva obtain the treasure of the Buddha? Young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who practice alone, who dwell in solitude, will attain the 5 higher cognitions. What are the 5 higher cognitions? They are divine sight, divine hearing, the knowledge of others' minds, remembering past lives, and possessing miraculous powers. Young man, those are the 5 higher cognitions that are obtained through divine vision, which transcends human vision, the countless, innumerable Buddha Bhagavana in the eastern direction are seen. In the same way the countless, innumerable Buddha Bhagavana in the southern, western, and northern directions are seen. They constantly have this vision of the Buddha. Young man, in that way the Bodhisattva Mahasattva obtain the treasure of the Buddha. 29.104. Young man, how do Bodhisattva Mahasattva obtain the treasure of the Dharma? The Bodhisattva Mahasattva hear with their divine hearing the Dharma that is taught by those Buddha Bhagavana in the 10 directions. They are constantly hearing the Dharma. Young man, in that way the Bodhisattva Mahasattva obtain the treasure of the Dharma. 29.105. Young man, how do the Bodhisattva Mahasattva obtain the treasure of wisdom? Young man, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have that wisdom obtain the entire Dharma. They do not forget anything that they have obtained, and teach the Dharma to beings. F.95.a. Knowing what will be beneficial for any one person. Young man, in that way Bodhisattva Mahasattva obtain the treasure of wisdom. 29.106. Young man, how do Bodhisattva Mahasattva obtain the treasure of knowing the past, the future, and the present? Through the higher cognitions they gain the knowledge of the minds and conduct of all beings. In the past, the future, and the present. Young man, in that way Bodhisattva Mahasattva obtain the treasure of knowing the past, the future, and the Present. 29.107, Young man, in brief, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who maintain the qualities of the Dharma in that way will obtain the entire Dharma of the Buddha. This level is not reached by Vakas or Pratyeka Buddha, let alone any adversary of the Dharma. On this topic, it was said. 29.108, the wise ones who remain in solitude will quickly attain the treasure of the Buddha, the treasure of the Dharma, the treasure of wisdom, the treasure of the past, and the 5 higher cognitions. 83. 956. 29.109 Conclusion of the 29th chapter, 10 Benefits. 30 Chapter 30. Kejvaja. 30.1 Then the Bhagavan said to the youth Chandraprabha, therefore, young man, you should train in this way, thinking, I will abandon even the pleasures of the kingship of a divine Chakravartin and enter homelessness. 30.2 Young man, having entered homelessness you should maintain the disciplines of mendicancy, live in solitude, and develop perfect mildness and patience. 30.3 Young man, you should apply yourself diligently, as if your hair and clothes were on fire, and listen to the Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena, learn it, understand it, keep it, recite it to others, promote it, proclaim it, chant it, meditate on it with unadulterated meditation, promulgate it, and make it widely known to others. 30.4 Young man, you should always, like a rhinoceros, dwell without a companion in the forest. F.95.b. 957. 30.5 Thereupon the Bhagavan, in order to explain this topic, gave a detailed teaching on this episode from the past by chanting the following verses to the youth Chandraprabha. 958. 30.6 I remember many hundreds of eons ago, there was a guide of limitless renown. Multitudes of humans, devas, and angas made offerings to him. He was a Jina named Kejvaja. 1. 30.7 During that time there formed a community of 160 million bhikkhus with higher cognitions, who had completely attained the power of the discernments, who practiced the austerity of the disciplines of mendicancy, and who had peaceful minds. 2. 30.8 At that time there were in this Jambudvipa 1,760,000,000 towns, and each of them was 5 yojnas wide, and was particularly supreme, made of the 7 precious materials. 3. 30.9 At that time, all of those perfect towns were adorned by many hundreds of parks, and all those parks were adorned. We ate fresh flowers and fruit, like massed clouds. 4. 30.10 Those perfect parks were adorned with various beautiful trees with edible fruits, covered with jackfruits, mangoes, rose apples, and breadfruit, and with hundreds of carnicra, magnolia, and puega trees. 5. 30.11 At that time, flocks of birds in banyan trees would sing. Hundreds of cuckoos, avadvaks, and peacocks, and flocks of many other birds were heard. The songs of parrots, partridges, and snipes. 6. 959. 30.12 There was the supreme sound of the songs of bees and partridges, that equalled that of Dhara, the king of geese. 960. They had bright, multicolored bodies, brilliant with great hues, and sang delightful, beautiful, charming songs. 7. 30.13 At that time, there were gatherings of these birds. There were the songs of avadvaks, peacocks, and parrots. 961. Cuckoos, mynas, and a variety of other birds. Various kinds of songs from many birds. 8. 30.14 They dwelt in those hundreds of parks, where there were the blossoms of carnicra, gardenia, Asoka, and Kashnar trees, as well as red lotuses, blue lotuses, night lotuses, and white lotuses. 9. 30.15, they were beautified by lotus flower ponds that were adorned by 100,000 lotuses. There were beautiful, exquisite lotus ponds, F.96.a, adorned by the fragrance of the most delightful scents. 10. 30.16, at that time, the king in this Jambudvipa was the lord of men whose name was Dadatta. He had 500 sons. Who were handsome and beautiful to see. 11. 30.17, at that time the kingdom was peaceful and happy, free of calamities, and filled with joy and peace. Jambudvipa was adorned by many flowers. It was identical to a paradise, with no difference. 12. 30.18, at that time there was a Jina, one with the 10 strengths, without bad actions, who taught this supreme Samadhi. The beings within existence are like dreams. There is no one who is born and no one who dies. 13. 30.19, there is no being to be found, and no soul, or person. 960-963. These phenomena are like dreams or a plantain tree. 964-965. Like illusions, the same as lightning in the sky. Like the moon on water, the same as a mirage. 14. 966. 30.20, there is no person who dies in this world, who departs and goes to another world. But the karma that has been created is not destroyed. It will ripen as good and bad results within Sutra. 15. 30.21, it is neither eternal nor is it annihilated. There is no accumulation or presence of karma. Yet if it has been created there is no way to avoid encountering it, while that which is created by others will not be experienced. 16. 30.22, there is no passing away or returning. There is no existence of all things, yet neither are they non-existent. There is no pure engagement with the locus of a view. There is no conduct of beings and no engagement with peace. 17. 30.23, the conduct of the Sugtas, the qualities of the Jinas, are birthlessness, peak, and the absence of attributes. The supreme leaders, the Buddha, have these strengths and retentions, and the strength of the 10 strengths. 18. 30.24, the supreme good qualities, the accumulation of qualities, are the supreme qualities, wisdom, retentions, strengths, the supreme manifestation of miraculous powers, and the attainment of the 5 supreme higher cognitions. 19. 967. 30.25, there is no essence here to be known whatsoever. There is no coming, no going, that is the subtle mode of phenomena. 968-969. The essence of phenomena has no movement whatsoever. Thus the mode of phenomena is the mode of no movement. 20. 30.26, the natural mode is not in the accumulation of words. This mode, this nature, does not dwell anywhere. F.96.b. The natural mode is without dwelling, is non-dependent. It is the level of peace, the stainless domain of the Jinas. 21. 30.27, it is the mode of peace, complete peace, total peace. That mode does not dwell anywhere. It always accompanies the nature of things. It is subtle, difficult to see, and an unfluctuating state. 22. 970. 30.28, it does not fluctuate but continues to be itself. It is a continuing nature that neither stays nor comes. This continuing nature cannot be described. It is the empty, unfluctuating continuity of phenomena. 23. 30.29, it is taught in words but it is not the mode of words. The mode of the nature of words is the mode of phenomena. The aggregation of words has no location anywhere. and that mode of its nature is the mode of phenomena. 24. 30.30. The words that describe the mode are not the mode of being. The nature of phenomena is a mode of subtle meaning. 971. Though words are spoken, that is not the mode of being. Words cannot be found and neither can the mode of being. 25. 30.31. There is no endlessness, nor an end, nor a mode in between. There is no existence nor non-existence, nor a partial mode. The knowledge of that mode of nature is the same in the teachings of all the supreme jinas. 26. 30.32. The stainless, pure, ultimate state. Peace, complete peace, without stain, free of stain. There are no concepts or pride in the state of peace. That is taught by the jina, the one with perfect compassion. 27. 30.33. In this there is no usage of letters. It is a vast mode of meaning. The Buddha honor it, the jinas praise it. The appearance of the term is a subtle mode. 28. 30.34. The unequaled suktas remain in that stainless, vast treasure of the term. They teach the stainless, precious term, the ultimate truth of emptiness, the subtle mode of meaning. 29. 970-973. 30.35. When King Dhadatta heard that the Supreme Human was teaching this Samadhi, he then came into the presence of the compassionate Jina. 974. Accompanied by 80 quintillion others. 30. 30.36. The sovereign over men felt veneration for the Jina, who was endowed with the strengths, and bowed down to his feet, while he stayed in front of the one with the 10 strengths. Filled with joy, he placed his 10 fingers together in homage. 31. 30.37. The Jina, who was perfect, with control over his senses, perceived the king's pure conduct. F.97.a. The Supreme Human knew his aspiration, and taught him this Supreme Samadhi. 32. 30.38. When the king had heard this ultimate truth, he experienced a vast, superior joy. He gave up all of the 4 continents. He abandoned pleasures and left his home. 33. 30.39. When the king gave up the world and entered homelessness, for the sake of enlightenment and to become a Jina. All the people in this Jambudvipa. 975. Gave up all sensory pleasures and entered homelessness too. 34. 30.40. At that time there was a vast assembly with the 10 strengths. There were many diligent bhikkhus and bhikkhus. At that time, herbs grew without ploughing, and devas came to serve and attend to them. 35. 30.41. The 3 orange dharm robes manifested, perfectly cut and sewn, without parallel, unsullied, stainless, adorned, beautifully golden, arising from the Buddha's qualities and the power of merit. 36. 30.42. See, young man, look how that Supreme King gave up the entire world and entered homelessness. 976. In the age of destruction there will be many beings who will have few possessions but will not leave their homes. 37. 977. 30.43. There will be many in chains and suffering punishments, who are abused, threatened, and have unwished for suffering. There will be many who will have to endure harm from royal families. 978. Who will have very few possessions and no food in their homes. 38. 30.44. They will have very short lives and no wealth. They will be very careless and have no power of merit. They will be stupid, and unskilled in any craft. They will be in poverty with nothing in their homes. 39. 30.45. They will be impure and desire the wives of others. They will be envious and extremely rash. They will be degenerate and behave badly. Yet they will say, I am going to be a Buddha. 40. 979. 30.46. They will make deceptive promises and be brazen, saying, I am wealthy and I will give the wealth of the realm to the world. 980. They will cause harm, be hypocritical and dishonest. Yet they will say, I am going to be a Buddha. 41. 30.47. They will delight in killing, binding, and attacking others. They will have bad conduct, and be cruel and aggressive. They will have no gratitude, be divisive and violent, f.97.b. Yet will say, I am a noble practitioner of Bodhisattva conduct. 42. 30.48. They will become angry with anyone who they hear teaching Bodhisattva conduct. When they hear something that is stupid and mistaken. 981. They will repeat those blameworthy words 100 times. 43. 982. 30.49. Young man, having heard these words of mine, do not follow those others. 983. If you wish to reach the highest enlightenment, they are not to be trusted, even in a dream. 44. 30.50. One could account for hundreds of eons the many qualities ascribed to the austere disciplines of mendicancy. But without possessing those qualities, one will not attain the peace of the highest enlightenment. 45. 30.51. Always be good and gentle. Always have pure conduct and a serene mind. Continually maintain pure conduct, and before long you will attain the supreme Samadhi. 46. 30.52. Do not be proud and do not be harsh. Always have a mind that is serene. Eliminate all pride, arrogance, and hiding of your faults, and attain this supreme Samadhi. 47. 30.53. Always remember the jna's qualities. The color of perfect gold, shining brightly, like the sky at night filled with stars. The sage's body is filled with signs. 48. 30.54. The descendant of Manu who remembers the moon of the sage, while walking, sitting, standing, or lying down, will always have the teacher present before him, and he will have vast happiness. 984. 30.55. Holding many powders and ointments, and excellent parasols, banners, canopies, and flags. Always make offerings to the Sutta, and this supreme Samadhi will soon be attained. 49. 30.56. Holding many musical instruments, and excellent, exquisite incense, garlands, and flowers. 985. Make offerings always to the jna's stupas, and this supreme Samadhi will soon be attained. 50. 30.57. With many kinds of excellent songs and dance, with amusements and performances made with a pure mind, with excellent lights and incense. Always make excellent offerings to the unequaled one. 986. 30.58. With hundreds of pava drums and loud mlaga drums, with paha drums, lutes, the excellent sound of flutes, f.98.a. 987. With the qualities of music of various kinds of melodious sounds, make an offering to the guide with a pure mind. 51. 30.59. Create beautiful images of the Buddha, perfectly made of precious materials. 988. That are attractive and extremely beautiful, and this supreme Samadhi will soon be attained. 52. 30.60. Make excellent images that are fashioned from gold or silver, and also sandalwood, that are attractive and extremely beautiful, and this supreme Samadhi will soon be attained. 989. 30.61. Make images that are fashioned of clay, or stone, or wood, or painted, that are attractive and extremely beautiful, and this supreme Samadhi will soon be attained. 2. 990. 30.62. Always remain in the solitude of forests, forsaking the joys of villages and towns. Be without a companion, like a rhinoceros. And this supreme samadhi will soon be attained. 53. 30.63. I am the Lord of the Dharma, you are my son. Train in this samadhi practice of mine. I was at that time Dhadatta, the world-renowned ruler over the descendants of Manu. 54. 991. 30.64. Seeking this peace, this supreme samadhi. I made offerings to countless Buddha in the past. I always maintained pure conduct. And I honored those with the 10 strengths. 55. 992. 30.65. Seeking this peace, this supreme samadhi. In the past I gave up my sons and wives. I gave away my supreme, excellent head, legs, arms, and eyes without ever being disheartened. 56. 30.66. Seeking this peace, this supreme samadhi. I gave away wealth and grain, hundreds of male and female slaves, and many jewels, and satisfied numerous beggars. 57. 30.67. Seeking this peace, this supreme samadhi. In the past I gave away great quantities of pearls, crystals, gold, conchs, ammonite stones, beryls. 993. Perfectly pure jewels, and a mass of coral. 58. 994. 30.68. Seeking this peace, this supreme samadhi. I gave away vast amounts of excellent jewelry, of various kinds, such as perfect strings of pearls, lion jewelry, and nets of jewels. 59. F.98.b. 995. 30.69. Seeking this peace, this supreme samadhi. In the past I gave away many millions of fine, excellent clothes that were perfectly clean, made of the finest silk and cloth and beautified by gold threads. 60. 30.70. Seeking this peace, this supreme samadhi. I gave away various kinds of elephants, horses, chariots, and my own beloved sons and women, without ever experiencing any unhappiness. 61. 30.71. Seeking this peace, this supreme samadhi. Whenever I saw people who were very poor, who were in distress and suffering because of their need, I freed them from their poverty. 62. 30.72. Seeking this peace, this supreme samadhi. I have in the past given to beggars trillions of horses, elephants, and chariots. 996. Draped in nets of precious jewel adornments. 63. 30.73. Seeking this peace, this supreme samadhi. I have in the past joyfully and with compassion given away many trillions of excellently decorated parks. 64. 30.74. Seeking this peace, this supreme samadhi. I have in the past given away beautifully adorned villages, towns, regions, and market towns, and having given them felt continuous joy. 65. 30.75. Seeking this peace, this supreme samadhi. I have in the past given to those who requested them heaps of jewels as large as Sumeru, and a similar amount of clothes and adornments. 66. 30.76. Seeking this peace, this supreme samadhi. I have made those who are very poor rich. I have protected those who were in great distress, and I have made happy many who were enduring suffering. 67. 30.77. When I was a sovereign over this world, and saw the suffering of the population, I felt compassion and wished them to be happy, and gave my kingdom to them. 68. 30.78. Young man, the marvelous things that I have done, and the hardships I have undergone for many hundreds of eons, I would not be able to complete recounting them. even in a quintillion eons. 69. 30.79, seeking this peace, this supreme Samadhi, I underwent astonishing hardships. The people without faith in the Sukta's conduct will have minds that become crazed and polluted. 70. 30.80, young man, I declare this to you, F.99.a. Have faith in me, my words are not untrue. The Sukta does not speak words that are false. The compassionate Jina always speaks the truth. 71. 30.81, these many different kinds of practices I will have carried out for many eons. 997 998. However I attain this supreme Samadhi, I will then free millions of beings from suffering. 72. 999. 30.82, in the moment that I have attained this Samadhi, the path of great wisdom, having attained this supreme Samadhi, I will see numerous millions of Buddha. 73. 30.83, I will have attained infinite miraculous powers, and my emanations will go to hundreds of realms, and there I will ask the compassionate ones many quintillions of questions. 74. 30.84, the Suktas will give me answers for my quintillions of questions, and having obtained them I will remember them all, and I will not forget even a single word. 75. 30.85, having listened to the answers to those quintillions of correct questions, I will teach the stainless state of peace, and establish many beings on the path of wisdom. 76. 30.86, I will remain in this Samadhi, and train in it for many hundreds of eons, and will first bring many quintillions of beings on to the highest stainless path. 77. 30.87, those who have not seen the previous Suktas, who have taught this stainless way, will not be able to have faith in the supreme Samadhi of emptiness, the ultimate truth. 78. 30.88, the people who have faith, are wise, and know the practice, are always joyful when they hear the way that is correct and profound, and do not become frightened or terrified. 79. 30.89, they hold the supreme enlightenment. They have been reborn as my sons. They are like fig tree flowers, and I practice for hundreds of eons for their sake. 80. 30.90, they who possess this supreme Samadhi have no fear of falling into unfortunate existences, are always free of the 8 disadvantageous states, and will see numerous millions of Buddha. 81. 30.91, they who have this supreme Samadhi in their hands, F.99.b, I prophesy, will have unending understanding, and like the kind Jina who has infinite fame, 1000, 1001, they will accomplish many benefits for beings. 82. 30.92, they who possess this Samadhi will have understanding and memory, high wisdom, will retain what they have heard, and will possess vast confidence of speech. 83. 30.93, they who possess this Samadhi will receive the offerings of devas, will be continually revered by humans. 1002. And will be constantly protected by the hosts of spirits. 84. 1003. 30.94, they who possess this supreme Samadhi do not die in fire or water, are not harmed by poison or weapons, and cannot be reached by enemies. 85. 30.95, they who possess this supreme Samadhi will always dwell in forest bovers, where they will be constantly attended by devas, and where many yakas will be their servants. 86. 30.96, they who possess this supreme Samadhi will have wisdom that is as vast as the ocean, will describe without impediment the qualities of the sage, and make known correctly the qualities of the Buddha. 87. 30.97, They who possess this supreme Samadhi will have endless, boundless learning that is beyond measure, like space, and will hold the torch of wisdom that dispels darkness. 88. 30.98 They who possess this supreme Samadhi will always be gentle, will speak appropriate words, will be beloved in the midst of their followers, and their speech will be like the lion's roar. 89. 30.99 They who possess this supreme Samadhi will be like healing physicians, the support, protector, and refuge of many, and will bring illumination to the worlds. 90. 30.100 They who possess this supreme Samadhi will not take pleasure in sexual intercourse. 1004. They will enjoy Samantha and reach the bliss of Dhyana. With a peaceful voice they will speak of peace. 91. 1005. 30.101 They who possess this supreme Samadhi will not take pleasure in conceptualization, will be free of the entire multitude of concepts, and those wise ones will constantly be in meditation. F.100. 92. 30.102 They who possess this supreme Samadhi will attain extraordinary vision, and will see the infinite jhanas. They will be leaders with infinite sight. 93. 30.103 They who possess this supreme Samadhi will have the sweet and melodious voice of a crane. 1006. The sound of the avadvak and a drum beat. 1007. And a singing sound and gentle voice. 94. 30.104 They who possess this supreme Samadhi will have a voice that is like resounding thunder. Their gentle speech will be like the song of a goose, and their voice will have the 50 aspects of speech. 95. 1008. 30.105 They who possess this supreme Samadhi will speak with an inconceivable voice that has the pleasant sound of the various aspects of speech for numerous quintillions of eons. 96. 30.106 They who possess this supreme Samadhi will not have attachment to food, will not delight in alms bowls or warm robes, but with few desires they will be content and abstinent. 97. 30.107 They who possess this supreme Samadhi do not praise themselves, and never criticize others. They always delight in dhyana and have a subtle mind. 98. 30.108 They who possess this supreme Samadhi always examine themselves, do not look for mistakes in others, and the entire world does not impede them. 99. 30.109 They who possess this supreme Samadhi have pure conduct and untroubled minds, are never deceitful or dishonest, are always gentle, and always delight in liberation. 100. 30.110 They who possess this supreme Samadhi are always motivated to generosity, take no delight in avarice, and always have correct conduct. 101. 30.111 They who possess this supreme Samadhi are handsome, good-looking, and attractive. Their bodies shine like the purest gold, and have the 32 primary signs of a great being. 102. 30.112 They who possess this supreme Samadhi always have an attractive appearance, are observed and beloved by many people. F.100.b And those people never have enough of gazing upon them. 103. 30.113 They who possess this supreme Samadhi always delight, gladden, and enchant Devas, Angas, and likewise the Yakas, who enter towns and praise them. 104. 1009, 1010. 30.114 They who possess this supreme Samadhi always have Brahm, Sutra, and many powerful deities acting as their attendants, but there is no pride in their minds. 105. 30.115 They who possess this supreme samadhi have no fear of the lower existences. They have no fear of the disadvantageous existences or bad rebirths. They are completely free of all fear of bad rebirths. 106. 30.116. They who possess this supreme samadhi have no doubts or uncertainties. On hearing in detail the supreme Dhamma of the Buddha, and they follow that profound wisdom. 107. 30.117. They who possess this supreme samadhi, whatever subtle Dhamma teachings they hear, they attain perfect mastery of them all, and gain their power and detailed reasoning. 108. 30.118. They who possess this supreme samadhi constantly think, I will always act in accordance with what the Jina's words have taught, and attain unique, supreme retention. 109. 30.119. They who possess this supreme samadhi will, when the time of their death comes, have before them the compassionate Amitabha and his host of bhikkhus. 110. 1011. 30.120. They who possess this supreme samadhi are those who have ATT, I the retentions, have perfect mastery over the treasure of the Dhamma, and possess the unceasing words of eloquence. 111. 30.121. They who possess this supreme samadhi with peaceful conduct and peaceful minds. 1012. Will be an illumination for beings wherever those holders of the Dhamma go. 112. 1013. 30.122. They attain the 10 Dhammas, perfect joy. 1014. Stainless, shining, brilliant, difficult to master, manifest, gonfa, unwavering, perfect understanding, and clouds of them. 1015. 30.123. Those heroes attain the 10 powers. 1016. Life, karma, materials, and devotion. 1017, 1018, 1019, 1020. And the strengths of aspiration, miracles, and birth. F.101.a. 1021, 1022, 1023. Them, mind, and likewise great wisdom. 2. 1024, 1025, 1026. 30.124. They who possess this supreme samadhi are skilled in the various aspects of the supreme Dhamma treasure, have attained the perfect power of the Dharmakya, and cut through the doubts of all beings. 113. 1027. 30.125. If all beings were compassionate Bhagavana, and were suktas until existence comes to an end, and if someone were to make offerings to them for many hundreds of eons, or for more eons than there are sand grains in the Ganges. 114. 30.126. And if in this latter time of destruction, someone were to hear this samadhi, and say only the words, I rejoice in this, the previous merit would not be a fraction of this accumulation. 115. 30.127. Young man, whoever has this practice of peace, this is Supreme Samadhi, the ultimate truth of emptiness, propagates it and creates copies of it. That one is a Dharmavaka with wisdom. 116. 30.128. Conclusion of the 30th chapter, Kejvaja. 31. Chapter 31. Benefits. 31.1. Then the Bhagavan said to the youth Kandraprabha, therefore, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who think, I shall understand the languages of all beings and, knowing their higher or lesser capabilities, I will teach them them. Those Bodhisattva Mahasattva should listen to the Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena, learn it, understand it, keep it, recite it to others, promote it, proclaim it, chant it, meditate on it with unadulterated meditation, promulgate it, and make it widely known to others. Thereupon the Bhagavan spoke these verses. 31.2 They who, desiring liberation, possess this stainless Samadhi, see the countless guides of the past. Ask those lords of the world about their previous practice. And those bodhisattvas dwell in supreme roots of merit. 1. 31.3 They who, desiring liberation, possess this stainless Samadhi, obtain the highest happiness of devas and humans. F.101.b. Obtain the supreme offerings of devas and humans. And obtain the happiness of Dhyana, the supreme, noble happiness. 2. 1028. 31.4 They who, desiring liberation, possess this stainless Samadhi, do not become thrilled on hearing the highest praises. Do not become saddened by being criticized. And like a mountain, are unmoved by the 8 worldly concerns. 3. 31.5 They who, desiring liberation, possess this stainless Samadhi, speak perfectly pleasantly, with gentle words. 1029. Do not frown, always speak sincerely. Have a smiling face, and have been instructed by the guides. 4. 31.6 They who, desiring liberation, possess this stainless Samadhi, are pleasant, good company, have a gentle mind, are always restrained and established in self-discipline. 1030. And are very gentle, have pleasing speech, and speak tenderly. 5. 1031, 1032. 31.7 They who, desiring liberation, possess this stainless Samadhi, do not quarrel or cause conflict when they speak. They have freed themselves from all stubbornness and anger. 1033. And are always joyful, pleasant, and gentle. 6. 1034. 31.8 They who, desiring liberation, possess this stainless Samadhi, are always wise and are constantly motivated to generosity. When they see beings in great suffering, they give them their food. They delight in giving to others, and not in their own enjoyment. 7. 31.9 They who, desiring liberation, possess this stainless Samadhi, are admired by 100,000 devas, are always attended by angas, asuras, and yakas, and are protected by those who dwell in the forest and its environs. 8. 1035. 31.10 They speak with unimpeded words, like the voice of Brahm, have a voice like the song of a goose, a voice like a kinnara's song. 1036. Have the 50 aspects of speech and have a sound that brings joy. 1037. And have a resounding voice, a proclaiming voice, a perfect voice. 9. 1038. 31.11 Even if someone knew how to reduce all the worlds into their smallest particles, they who possess this supreme, stainless Samadhi, would voice sounds that were even more numerous. 10. 31.12 They who possess this stainless Samadhi attain the 10 powers, and attain the 8 and 2 bhmis. The wise ones attain the inconceivable qualities of a Buddha, F.102.a. Subjugate all mras, and reach the highest enlightenment. I. 1039. 31.13 Conclusion of the 31st chapter, Benefits. 32 Chapter 32. The teaching on the nature of all phenomena. 32.1 Then the Bhagavan said to the youth Chandraprabha, therefore, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who wonder, how can I know the nature of all phenomena, should listen to this Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena, learn it, understand it, keep it, recite it to others, promote it, proclaim it, chant it, meditate on it with unadulterated meditation, promulgate it, and make it widely known to others. Thereupon the Bhagavan spoke these verses. 32.2 In the ones who know the peace that is the nature of phenomena, no desire arises, no anger arises. Nor in those great leaders does ignorance ever arise. They have eliminated all klesas without remainder. 1. 32.3 They who know the peace that is the nature of phenomena are heart children of the Sutta who do not abandon the training. They are heroes who never fall under the power of women. Everywhere they rejoice in the teaching of the Suttas. 2. 32.4 They who know the peace that is the nature of phenomena are wise, sagacious, and know the way of wisdom. 1040 They see infinite, endless Buddha, and know infinite grace and wisdom. 3. 1041, 1042 32.5 They who know the peace that is the nature of phenomena will before long become a lord of humans. They know the skills of healing and bestow happiness. 1043 And they are able to remove all the pain of suffering. 4. 1044 32.6 They who know the peace that is the nature of phenomena know that sentient beings are suffering. They always beat the drum of the elixir. They will before long become a guide. 5. 1045 32.7 They are the supreme physicians, skilled in healing. They know the origin of all illnesses and how to be freed from them. F.102.b They have wisdom and train correctly. Having trained they liberate many lost beings. 6. 32.8 They who know the peace that is the nature of phenomena are wise heroes who are skilled in the nature of emptiness. They have no attachment to the world and always their food is alms. And they bring many beings to supreme enlightenment. 7. 1046 32.9 They who know the peace that is the nature of phenomena 1047 are moons among people, superior through the power of patience. 1048 They are not angry even if struck with stones and sticks. And they are not disturbed even if their limbs are severed. 8. 32.10 T. They who know the peace that is the nature of phenomena have the strength of being established in the strength of patience. 1049 Not seeing a thing that is tolerated, they are perfectly at peace. 1050 They are wise heroes who do not become proud of the strength of their patience. 9. 1051 32.11 They who know the peace that is the nature of phenomena never have in mind the idea, I am cutting through things. For them all things are non-existent, always empty. And they have eliminated every single conceptual identification. 10. 32.12 Such are they who teach the supreme nature of phenomena. They will before long reach the highest enlightenment. They comprehend the scope of the nature of phenomena. They give a gift that is infinite and endless. 11. 32.13 They who know the peace that is the nature of phenomena teach infinite millions of straws that are more numerous than sand grains in the Ganges. And there is no interruption in their eloquence. 12. 32.14 They who know the peace that is the nature of phenomena have wisdom as high as Sumeru, constantly for 100 trillion eons. And their teaching of the Dharma knows no end. 13. 32.15 They who know the peace that is the nature of phenomena have a vast, abundant, inconceivable eloquence. They constantly seek supreme enlightenment and teach infinite millions of straws. 14. 32.16 They who know that these phenomena have no substance perfectly hear and remember the entirety of the Dharma that the lords of humans have taught. F.103.a and do not doubt even a single word. 15. 32.17 They who know that phenomena are always empty are at all times uniquely superior in their generosity. They are patrons who give happiness to those who suffer. When they see beings suffer they satisfy them with jewels. 16. 32.18 They who know that phenomena are always empty will always become the kings of Jambudhvaja. At all times they have love for all the living, and always bring infinite happiness to beings. 17. 32.19 They who know that phenomena are always empty are heroes who give away their sons, daughters, and slaves. Those great leaders' minds never waver, as they give away their hands, their feet, their head, and their kingdom. 18. 32.20 They who know that phenomena are always empty have no anger in their mind, even in a dream, even though their limbs are cut from their body. For them it is an offering to the guides, the lords of humans. 19. 32.21 They who know that phenomena are always empty make offerings to all the guides of the past, make offerings to the lords of humans in the future, and venerate all the guides in the present. 20. 32.22 They who hear and retain this sutra in the degenerate times are wise individuals who possess the treasure of the Samadhis. They are established in the supreme retentions. 1052. And before long will become guides of the worlds. 21. 32.23 They who do not forget but teach this sutra are wise individuals who will never become blind. Throughout many eons they will not lose a limb, and will always avoid the 8 disadvantageous states. 22. 32.24 They will never be reborn in the lower existences. They will always have a beautiful body with the primary signs of a great being. They will always cultivate the 5 higher cognitions, and those heroes will always be in the presence of the Samadhis. 23. 32.25 Endowed with wisdom they will manifest many emanations that will go to millions of realms to guide beings. Of all those who see this multitude of Buddha emanations, F.103.b, that many beings will be brought to supreme enlightenment. 24. 32.26 They who hear and retain this sutra in the degenerate times will be endowed with memory, understanding, wisdom, and constancy. They will become powerful through the strength of their diligence. They will have great brilliance and they will reach the culmination of them. 25. 32.27 They who hold this Samadhi of peace in the degenerate time are heroes established in the Brahmaviras. They quickly attain the 8 and 2 Bhmis, and swiftly subjugate the Mras. 1053. 32.28 Those who always meditate on this sutra of peace will attain power and possess the highest strengths. They will always be ones who are intent on benefiting beings, and will realize the highest enlightenment at the foot of the Bodhi tree. 2. 1054. 32.29 Those who meditate that these phenomena are empty constantly radiate 10 billion light rays, and eclipse even the disks of the suns. Those heroes will, before long, become guides of the worlds. 26. 32.30 In the past I practiced this field of peace for many quintillions of eons. My diligence upon this path was unceasing, and Pakara prophesied I would become a Jina. 27. 32.31 You also should follow my practice of this sutra, this teaching that leads to the profound ultimate truth. There are many kritikas who are lost in error concerning this. They revile enlightenment and fall into the terrible lower realms. 28. 32.32 During many quintillions of eons they will experience unendurable sufferings of heat. And even after many millions of eons have passed, they will still not die for that reason. 29. 32.33 Those who in the terrible latter times protect this sutra of the Sutta, this state of peace, will attain the highest enlightenment without difficulty. They are the prophesied holders of the Dharma in the future. 30. 32.34 Conclusion of the 32nd chapter, the teaching on the nature of all phenomena. B10, F.104.a. 1055-33. Chapter 33. The benefits of possessing the Sutra. 33.1 Then the Bhagavan said to the youth Kendraprabha, therefore, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who wished to train in purifying the great higher cognition of all phenomena should listen to the Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena, learn it, understand it, keep it, recite it to others, promote it, proclaim it, chant it, meditate on it with unadulterated meditation, promulgate it, and make it widely known to others. 1056. 1057. 33.2 Young man, what is the purification of the great higher cognition of all phenomena? It is having no grasping toward all phenomena, it is having no clinging to the aggregate of correct conduct, it is having no pride in the aggregate of Samadhi, it is the absence of movement in the aggregate of wisdom, it is having the discerning insight of the aggregate of liberation, and it is seeing correctly as it is the aggregate of the insight of the wisdom of liberation. 1058. 1059. 1060. 33.3 The Bodhisattva Mahasattva who has those higher cognitions manifests all the manifestations of Samadhi and teaches them to beings. This, young man, is what is called the purification of the great higher cognition of all phenomena. 33.4 Then, at that time the Bhagavan gave a detailed teaching on purifying the great higher cognition of all phenomena by chanting the following extensive verses to the youth Kendraprabha. 33.5 The purification of the great higher cognitions is an incontrovertible teaching. Someone who practices in addiction to it will not become free of attachment. 1. 33.6 That higher cognition, that wisdom, is the inconceivable wisdom of Buddhahood. Someone who remains in attachment will never know that wisdom. 2. 33.7 The numerous inconceivable dharmas are taught by using words. Someone who is attached to words will not know the meaning of the teaching. 3. F.104.b. 33.8 How can someone teach the meaning who does not know the meaning behind the words? Someone who has not learned what the true nature is teaches that which is not the them as the them. 4. 33.9 The one meaning of the differing words of the Sutras that have been taught by me within thousands of worlds is something that cannot be stated. 5. 33.10 Through contemplating a single word, all of them will be meditated on. All of the many kinds of them that have been taught by however many Buddha there have been. 6. 33.11 For people who have mastered the meaning that all phenomena are selfless. 1061 When they have learned this word, the dharmas of the Buddha will not be hard to attain. 7. 1062 33.12 All phenomena are the Buddha's dharma. 1063 They who have learned the nature of phenomena, they know the nature of phenomena, and do not contradict the nature of phenomena. 8. 33.13 All words are the Buddha's words. As all words have no substance, although one seeks them in the 10 directions, the words of the Buddha will not be found. 9. 33.14 These words are the Buddha's words. Though one seeks them in the 10 directions, these unsurpassable words are not to be found. They have never been found and never will be found. 10. 1064 33.15 The Buddha's words are unsurpassable. There is nothing higher than the Buddha's words. There is not an atom of them that is to be found, and that is why they are called unsurpassable. 11. 33.16 An atom, a phenomenon, is not produced. Although explanations use the term atom, something the size of an atom cannot be found. It is a term used in teaching on the worldly level. 12. 33.17 The unfindability of phenomena is found. But that finding also cannot be found. Thus they who know phenomena realize the highest enlightenment. 13. 33.18 And having realized the highest enlightenment, they will turn the wheel of the Dharma. Through turning the wheel of the Dharma, they teach the Buddha's Dharma. 14. 33.19 The Bodhisattva who realize the highest wisdom of Buddhahood, because of that are called Buddha, as they have realized Buddhahood's wisdom. 15. 33.20 The absence of existence, the absence of aspiration, the absence of attributes, and emptiness. It is these doorways to liberation that the Buddha taught as doorways. 16. 33.21 The eyes, the ears, and the nose, the tongue, the body, and likewise the mind, the Buddha have explained that they are by nature empty. 17. 33.22 They who know in that way the nature of phenomena, f.105.a, knowing the characteristics of phenomena, the why will not be in disagreement with it. 18. 33.23 This is the realm of experience of the heroes, of the Bodhisattva, the protectors. They know the emptiness of phenomena, and they never have any doubt. 19. 33.24 Those who know the nature of phenomena, those ones are called a Buddha. They guide countless, innumerable beings to enlightenment. 20. 33.25 That which is accomplished by the word Buddha is also accomplished by the words correct conduct. The words Buddha and correct conduct have the same characteristic. 21. 33.26 However many words are spoken, 1065, whether superior, middling, or lesser, they are all taught in the one-word meditation, and in the one-word Buddha. 22. 33.27 The Buddha's Dharma is stated. 1066. To have no location and no direction. It has no birth and no cessation. Neither is it single nor multiple. 23. 33.28 It is not new and it is not old. There is nothing to be proud of. It is not blue and it is not yellow. Neither is it white, nor red. 24. 33.29 That which is taught through verses is inexpressible and ungraspable. This miraculous activity of the sage is beyond the level of verses. 25. 33.30 26. 1067. 33.31 The Buddha who has passed into Nirvana is seen in the form of a Buddha. The one who imagines that he is present will also see the Buddha's miracles. 27. 33.32 When someone has reached Nirvana, there is no being that is to be found. That is how the Dharma is taught, and many beings are liberated. 28. 33.33 Just as the sun and moon appear in a bronze bowl, without their own form going there, such is the nature of phenomena. 29. 33.34 Those who know the nature of phenomena to be like reflections. 1068. They do not see the Buddha's body as being a body of form. 30. 1069. 33.35 This phenomenon has no body. 1070. There is no body in it at all. A phenomenon has no body, and that is the body of the Buddha. 31. 33.36 Those who see the Dharmakya, f.105.b. They are the ones who see the guide. The Dharmakyas are the Buddha. 1071. That is seeing the Buddha. 32. 33.37 That which is specified through dependence is specified to not be specific. Those who wish to be renunciants should understand this approach. 33. 33.38, 34. 1072. 33.39, whoever thinks, I have attained, is for that reason said to be without attainment. The one who is said to be a renunciant is the one who thinks, I have not attained renunciation. 35. 33.40, those who have not learned this profundity, how can they teach the Dharma? They cannot describe it through using profound words. 36. 33.41, the five skandhas are insubstantial. Being non-existent, they arise. For the one to whom the skandhas arise, there is nothing that arises. 37. 33.42, those characteristics of the skandhas are the characteristics of all phenomena. Those characteristics are taught, but there are no characteristics that exist. 38. 33.43, the characteristic of phenomena is the same as that of space and sky, as seen in the past, the future, and as in the present. 39. 33.44, space is taught to be ungraspable. There is nothing there to be grasped. That is the nature of phenomena. It is ungraspable like space. 40. 33.45, that is how phenomena are taught. That there is nothing to be seen. For the one who does not see phenomena, phenomena are beyond conception. 41. 33.46, these phenomena have no nature. They have no nature to be found. For those dedicated to Buddhahood's enlightenment, this is the domain of the yogin. 42. 33.47, the ones who know phenomena in that way will not have attachment to phenomena. Not being attached to phenomena, they understand the conceptualization of phenomena. 43. 33.48, the Bodhisattva, the protectors, have annihilated all phenomena. Having annihilated the conceptualization of phenomena, they do not become proud in the Buddha's Dharma. 44. 33.49, having no pride in that preeminence, they examine and teach that preeminence. The ones who know that preeminence will have no pride throughout 10 million eons. 45. 33.50, the foolish examine that preeminence and subsequently continue in Sutra. It has no location that can be found, even though one searches throughout the 10 directions. 46. 33.51, the Bodhisattva, knowing emptiness. 1073. Has no attachment to Sutra. F.106.a. 1074. They practice to attain enlightenment. 1075. But their practice cannot be found. 47. 33.52, their passage cannot be found. Like that of a bird through the sky. The Bodhisattva realize that nature of enlightenment. 48. 33.53, just as a well-trained conjurer is able to display illusions. Although there are many kinds of forms, there is no form that can be grasped. 49. 33.54, there is no pride in acquisition or non-acquisition. As there is no acquisition in acquisition, that wisdom is like an illusion, and that illusion has no location. 50. 33.55, thus the understanding of fools is a conceptualization of empty phenomena. Engaging in conceptualization, they are doomed to the 6 existences. 51. 33.56, beings undergo rebirth and aging. There is no end to their being reborn. There is no end to the suffering of skandhas that are born and die. 52. 33.57, the suffering of birth and Sutra is the conceptualization of foolish understanding. This does not cease throughout eons. Beings continue in Sutra for millions of eons. 53. 33.58, they continue in the performance of activities, whether that of engagement or disengagement. They delight in the actions they perform. But those activities will not liberate them. 54. 33.59. They are carried along on a river of actions. And their actions will have no end. They will die over and over. Always dwelling in the realm of Tamras. 55. 33.60. Overpowered by Tamras, with poor understanding. They act through being afflicted by the klesas. They experience births and deaths that take place in various worlds. 56. 33.61. Those various beings who are blind fools. They proceed toward death. They are killed and destroyed. And their existences are terrible. 57. 33.62. Those with foolish understanding kill each other with weapons. By continuing with that kind of activity, their sufferings only increase. 58. 33.63. Those with foolish understanding think, my sons and my wealth. They conceive of that which has no existence, and thereby continue to extend Sasra. 59. 33.64. They who extend Sasra. Those individuals continue in Sasra. They each go their individual ways. And therefore they are called individual beings. 60. 33.65. They reject the Buddha's teaching, f.106.b. and teach numerous other doctrines. They are under the power of Mra. And they will not attain liberation. 61. 33.66. These fools, because of their desires, have intercourse with putrid women. They will be reborn as putrid beings, falling into the lower realms as a result. 62. 33.67. The Buddha praised neither desire nor having intercourse with women. That is a terrifying news. The dreadful news of women. 63. 33.68. Those who are wise avoid it. Like a vicious poisonous snake. They do not put their trust in women. That is not the path to enlightenment. 64. 33.69. They meditate on the path to enlightenment. That has been taught by all the Buddha. 1076. Having meditated on that path, they become unsurpassable Buddha. 65. 33.70. Those who have become unsurpassable become shrines in the world. With unsurpassable wisdom, they become unsurpassable Buddha. 66. 33.71. They follow the Buddha vows and follow the path of correct conduct. They lead toward enlightenment. Countless millions of beings. 67. 33.72. They accomplish the benefit of innumerable, countless beings. They are heroes with great wisdom, who beat the drum of deathlessness. 68. 33.73. They make the realm of Mra shudder. They make the Mras shake. They lead to enlightenment. Countless millions of Mras. 69. 33.74. They overcome their opponents. They defeat the Kritikas. They shake the entire earth, with its mountains and oceans. 70. 33.75. The great leaders through many transformations. 1077. Manifest miraculous manifestations of the body. The great wise ones display inconceivable miracles. 71. 33.76. They shake millions of realms, as numerous as the Ganges sands. They defeat the Mras, and are greatly famed Buddha. 72. 1078. 33.77. They manifest trees. 1079. Adorned with jewels, aromatic and beautiful, bearing flowers and fruits. 73. 33.78. Those heroes emanate delightful mansions, f.107.a. 1080, 1081. Palaces and pinnacled halls, and beautiful lotus ponds. 74. 1082. 33.79, filled with water that has the 8 qualities. That is clear, cool, and unstained. Those who drink that water cease yearning for the 3 existences. 75. 33.80, they become irreversible. Those who drink that supreme water through supreme wisdom, they become supreme Buddha. 76. 33.81, know that they enter the supreme way of peace. Those who do not know that way, those focused on perceptions, will perish. 77. 1083. 33.8. 2. The beings who follow that way, and those who depend upon them, will fall into the great terror of unendurable absence. 78. 33.83, the terrible sufferings there are beyond description. But I and the Bodhisattva, the protectors, know them. 79. 33.84, they doubt the Dhamma, which is profound and difficult to see. It is not on the level of fools, those who remain focused on perceptions. 80. 33.85, the manifestations of displays, of appearances of many forms, they are all of them seen in the Supreme Buddha realms. 81. 33.86, all the appearances of manifested forms that are in every Buddha realm are all revealed here by Bodhisattva with great miraculous powers. 82. 33.87, those great heroes with great strength wear the armor of the great Dhamma. They strike with the blows of the great Vajra of the meaning of emptiness. 83. 33.88, many thousands of millions of light rays, as numerous as the sands in the Ganges, are radiated from their bodies, and they illuminate the world. 84. 33.89, they find no pleasure in women, and have no desire for them. Those conceptions have been destroyed naturally with their conceptions of women. 85. 33.90, wherever those heroes are present, those Buddha realms are not empty. How could the mras and evil ones create an obstacle for them? 86. 33.91, those who remain in fabricated views displease a multitude of Buddha. Those who are based upon maliciousness maintain their desires and attachments. 87. 33.92, a. LL of those who maintain those views, f.107.b, should be known to be mras. But those mras and evil ones cannot cause them an obstacle. I. 1084. 33.93, when all conceptualization has ceased, they do not relapse into conceptualization. That is how one should know wisdom to be. The inconceivable wisdom of Buddhahood. 88. 33.94, they see the past, the future, and also the present. Phenomena are revealed in that way. But there is nothing to be revealed. 89. 33.95, they do not know through knowledge. They are not despondent because of no knowledge. When knowledge and no knowledge have been examined, that is what is said to be the knowledge of Buddhahood. 90. 1085. 33.96, the Bodhisattva know communication, words, and terms, and they accomplish immeasurable, inconceivable benefits for beings. 91. 33.97, in order for a concept to be known, it is taught through grasping. The non-grasping of a concept is taught for the sake of detachment. 92. 33.98, that which is detachment is taught to be detachment from conceptions. 1086. As the nature of conceptions is known. 1087. There will be no conceptions. 93. 1088, 1089. 33.99, when someone has the conception I must eliminate this conception. They cause conceptions to increase. And they will not be free from conceptions. 94. 33.100. For whom has this conception arisen? Who has made this conception arise? Who perceives this conception? Who ends this conception? 95. 33.101. When a conception arises. For anyone. Even a Buddha could not find any such phenomenon. Contemplate the meaning of this. And there will be no conception. 96. 33.102. When does a conception arise? For whom does the conception appear? How does liberation arise? In the process of the mind. 97. 33.103. When liberation is experienced. All thoughts become non-thought. When thoughts become non-thought. At that time there is non-thought. 98. 33.104. When one is on the level of thoughts. Having thus contemplated. All thoughts are eliminated. And there is non-thought. 99. 33.105. This is the ripening of good qualities, F.108.a. Which is seen without mentation. And the thoughts of all beings are known in a single instant. 100. 33.106. As beings are, so are their thoughts. As are their thoughts, so are the jhanas. The inconceivable Buddha has taught these thoughts. 101. 33.107. When will thoughts cease for those who think of being alone in solitude? When they do not think that thought, then all thoughts will cease to be. 102. 33.108. When it comes to the time of death, and their thoughts are continuing, their consciousness will follow the thoughts, and they will not be free from thought. 103. 33.109. If a man retains the concept of a woman, his desire will continue to arise. If this concept has ceased, he will not be stained by desire. 104. 33.110. This thought is a great thought. It is the unsurpassable thought of the Dhamma. Through this thought of the Dhamma, there will be a continuity of correct thoughts. 105. 33.111. Through incorrect thought, there will be numerous, countless thoughts. And though one thinks for a very long time, there will still be no cessation to thinking. 106. 33.112. When someone has the thought of a name, in that cessation there is no wisdom. 1090. There is no cessation in the knowledge of a word. 1091. That is the nature of cessation. 107. 33.113. Through words, speech, and communication, phenomena are taught using the term cessation. Between phenomena there is no distinction. And through knowing that there is cessation. 108. 33.114. Even if it is explained for 10 million eons, that they are unproduced and unceasing, without attributes and without characteristics, they are taught to be without attributes. 109. 33.115. When all existents have ceased to exist, and they remain in non-existence, existence is not taught to be other than non-existence, and non-existence is not taught to be other than existence. 110. 33.116. The teaching of non-existence is given through the word non-existence. But not even all the Buddha can see non-existence. 111. 33.117. That which exists is taught as this non-existence of all that exists. Knowing existence in this way, they are taught to be non-existent. 112. 33.118. There is no one whosoever who can connect with this non-existence. The connection with this non-existence results in a teaching that is one of conventions. 113. 1092. 33.119. The ones who have inti Our minds the thought. F.108.b. I shall become a Buddha in this world. Will not be afflicted by craving for existence. And those wise ones will attain enlightenment. 114. 33.120. The Bodhisattva in meditation. Do not long for any phenomenon. When nothing is apprehended. 1093. That is called enlightenment. 115. 33.121. There are many who say, I am in a state of enlightenment. But not knowing this approach, they are far from Buddhahood's enlightenment. 116. 33.122. The Dhamma that is taught through words is entirely composite and empty. The nature of these words is profound, subtle, and difficult to see. 117. 33.123. It is through great higher cognition that the teaching of this Sutra is given. It is taught by all the Buddha for the sake of the Bodhisattva. 118. 33.124. Remedies defeat. However many klesas they have, remaining in higher cognition, they cultivate miraculous powers. 119. 33.125. They maintain the knowledge of contemplation. And then that knowledge also ceases. There is an insatiable acquisition of inconceivable, immeasurable wisdom. 120. 33.126. Their samadhi and miraculous actions are devoid of mentation. Such is the ripening of these heroes, who are always in a state of meditation. 121. 33.127. With these ripened miraculous powers, they go to millions of realms, and they see those who are the illumination of the worlds, who are as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. 122. 33.128. Their births and their deaths are the processes of their minds. They have attained power over their minds, and their bodies are bright. 123. 33.129. The Buddhasvakas who maintain the miraculous powers they have cultivated do not even approach a 16th fraction of the miraculous activities free of mentation. 124. 33.130. All the devas are unable to know their thoughts. Only the lords of the worlds, and those who are equal to them, can do so. 125. 33.131. They do not become bald, and their hair does not become white. They do not have evident aging, and thus have no suffering or death. 126. 33.132. They do not have doubt or mistrust, and they have no uncertainty. F.109.a. Day and night they seek for thousands of millions of stars. 127. 33.133. All their propensities for the klesas are eliminated. They always have an equal mind toward all beings. 128. 33.134. They teach quintillions of Samadhis throughout the 10 directions. Without respite they answer thousands of millions of questions. 129. 33.135. The concept of male, the concept of female, and all other concepts have ceased. They remain in the recognition of non-existence, and they teach that which is certain and true. 130. 33.136. With completely pure wisdom, they teach the Dhamma correctly. They are dedicated to proclaiming the Dhamma, and are in the domain of samadhi and wisdom. 131. 33.137. Though they practice dhyana, they do not remain in existence. Their words are not meaningless. Their teaching of the Dhamma is fruitful. 132. 33.138. Those who delight in this Sutra will easily become human, avoid all disadvantageous existences, and repay the kindness of all the Buddha. 133. 33.139, those who possess one verse of this precious sutra will abandon sastra for countless eons. 134. 33.140, those who delight in this sutra are seen by all the Buddha. They will serve the Buddha and quickly attain enlightenment. 135. 33.141, those who delight in this sutra, they will have no doubt or uncertainty concerning the entire dharma, and they are near to nirvana. 136. 33.142, they will see a great hero, a Tathagata on Dhraka. All the Buddha will give them prophecies, and they will appear to be compassionate jinas. 137. 33.143, those who follow this sutra in this time of destruction will see Buddha Maitreya and attain excellent patience. 138. 33.144, they will remain at the summit of existence, the inconceivable summit of existence, and at that inconceivable summit they will know no doubt. 139. 33.145, they will not have any doubt at all, not even an atom of doubt, as they have eliminated every atom of doubt. 1094. Enlightenment will not be difficult to attain. 140, f.109.b. 33.146, in the terrifying age of destruction, they will undergo hardship, train in this precious sutra, and have an unceasing eloquence. 141. 1095. 33.147, they will promulgate this sutra, and will guard the treasure of the Buddha. This is an offering to all the Buddha, an inconceivable offering of the dharma. 142. 33.148, those who maintain this sutra during the cruel age of destruction will without difficulty attain wisdom, the inconceivable wisdom of Buddhahood. 143. 33.149, those who received this sutra from the Buddha of the past will come into possession of it and promulgate it in the age of destruction. 144. 33.150, their voices will proclaim the conduct of the Kya Lion in the presence of lords of the world, in millions of Buddha realms. 145. 33.151, and in the presence of the Buddha. 1096. They will always roar the lion's roar, with an endless confidence of speech, teaching the enlightenment of Buddhahood. 146. 33.152, those who have been prophesied by the Buddha will be born into the Ikaku family. They will protect this enlightenment during the terrifying age of destruction. 147. 33.153, their bodies will be perfect, adorned by the primary signs of a great being. They will send emanations to make homage to millions of Buddha. 148. 33.154, there will be the manifestation of golden, illusory flowers, and flowers made of beryl, of crystal, and of silver. 149. 33.155, and every kind of jewel appearing from their hands, which they will scatter toward the Buddha in seeking the path to enlightenment. 150. 33.156, various kinds of offerings and perfectly created music, as numerous as the Ganges sands, will be emitted from the pores of their bodies. 151. 33.157, the countless millions of beings who hear that music will progress irreversibly toward Buddhahood's highest wisdom. 152. 33.158, those millions of Buddha recite countless praises, and their sound is heard within countless realms. 153. 33.159, for those who hear that sound, all their conceptualization ceases. F.110.a. When their conceptualization has ceased, they will see endless Buddha. 154. 1097. 33.160, with that kind of wisdom, they will practice bodhisattva conduct. They will benefit all beings, and become jinas who benefit others. 155. 33.161, those who possess this samadhi are wise ones who will obtain these benefits and qualities, and also countless others. 156. 33.162, even a female who hears this sutra and retains a single verse will change from having a female existence and will become a dharmavaka. 157. 33.163, she will never again afterward have a female existence, and will always be handsome and adorned by the primary signs of a great being. 158. 33.164, they will all come to possess these supreme qualities described in this supreme sutra, and they will quickly attain enlightenment. 159. 33.165, having obtained this sutra, which is the domain of all the Buddha. 1098. Throughout all their lifetimes, they will always be without fear. 160. 33.166, teaching this samadhi, this peace, is the creation of bodhisattva. Whoever wishes to attain enlightenment should give the teaching of this sutra. 161. 33.167, they will be close to the lords of sages, and will be close to Buddhahood's enlightenment. They will before long attain this level of peace and meditation. 162. 33.168, the Bodhisattva, the heroes, always remain in this enlightenment. They see millions of Buddha, as numerous as the Ganges sands. 163. 33.169, they will become Chakravatin kings who rule the world. See stainless Buddha who have minds of perfect peace. Praise those lords of the worlds with hundreds of verses, and obtain the peace of this stainless samadhi. 164. 33.170, they will make unequaled offerings to those guides. 1099. Who have perfect, great fame and are supreme among humans and devas. And they will cast aside the kingdom like sp. Ital. And pure, perfectly pure, will practice celibacy. 165. 33.171, they will enter homelessness in the sage's teaching, and obtain the peace of this stainless samadhi. F.110.b. They will have friendly speech with gentle words, and become empowered and wise in teaching a million sutras. 166. 1100. 33.172, having attained this samadhi they will teach it to many beings. Empty and without attributes, the perfect attainment of peace. The perfect and unimpeded practice of the dharma of complete peace. The empty nature that is constant, stainless peacefulness. 167. 33.173, they have profound realization, continuous endless realization. A vast realization, a realization that is incalculably beneficial. Having attained profound peace, this samadhi, they will become an illumination for all worlds. 168. 33.174, having attained this peace, this stainless samadhi, they will be continually pure in celibacy, unsullied, always free of the klesas, and lead millions of other beings to be the same. 169. 33.175, having attained this peace, this stainless samadhi, they will have exceedingly sharp wisdom, supreme wisdom. They will gain an ocean of learning and always have infinite understanding. Virtuous speech, excellent understanding, and knowledge of the instructions. 170. 33.176. Having attained this peace, this stainless samadhi, they will gain skill in works and skill in the arts, skill in healing and likewise skill in herbs. In everything they will be constant and perfect. 171. 33.177. Having attained this peace, this stainless samadhi, they will be perfect and completely skilled in poetry, treatises, comedy, music, song, and dance, always becoming masters of these in this world. 172. 33.178. Having attained this peace, this stainless samadhi, such people will be those who always have a retinue. They will not cause division, but will always keep harmonious unity and practice the supreme, highest, peaceful bodhisattva conduct. 173. 33.179. Having attained this peace, this stainless samadhi, those wise people will never have sorrow, pain, or mental anguish, and will at all times be free of illness. 174. 33.180. Having attained this peace, this stainless samadhi, in this human world they will not have any illness, no physical pain, nor likewise mental pain, no toothache, and similarly no headache. 175. F.111.A. 33.181. Having attained this peace, this stainless samadhi, they will never have any illness occur. None of the various sicknesses of the mortal world, whether physical illness or likewise mental illness. 176. 33.182. Having attained this peace, this stainless samadhi, they will never have the many different kinds of afflictions, whether they are the various kinds of mental afflictions, or the various kinds of physical illnesses. 177. 33.183. Having attained this peace, this stainless samadhi, just as space, the air, is undefiled, has a pure nature, and is vast and bright. 1101. In the same way their minds will be completely pure. 178. 33.184. Having attained this peace, this stainless samadhi, just as moonlight, and likewise sunlight, too, are pure, ungraspable, and radiant, in the same way their minds will be bright. 179. 33.185. Just as it is not easy, using pigments, to paint various forms in the air, in the same way it is not easy to create pictures in the minds. 1102. Of those who remain in this stainless samadhi of peace. 180. 33.186. Just as the wind blows in the four directions. 1103. Going in every direction without impediment. Their continuum of mind is like the wind, moving unimpeded, without attachment, throughout the world. 181. 1104. 33.187. One may be able to catch the wind with a net. One may be able to bind the wind with a noose. But it is not so easy to know the mind of someone who has meditated on this stainless samadhi of peace. 182. 33.188. One may be able to catch a reflection on water, and obtain from it a bowl of sesame oil. But it is not so easy to know the mind of someone who has meditated on this stainless samadhi of peace. 183. 33.189. Someone may be able to catch in their hands the lightning that flashes from the thundering clouds. But it is not so easy to know the extent of the mind of someone who has meditated on this stainless samadhi of peace. 184. F.111.B. 1105. 33.190. One may be able to know the languages of all beings, the beings in the Buddha realms in the 10 directions. But it is not so easy to know the heights of the mind of Bodhisattva who have attained this Samadhi. 185. 33.191. When they have attained this stainless Samadhi of peace, they will have no klesas and be undefiled. Those who have attained this Samadhi of peace will never again have attachment to the three existences. 186. 1106, 1107. 33.192. Having attained this stainless Samadhi of peace, they have no longing for objects of desire, no longing for forms. 1108. They have no longing for women and have unconfused minds. They are peaceful, completely peaceful, and undefiled. 187. 33.193. Having attained this stainless Samadhi of peace, they have no longing for sons, no longing for daughters. They have no longing for a wife, and no longing for attendants. Their conduct is peaceful and they are undefiled. 188. 33.194. They have no longing for gold and no longing for wealth. They have no longing for higher rebirth and no attachment to money and jewels. They have completely pure minds and are free of thought. That is the uniqueness of this attainment of Samadhi. 189. 33.195. They do not practice celibacy for a higher rebirth. 1109. The wise are not generous out of yearning for a higher rebirth. Bodhisattvas are generous because they desire enlightenment. That is the uniqueness of this attainment of Samadhi. 190. 33.196. Those who accomplish this stainless Samadhi do not practice asceticism in order to have a kingdom, nor in order to become sovereign over the three existing s. They benefit many beings because they long for enlightenment. 191. 33.197. They have no longing for songs and no longing for dance. They have no longing for incense and no longing for drink. 1110. And they have no longing for food and no longing for clothes. That is the uniqueness of this attainment of Samadhi. 1111. 33.198. They have no longing for eyes and no longing for ears. They have no longing for a nose and no longing for a tongue. And they have no longing for a body and no longing for a mind. That is the uniqueness of this attainment of Samadhi. 2. 33.199. They have no longing for home and no longing for the forest. F.112.a. They have no longing for a monastery and no longing for a village. And they have no longing for a region and no longing for a town. That is the uniqueness of this attainment of Samadhi. 3. 33.200. They have no longing for generosity and no longing for conduct. They have no longing for patience and no longing for diligence. And they have no longing for meditation and no longing for wisdom. That is the uniqueness of this attainment of Samadhi. 4. 33.201. They have no longing for being and no longing for life. They have no longing for the Buddha and no longing for the Dharma. And they have no longing for the Sangha and no longing for enlightenment. That is the uniqueness of this attainment of Samadhi. 33.202. They have no longing for existence and no longing for non-existence. They have no longing for the middle way and no longing for the extremes. And they have no longing for everything and no longing for nothing. That is the uniqueness of this attainment of Samadhi. 6. 33.203. When they have attained this stainless Samadhi of peace, desire can never cause them harm. Those who yearn for women have confused minds. And they know that this is the nature of desire. 192. 33.204. When they have attained this stainless Samadhi of peace, anger can never cause them harm. The wise ones destroy malice. Through love they completely overcome anger. 193. 1112. 33.205. Ignorance can never cause them harm. Wisdom eliminates ignorance and stupidity. They attain measureless wisdom free of darkness. These qualities from attaining Samadhi are measureless. 194. 33.206. Desire is always overcome by repulsiveness. 1113. Anger is constantly defeated by love. Wisdom cuts through ignorance, the net of the klesas. Those who have attained Samadhi are majestic to the whole world. 195. 33.207. Sleep can never cause them harm. They eliminate the various subsidiary klesas. They are undefiled and liberated. These qualities from attaining Samadhi are measureless. 196. 33.208. Desire can never cause harm. To the Bodhisattva who possess this Samadhi. F.112.b. They delight always in generosity. They give away their possessions and give happiness. 197. 33.209. The Bodhisattva who possess this Samadhi possess power that is beyond compare. At all times they are in the possession of strength. There is no one who is their equal in the world. 198. 33.210. They become Chakravartins in this world. They come to Jambudvipa as the sovereign of humans. And many beings make offerings to them. And in particular they attain the unique wisdom free of darkness. 199. 33.211. Such Bodhisattva become the leaders in a special, jewel lake family. 1114. They have great wealth and are lords over many people. 1115. They have horses, elephants, and perfect chariots to ride upon. They have abundant gold and precious jewels. 200. 1116. 33.212. Those who have faith in the supreme wisdom of the Buddha. They are called the Jewel Lake families in Jambudvipa. They are born there into special, Jewel Lake families. And they benefit the multitude of their kin. 201. 33.213. They carefully engender faith in those who are of families in Jambudvipa who have no faith. They bring a multitude of beings to aspire to enlightenment. And they become self-arisen Buddha, supreme Jinas. 202. 33.214. They attain unequaled, highest enlightenment. And turn the unequaled them wheel in Buddha realms. 1117. Those who then know that them wheel will all remain in the birthlessness of phenomena. 203. 33.215. The Bodhisattva will perform many activities. Beings will constantly make offerings to them. They will constantly accomplish unequaled benefit. They will remove the darkness from the eyes of beings. 204. 33.216. 205. 1118. 33.217. The Bodhisattva, joyous, with loving min, DS, and unstained, will become Buddha. Wherever those Bodhisattva are present, they will create an immeasurable benefit for beings. 206. 33.218. They will protect correct conduct and have matchless celibacy. They will meditate on Samadhi for many endless eons. F.113.a. They will constantly have certainty in dhyana and liberation. Those Bodhisattva will be the sons of the Buddha. 207. 33.219. They always practice the basis of miraculous powers. And they go to various infinite realms. They listen to the dharma taught by the Suktas. And, having the power of retention, they remember everything. 208. 33.220. Those Bodhisattva who have the power of retention teach endless, countless stras. Those Bodhisattva who have the power of retention accomplish countless benefits for beings. 209. 33.221. They know the deaths and rebirths, and the coming and going of beings, what kind of actions they do, and the ripening of their karma. 210. 33.222. In that transference of karma, There are not even atoms to be found. Those greatly famous Bodhisattva know, too, that this is so. 211. 33.223, Emptiness is the supreme dwelling of the great beings. They establish countless millions of beings in the great inner. 212. 33.224, when they are teaching, they have no concept of beings. The Bodhisattva teach without engaging in phenomena. 213. 33.225, when they teach the Dhamma, there is no apprehending of an object. They reside in emptiness, established in endure. Ing wisdom. 214. 33.226, when someone has been taught this Samadhi, in which all the teachers reside, no conceptions arise in him. He naturally has no conceptions about women. 215. 33.227, when conceptions of women have ceased, he sits at the Bodhima. Once he has sat at the Bodhima, the conceptions of Mra cease. 216. 33.228, the wise one does not see Mra and Mra is army. 1119, 1120. And neither does he see the three daughters of Mra. 217. 33.229, once he is seated upon the Bodhima, all his conceptions are eliminated. Once all his conceptions are eliminated, this entire world is shaken. 218. 33.230, so, too, are all the worlds in the 10 directions, F.113.b, with their Sumerus and their oceans. And this is known by all the beings in the 10 directions. 219. 1121. 33.231, this shaking of the world is the miracle of the Bodhisattva. It is shaken 6 times when he attains supreme enlightenment. 220. 33.232, all the composite phenomena there are, and all the non-composite phenomena. All phenomena are understood, that are taught by the word phenomena. 221. 1122. 33.233, there is nothing there to be understood. And that lion's roar arises. Knowing this process of arising, he becomes an illuminating Buddha. 222. 33.234, phenomena appear dependently. Phenomena are produced dependently. The wise ones know the entirety of the dependence of phenomena. 223. 33.235, they know the development of all phenomena. They have complete understanding through emptiness. They have wisdom concerning states of existence. They have complete understanding of all phenomena. 224. 33.236, on seeking for these states of existence, the Bodhisattva does not find them. That is the same as the inconceivable knowledge of all the Buddha concerning states of existence. 225. 33.237, the one who has that complete knowledge knows all states of existence. 1123. Knowing the characteristic of the true Dhamma, he brings to an end all illusions. 226. 1124. 33.238, knowing the characteristic of the true Dhamma, he gazes upon all the realms. Having gazed upon all the realms, he seats himself at the Bodhima. 1125. 33.239, having sat at the Bodhima, there is the sound of the lion's roar, which thus resounds throughout countless, innumerable millions of realms. 227. 33.240, all those greatly renowned Buddha heroes also cause those realms to shake. The leader of beings guides beings in the way that they are to be guided. 228. 33.241, having reached the highest enlightenment, He rises from the Bodhima. He guides the countless, innumerable beings who are to be guided. 229. 33.242. Then the Buddha emanates. Infinite Buddha emanations. These Buddha emanations go 1126 to thousands of millions of realms. 230. 1127. 33.243. They lead countless millions of beings to the highest enlightenment. F.114.a. He teaches the Supreme Dharma for the benefit of all beings. 231. 33.244. That kind of great wisdom is the inconceivable wisdom of a Buddha. Therefore develop the aspiration, the supreme aspiration to enlightenment. 232. 1128. 33.245. Develop veneration for those with the highest qualities. The Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. And the heroes, the Bodhisattva, who seek for the highest enlightenment. 233. 33.246. Without becoming disheartened. Venerate them unflaggingly. And become before long an illuminating Buddha. 234. 33.247. Those Bodhisattva who come here from thousands of realms see the lamp of the world, teaching the Supreme Dharma. 235. 33.248. Those great heroes throw down great jewels for the guide. And in order to attain enlightenment, they cast down coral tree flowers. 236. 33.249. They adorn this realm, the highest Buddha realm. All of the 10 directions. 1129. Are covered with networks of jewels. 237. 33.250. They string up flags and erect millions of banners. And they adorn this realm with endless adornments. 238. 33.251. They create countless, beautiful, pinnacled halls with balconies. 1130. Upper chambers and towers. 1131, 1132. Adorned with every jewel. 239. 33.252. They create palaces with crescents, round windows and aviaries, incense, banners, and vases. 1133. And adorned with many jewels. 240. 33.253. The aroma of incense. 1134. Spreads through this Buddha realm. 1135. That delightful incense pervades a billion realms. 241. 1136. 33.254. When it has spread through them, a rain of incense falls. Those who smell that incense become Buddha guides. 242. 33.255. They cast away the pain of desire. 1137. They do not have anger and craving. 1138. The net of ignorance is destroyed. 1139. And all darkness comes to an end. 243. 33.256. There they attain the miraculous powers and the strengths, powers, and aspects of enlightenment. F.114.b. They attain the jhanas and the liberations, and become worthy of offerings. 244. 33.257. 50 million beautiful. 1140. Seats are arranged, draped with millions of cloths. 1141. And nets of jewels. 245. 1142. 33.258. The Bodhisattva, the famous heroes, are gathered there upon those seats. 1143. They shine with the primary signs, and also with the secondary signs. 246. 33.259. This entire Buddha realm is adorned by trees made of jewels. There are emanated ponds that are filled with water that has the 8 qualities. 247. 33.260. Those on the banks of those pools who drink from their waters are freed from all craving and become worthy of veneration by the world. 248. 33.261. In other realms, too, Bodhisattva gather. They praise the Buddha, the lion of the chaos, the protector. 249. 33.262. Those who hear that praise become guides of the worlds. Here I have described this Sutra's inconceivable benefits. 250. 33.263. Countless millions of lotuses are emanated, which have petals made of gold and pericarps of Purvasra. 251. 1144. 33.264. They have stems of beryl. 1145. They have leaves of crystal. 1146. They have stamens of emerald. 1147. And have beautifully appeared. 252. 33.265. They have an inconceivable aroma that they continuously emit. The inconceivable aroma of the lotuses fills millions of realms. 1148. 33.266. Those who smell that aroma that they delightfully emanate will have delight in their minds, and all their illnesses will cease. 253. 33.267. Desire, anger, and ignorance will cease without trace. When those 3 faults have ceased in them, they will be Buddha who bestow happiness. 254. 33.268. From them are emitted sounds, countless numbers of the word Buddha, and from them also the words Dharma and Sangha emanate everywhere. 255. 33.269. And also the words emptiness, absence of attributes, and absence of aspiration. The progress of the numerous millions of beings who hear them becomes irreversible. 256. F.115.a. 33.270. These words that are emanated also reach millions of realms. They establish countless millions of beings in this Buddha wisdom. 257. 33.271. The birds that are peacocks. 1149. Avadwaks and partridges also sing out the word, the unsurpassable word Buddha. 258. 33.272. Birds that are snipes, mynas, cranes, and cuckoos also sing out the word, the inconceivable word Dharma. 1150, 1151. 33.273. The birds that are parrots, geese, ducks, shelducks, and swans also sing out the word, the unsurpassable word Sangha. 2. 33.274. All the birds that there are in the Deva or the human worlds are continuously singing praises of the 3 jewels. 3. 33.275. Trees made of jewels are manifested in this realm. Those delightful jewel trees are uniquely beautiful. 259. 33.276. On all those trees are hung every kind of ornament. They have manifested in this realm through the power of the Buddha. 260. 1152. 33.277. This display does not exist anywhere in any realm. This unique, superior sight is not to be seen in this realm. 261. 1153 33.278. This is what has been taught by the Kya Lion, the protector, the greatly famed Bodhisattva. Have no doubt in that wisdom. 262. 33.279. They comprehend that highest point. Their way is inconceivable. Their wisdom increases like an ocean into which rivers flow. 263. 33.280. They have no final end. It is like drinking an ocean. This is the inconceivable way of the Bodhisattva that has been taught. 264. 33.281. The greatly famed Bodhisattva, the heroes, are at the highest point. They give forth aspects of speech that are as numerous as the Ganges sands. 265. 33.282. There is such inconceivable speech, but the Bodhisattva have no pride. 1154. They have eliminated pride. And are near to enlightenment. 266. 33.283. They will not ruin their correct conduct, even for the sake of their life. The Bodhisattva are resolute, F.115.b, and behave immaculately. 267. 33.284. They do not become ruined by any concept of desire. They have eliminated all conceptions, and they have countless Samadhis. 268. 33.285. They practice them while in meditation, yet have no attachment to those Samadhis. They have no clinging, they are attentive, and they have no attachment to the world. 269. 33.286. When they leave this world, they go to Sukhvak. When they have arrived there, they see Buddha Amitabha. 270. 33.287. Those Bodhisattva heroes are adorned by the primary signs. They have reached the domain of the 5 higher cognitions, great wisdom, and the retentions. 271. 1155. 33.288. They go to millions of realms and bow down to the feet of the Buddha. Shining, they travel to countless Buddha realms. 272. 33.289. They have eliminated all faults and are purified of all klesas. With the klesas completely eradicated, they are one lifetime from becoming a jina. 273. 33.290. They will not go to the lower realms. From that realm of humans, all rebirth into the lower realms has been eradicated in that realm. 274. 33.291. Do not doubt what has been revealed concerning that protector, the Lord of the world, Amitabha, and you will go to Sukhvak. 275. 1156. 33.292. A woman who has faith on hearing the praise of this precious Sutra. 115. 7. Will soon become a superior wise man, who miraculously goes to billions of realms. 276. 33.293. Many offerings of innumerable kinds, offered continuously to supreme beings, within the appearance of a quintillion realms, cannot equal a fraction of a loving mind. 277. 33.294. Those who always practice correct conduct and samadhi, and also countless jhanas and liberations, who always practice emptiness devoid of attributes, they will soon become subhas in the world. 278. 33.295. The Bodhisattva who maintain the aggregate of correct conduct make the greatest, most special offering to me. Those who maintain the aspiration to enlightenment in the time of degeneration are continuously making an offering to all the Buddha. 279. F.116.a 1158. 33.296. The Bodhisattva in the dreadful time of degeneration, who protect this supreme them taught by the Suttas. 1159. Are my offspring and protectors of the them in the later times. 1160. They have been entrusted by 10 billion Buddha. 280. 33.297 Conclusion of the 33rd chapter, the benefits of possessing the Sutra. B11, 34. Chapter 34. Kemadatta. 34.1 Then the Bhagavan said to the youth Chandraprabha, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who wish for this Samadhi, and wish to attain quickly the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood, should abide in the absence of attributes and be dedicated to making vast offerings to a present Tathagata or to the stupa of a Tathagata who has passed into Nirvana. 1161. 34.2 Young man, those Bodhisattva Mahasattva should develop an aspiration focused upon all beings as they wish for this Samadhi, and, wishing to attain quickly the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood, they should abide in the absence of attributes, without aspiration for the ripening of karma, and use even their own body and life to perform vast actions of making offerings to a present Tathagata or to the stupa of a Tathagata who has passed into Nirvana. 34.3 With their mind and attention focused on compassion, with a loud, clear voice, elevated and pleasant, and with especially noble vocabulary and a continuity of words they should teach extensively to others, propagate, and explain the Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena. Why is that? Because, young man, this king of Samadhis, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena, is the basis and root of the entire Dharma. 34.4 Young man, when Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have great compassion, F.116.b, and diligently rely on methods are dedicated to making vast offerings to a present Tathagata or to the stupa of a Tathagata who has passed into Nirvana, they should teach extensively to others this king of Samadhis, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena. 34.5 At that time, young man, those Bodhisattva Mahasattva should abide in the doorways to liberation that are emptiness, the absence of attributes, and the absence of aspiration, and should not apprehend any phenomenon whatsoever. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva who abide in the practice of the Samadhi that is free of apprehending will abide in all aspirations. Young man, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva who abide in all aspirations will fulfill all the aspirations of all beings, will quickly attain this Samadhi, and will quickly attain the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood. 1162. 34.6 Young man, you should understand this through the following teaching. 34.7 Young man, in the past, uncountable, vast, immeasurable, inconceivable, innumerable countless eons ago, at that time and in those days, there appeared in the world the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Gaudeta, who was perfect in wisdom and conduct, a Sutta, a knower of the world, an unsurpassable guide who tamed beings, a teacher of devas and humans, a Buddha, and a Bhagavan. 1163. 34.8 Young man, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Gaudeta established countless, innumerable beings in the cessation of defilements, in arhatship, and having established them in that state, he passed into Nirvana. He also established countless, innumerable beings in irreversible progress toward the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood and then passed into Nirvana. F.117.a 34.9 Young man, at that time and in those days, in Jambudvipa there was a king named Vrdua. In order to make offerings to the Tathagata who had passed into Nirva, he built 84 quintillion stupas that contained the relics of the Tathagata, and he presented 84 quintillion lights to each of those stupas. In the same way he offered 84 quintillion musical instruments, percussion instruments, flowers, incense offerings, perfumes, garlands, ointments, powders, robes, parasols, banners, and flags to each of those stupas. 1164. 34.10 Young man, in that way King Vrdua made offerings to the stupas that contained the relics of the Tathagata. Then he gathered 80 quintillion bodhisattva and dedicated himself to making offerings of all the most pleasing necessities to those bodhisattva. 34.11 Every one of all those bodhisattva Mahasattva was a Dharmavaka. They had uninterrupted eloquence, the attainment of Samadhi, and the attainment of unimpeded retention. They were teachers of the pure Dharma, and had attained the perfection of the supreme powers of a bodhisattva. 34.12 Young man, at that time, within that assembly there was a bodhisattva Mahasattva named Kemadatta. He was a young boy with black hair. In the first stage of youth, he had become a youth who did not indulge in desires, but was a young celibate, who had been keeping the vow for a year. 1165. 34.13 Young man, at that time, King Vrdua made a request to that great assembly of bodhisattva. He made a request to those bodhisattva Mahasattva that he might, combining the 6 perfections, accomplish the great retention of the bodhisattva pika, skill in methods, and unimpeded power and guidance. F.117.b That evening he lit a quintillion lights before the stupas that contained the relics of the Tathagata. He also swept clean the circumambulation walkway, moistened and washed it, scattered flowers upon it, and arranged various seats. King Vrdua then came there, accompanied by his harem and the people of the villages, towns, and regions, holding musical instruments, percussion instruments, cymbals, flowers, incense, perfumes, garlands, ointments, powders, robes, parasols, banners, and flags. They made offerings to the stupa, which contained the relics of the Tathagata. Afterwards, in order to hear the Dharma, accompanied by his harem of queens, he ascended to the roof of the palace. Gatherings of devas and humans also assembled in order to hear the Dharma. 34.14 The Bodhisattva Kemadatta saw them and the lights from the numerous quintillions of offered lamps that shone as one pervading radiance. Knowing that many devas and humans had assembled in order to hear the Dharma, he thought, I have entered the Mahayana, and because I now long for this Samadhi I shall make an offering to the Tathagata. It will be such an offering to the Tathagata that it will amaze the worlds of devas, humans, and asuras, and bring them joy, delight, pleasure, and happiness, and they will obtain the light of the Dharma. I shall make an offering that will surpass all the offerings made to the Tathagata by King Vrdua and amaze King Vrdua, his harem of queens, and his attendants, and bring them joy, delight, pleasure, and happiness. F.118.a 34.15 The Bodhisattva Mahasattva Kemadatta was joyful and happy, and knowing that the great assembly of people had gathered to hear the Dharma, that evening he sat in front of the Tathagata's stupa, bound his right hand in cotton, and immersed it in sesame oil. Having immersed it in sesame oil he set it alight. 34.16 At this point the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Kemadatta developed the supreme intention. He developed the supreme intention for the highest complete enlightenment and, seeking complete enlightenment, although his right hand was burning brightly, his mind and the expression of his face remained unchanged. 34.17 Young man, as the Bodhisattva Sattva Kemadatta's right hand burned brightly, and was transformed into a single flame, at that time this great earth shook. The light from his burning right hand made that of the many quintillions of offering lamps seem dark, and its great illumination spread in all directions, its radiance illuminating and pervading every direction. 34.18 He became joyful and happy, and with a gentle and pleasing voice, a uniquely superior vocabulary, and a continuity of words and letters, he taught the Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena so that the entire assembly understood it in detail. 1166. 34.19 The 1200 Tristriya Devas assembled there to listen to the Dharma were made joyous and happy and made various divine offerings. The Apsaras engaged in singing divine songs. 1167. 34.20 King Vdua, who was keeping the 8 Bodha woes, was in the middle of his harem of queens, with his court before him, seated on the roof of his palace. He saw that the Bodhisattva Sattva Kemadatta's hand was burning and outshining all other lights, F.118.b, creating a brightness that transcended the lights of Devas and the lights of humans. 34.21 He thought, this Bodhisattva Sattva has attained great higher cognition, and felt intense joy, faith, veneration, and reverence for the Bodhisattva Sattva Kemadatta. Supported by his great accumulation of merit and roots of merit, he leapt from the roof of the palace, together with his harem of 80 queens. He leapt because of his joy on having seen the Bodhisattva Sattva Kemadatta. 34.22 Because of the roots of merit that were produced by his veneration, he and his retinue were caught by Devas, Angas, Yakas, Gandharvas, Asuras, Garuas, Kinnaras, and Mahoragas. After they had been caught by Devas, Angas, Yakas, Gandharvas, Asuras, Garuas, Kinnaras, and Mahoragas, King Vdua and his retinue, even though they had jumped from a building that was 100,000 cubits high, were physically unharmed, mentally unharmed, and were not unnerved. 34.23 King Vdua extended both his hands, and together with the great assembly of people saw the Bodhisattva Sattva Kemadatta's hand on fire and burning brightly. All of them cried out loudly and wailed. Then the king, together with the great assembly of people, weeping and shedding tears, came before the Bodhisattva Sattva Kemadatta. 34.24 Young man, the Bodhisattva Sattva Kemadatta saw King Vdua, and having seen him asked, Great King, why are you and this great assembly of people here before me crying out loudly, wailing, sorrowful, and weeping? F.119.a King Vdua spoke these verses to the Bodhisattva Sattva Kemadatta. 34.25 These beings have cried out. 1168 Because they have seen that Kemadatta, the one with great wisdom, the learned one, the Dharmavaka, has lost a limb. 34.26 Seeing that this body that emits this brilliant light has had a hand destroyed, I also feel great suffering. 2. 34.27 The light from your burning hand has shone into the 10 directions. The divine light you have emitted has obscured the light of these lamps. 3. 34.28 This earth has been shaken, and you are not disheartened. There arose in me the thought, that is no ordinary wise man. 4. 34.29 I leapt 100,000 cubits, from the roof of my palace, together with my harem of queens. But my body was not harmed. 5. 34.30 How excellent your wonderful wisdom! How excellent your unsurpassable mind! How excellent your dedicated diligence! How excellent your great aspiration! 6. 34.31 Your hand is burning. 1169. But you are not disturbed. You are happy and joyous. And again teach the them. 7. 34.32 Worthy friend, you are as beautiful as the moon that is full, or the sun high in the sky, or Sumeru, the king of mountains. 8. 34.33 Wise one, may I also fulfill such a prayer. Rejecting my care for the body, I will accomplish benefit for beings. 9. 34.34 I delight in joy for the them. My happiness in that is inconceivable. That you have lost a limb causes me the highest suffering. 10. 34.35 Kemadatta, through Devas and Angas, made offerings to the king. And he spoke these verses with infinite confidence. 11. 34.36 Someone who has no hand is not the one who lacks a limb. Someone who has no correct conduct is the one who is lacking a limb. 12. 34.37 This putrid body of mine, 1170, I have offered to the Tathagatas, the inconceivable recipients of offerings, the ones to whom offerings should be made by all the world. 13. F.119.b 34.38 Seeking the wisdom of Buddhahood, I offer to the lords of the worlds infinite billion world universes, entirely filled with jewels. 14. 34.39 There are these material offerings, but there are other inconceivable offerings. Those who know that phenomena are empty give away their bodies and their lives. 15. 34.40 I shall speak words of truth. Great King, listen to me. All the people gathered here, understand the meaning of these verses. 16. 34.41 If it is true that I will become a Buddha, one who is revered by the world, may that truth cause this earth to shake in 6 ways. 17. 34.42 He spoke those words, and the earth shook. Millions of devas were overjoyed, amazed, and astonished. 18. 34.43 The joyous devas and humans developed the aspiration for enlightenment. Immeasurable, incalculable numbers were established in the supreme inner. 19. 34.44 The benefit accomplished by the Bhikkhu Kemadatta is the unending and inconceivable engagement with the wisdom of the Buddha. 20. 34.45 If it is true that this phenomenon that is called hand does not exist, then may that truth cause my hand to be instantly restored as it was before. 21. 34.46 If it is true that this phenomenon called Kemadatta does not exist, though one seeks for it in the 10 directions, it will not be found, because it is empty. 22. 34.47 Whatever sound arises, know it to be empty. Sound is like an echo. No phenomena to be like that. 23. 34.48 When there is fearlessness, emptiness is fully comprehended. Through those words of truth, may the entire world not be burned. 24. 34.49 May all the beings in the 3 existences, the devas and the humans, all rest in a state of meditation, because of the brilliance of omniscience. 25. 34.50 All the misfortunes that devas and humans have, may they all come to cessation through the brilliance of irreversibility. 26. 34.51 After Kemadatta spoke those verses, his hand grew back, f.120.a. And Kemadatta's body became adorned by the primary signs. 27. 34.52, 10,000 million devas, who were residing in the sky, threw down at that moment coral tree flowers upon the bhikkhu. 28. 34.53, those divine flowers filled up this world. A quintillion apsaras engaged in performing songs. 29. 34.54, when Kemadatta emitted these words, 10,000 million Buddha witnessed this miracle. 30. 34.55, in each of their realms, they made his great fame known to their bhikkhus and bhikkhus, apsakas and apsiks. 31. 1171. 34.56, this bhikkhu Kemadatta is wise and has great might. He burned his hand in order to gain the wisdom of Buddhahood. 32. 34.57, thousands of realms, as numerous as the Ganges sands, were illuminated by that lamp, which was like the fire at an eon's end. 33. 34.58, all the realms became filled with flowers and sandalwood powder. 1172. Up to knee height from the ground. 34. 1173. 34.59, jewels and flowers of every kind filled the Buddha realm. Angas brought down a rain of pearls as an offering to Kemadatta. 35. 34.60, this realm became adorned by a display of every kind of jewel. Jewels and pearls were spread out as an offering to Kemadatta. 36. 34.61, Devas, Angas, and Yakas, Kinnaras and Mahoragas. 1174. As numerous as the Ganges sands, were established in the highest enlightenment. 37. 34.62, the Kya lion, the Buddha, was on Vulture Peak mountain, in front of his assembly of bhikkhus. The Jina roared this lion's roar. 38. 34.63, it is I who was Kemadatta, and Ajita was Rudua. For 10,000 million eons, I practiced the Bodhisattva conduct. 39. 34.64, countless women, the moment they saw Bhikkhu Kemadatta, ceased being women. 40. 1175. 34.65, the Lord of Humans prophesied that they would not return, but that they all would become self-arisen guides of the world. 41. F.120.b. 1176. 34.66, the wise who have heard this Sutra, the teaching on the disciplines of mendicancy. 1177. Should have no cherishing for the body, and should study well this dharma. 42. 34.67, conclusion of the 34th chapter, Kemadatta. 1178. 35. Chapter 35. Jvak. 35.1. Then the Bhagavan said to the youth Kandraprabha, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who wish for this Samadhi, and wish to attain quickly the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood, should plant roots of merit and apply themselves to practicing generosity through the dharma or generosity through material things. 35.2, those Bodhisattva Mahasattva should dedicate that generosity through 4 years of dedication. 35.3, what are the 4 dedication prayers? The first dedication prayer is, I plant the roots of merit of this generosity so that I may attain skills in methods, those skills in methods by which the Buddha Bhagavana attained the highest, complete enlightenment of Buddhahood. 1179. 35.4, The second dedication prayer is, I plant the roots of merit of this generosity so that I may listen to those skills in methods from Kalyamitras. Remember them, understand them, possess them, and recite them, and so that I will always be in the company of those Kalyamitras who will attain the highest, complete enlightenment of Buddhahood. 35.5. The third dedication prayer is, I plant the roots of merit of this generosity so that all may obtain the requisites that sustain life in the world, and so that these requisites may come together for me. 1180. 35.6. The fourth dedication prayer is, I plant the roots of merit of this generosity so that I may attain an existence in which I take care of beings. Taking care of them in two ways, taking care of them through the dharma, and taking care of them through material things. 35.7. Young man, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva dedicate those roots of merit through those four prayers of dedication. F.121.a. 35.8. Moreover, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who yearn for this Samadhi, and wish to attain quickly the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood, whether they are homeless renunciants or householders, should sincerely serve, provide for, and attend upon a Bodhisattva Mahasattva who has correct conduct, good qualities, and wisdom. If that Bodhisattva Mahasattva Bhikkhu who possesses this Samadhi were to become ill, afflicted by a powerful illness, then they should eagerly cure him of the illness with their own flesh and blood. Young man, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva who with the perfect higher motivation yearn for this Samadhi and wish to attain quickly the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood should fearlessly and confidently give even their own flesh and blood so that the Dharmavaka Bhikkhu will be healed from his illness. 1181, 1182. 1183. 1184. Young man, this is how that teaching is to be understood. 35.9. Young man, in a past countless eon, numerous, incalculable, countless eons ago, at that time and in those days, there was a Tathagata, an Arhat, a perfectly enlightened Buddha perfect in wisdom and conduct, a Sutta, a knower of the world, an unsurpassable guide who tamed beings, a teacher of devas and humans, the Bhagavan Buddha Achintya Pradanavya Samadhiraja who had appeared in the world. 35.10. Young man, before the end of the day on which he attained the highest complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood, he manifested incalculable, innumerable Buddha emanations and guided countless beings, establishing them in the Arhathood in which all outflows have ceased. F.121.b, and he established countless beings in irreversible progress toward the highest complete enlightenment. And then, before that day had ended, he passed into Nirvana. 35.11. The dharma of that Bhagavan who had passed into Nirvana remained for 100,000 quintillion years. 35.12. Young man, in the last 500 years before the dharma of Bhagavan Achintya Pradanavya Samadhiraja finally came to an end, there were many bhikkhus who held the view of objective existence. They had no yearning, no aspiration for a straw like this and opposed it and attacked it. They harmed and even killed the bhikkhus who possessed this straw. They had attachment to gain and honor and therefore they killed thousands of bhikkhus who possessed a straw like this. 35.13. Young man, at that time and in those days, King Janabala ruled over Jambudvipa. He possessed the dharma and had appeared because of his perfect prayers in previous lifetimes. 35.14. Young man, at that time and in those days, in this Jambudvipa there was a bhikkhu named Bhattamati who possessed this straw. That Dharmavaka went to the king's palace and became a Kalyamitra who was altruistic, was compassionate, and wished to benefit others. The king never tired of gazing upon him and always longed to see him. He came to him for teaching and for discussions on the dharma. He honored him, asked him questions, obtained answers, and was able to understand what was spoken. 35.15 That Dharmavaka Bhikkhu was wise in the behavior, conduct, aspirations, natures, and propensities of beings. He knew the extent of the powers, strengths, and diligence of beings. He was wise in natures and propensities. He was wise in implying the truth. He was also wise in giving answers without implied meaning. He had profound eloquence and was wise in the ways of guiding all beings. He spoke sincerely. His face was free of frowns. F.122.a He remained in a state of greatness of mind. He was dedicated to great compassion. He could not be defeated by any opponent. 1185 1186 1187 35.16 Young man, at that time and in those days, King Janavala's daughter was 16 years old and she was beautiful, attractive, and charming. She had a lovely complexion, and was magnificent. Her name was Jvak. The Bhikkhu Tamaki was her kriya. He taught her the virtuous qualities, extolled them, delighted in them, and made her develop them. 35.17 Young man, at that time and in those days, the Dharmavaka Bhikkhu developed widespread, black erysipelas on both his thighs, which did not respond to treatment and had no known cure, so that the physicians gave up trying to heal him. King Janavala with his harem, sons, daughters, and attendants, on learning that the bhikkhu was ill, wept and shed tears. 35.18 80,000 women, the inhabitants of the cities and towns, the people of the kingdom, the people of the market towns and the regions, the astrologers, ministers, and prime ministers, and the doorkeepers and attendants, hearing that the bhikkhu was ill, wept and shed tears and cried, "May this bhikkhu not die." 35.19 Young man, at that time and in those days, the goddess of King Janavala's family since ancient times, who was always by his side, instructed the king in a dream, saying, "Great king, if fresh, unspoiled human blood is applied to this bhikkhu's erysipelas, and if fresh, untarnished human flesh is prepared with various flavors and given to him to eat, then this bhikkhu will be cured of his illness." 1188 35.20 When that night had passed and King Janavala awoke from his sleep, he entered his harem and he described the dream to his harem, saying, "This is the kind of dream that I have had." F.122.b 35.21 Young man, none of the women in the harem, the king's wives, had the fortitude to provide that remedy for the bhikkhu. 35.22 Princess Jvak also dreamed that kind of dream. When she awoke, she went into the harem and described the dream to her circle of mothers. But none of the women had the fortitude to provide that remedy for the bhikkhu. 35.23 Then Princess Jvak became happy, delighted, thrilled, joyful, pleased, and glad, and made this resolution, "In that case I shall cut from myself the remedy, and as instructed will give him the fresh blood and fresh flesh. I am the youngest and least within the royal household, and my body, speech, and mind are untarnished. I seek untarnished wisdom, and therefore I shall offer my flesh and blood to the untarnished Dharmavaka, so that I may heal this bhikkhu of his illness." 35.24 Then Princess Jvak returned to her own dwelling and, taking up a sharp knife and with her mind focused on the dharma, she cut flesh from her own thigh. She prepared it, adding various excellent flavors. bringing the blood. 2. She went to her kriya and, seated before King Janavala, she applied the blood onto the black erysipelas and nourished the bhikkhu with the well-prepared meal. 1189. 35.25. Then the bhikkhu, not knowing, unaware, and unsuspecting, ate that food. As soon as he had eaten it, the bhikkhu's illness completely vanished and he was entirely cured of his illness. Freed from pain and happy, he taught them so that 1200 beings from among the harem and the assembled people from the land, towns, and countryside developed the aspiration to highest, complete enlightenment. King Janabala then recited these verses to his daughter, F.123.a. 35.26, Daughter, from where did you obtain this blood? And from where did you obtain this human flesh? Daughter, by your preparing this food, the Dharmavaka has become healthy. 1. 35.27, was it from someone slain or who had died that you obtained this flesh prepared with various flavors? Daughter, where did you obtain this blood that has freed him from this evil sickness? 2. 35.28, the daughter listened to her father's words, and Jvat then addressed him. With no despondency, she spoke these words. Listen, father, to what I have to say. 3. 35.29, I too, father, had the dream that was sent by the goddess. Lord of the world, listen to me and understand its true meaning. 4. 35.30, that goddess said to me that whoever gives to the bhikkhu the flesh and blood of a human will cure him of his evil illness. 5. 35.31, I arose from my bed and I entered the harem. I then related my dream to my superiors, my mothers. 6. 35.32, I asked the servants who among them would be able to do this, to make perfectly delicious human blood and flesh. 7. 35.33, if that food is given to him, and if the blood is applied, the bhikkhu will be freed from this black erysipelas. 8. 35.34, if we do not use this method, if we do not apply this remedy, this bhikkhu will soon die because of this illness that he has. 9. 35.35, what being in the three existences would not give their flesh and blood? 1190. What wise ones on seeing this would hold fast to their body? 10. 35.36, though I told the harem of this, not even one woman said she would give. The bhikkhu is beloved and he is beloved by me. So I gave him my flesh and blood for the sake of enlightenment. 11. 35.37, those who seek enlightenment, peace, and freedom from misery have no devotion to their body or dependence on it. Of themselves they cherish not even an atom, and are not saddened to give themselves away. 12. 35.38, when the harem heard those words, F.123.b, they were all perplexed. None of them had the fortitude to take on such an act. 13. 35.39, then I developed the intention that I would provide the food for the bhikkhu, cutting off pieces of my own flesh, and using for lotion my own blue. 14. 35.40, I cut into my own thighs, and obtained the flesh and blood. I myself cooked the pieces of flesh, and added various flavorings. 15. 35.41, in the presence of my father, I gave to the sick bhikkhu the meal of human flesh, and the lotion of blood. 16. 35.42, Lord of men, listen to my words. Sovereign, there not being any human flesh, I cut the flesh from my own thighs, and having cooked it gave it to the Dharmavaka. 17. 35.43, It was for the sake of the highest enlightenment that I accomplished this great purpose with my body. The bhikkhu is cured and returned to health, and I have created immeasurable merit. 18. 35.44 The king inquired of his daughter, "How did you cut the flesh from your body? Daughter, when you engaged in creating this remedy, did you not suffer from physical pain?" 19. 35.45 The wise and fearless princess replied to him, "King, Lord of the earth, listen. Having listened, understand correctly the inconceivable ripening of karma." 20. 35.46 Father, through having done bad actions, beings fall into dreadful hell. They lose their flesh, and again have flesh. See the inconceivable result of actions. 21. 35.47 Through bad karma they have no flesh or blood, and in an instant they again have flesh and blood. Therefore, needless to say that, because of good karma, through aspiration flesh and blood will be created. 22. 35.48 I had no pain when I cut my flesh. When the blood flowed I did not become dizzy. Even if I were to cut off all of my flesh, the body of the worm would have no wound or cut. 23. 35.49 Feeling perfect joy in the worm, I cut the flesh to be given from my thighs. I had no suffering because of the wounds, F.124.a. And my body became as it was before. 24. 35.50 Father, just like a fig tree flower is only seen a few times in many millions of eons, this Dhammavaka is just like that, seen rarely in this Jambudvipa. 25. 35.51 Just as humans never tire of gazing upon shining Jambu river gold, Devas and humans never tire of gazing in that way upon this Dhammavaka. 26. 35.52 Just as a thirsty man is freed from thirst when he drinks clear water, in the same way wise Dhammavakas, free beings of thirst with the nectar of them. 27. 35.53 This my flesh and blood that I bestowed upon the bhikkhu who was afflicted by illness eliminated the Dhammavaka's erysipelas, and I thus respectfully rendered homage to the Buddha. 28. 35.54 I gave of my own flesh to the learned one with correct conduct, who is a holder of this supreme Samadhi. May I obtain from him this dhamma. 29. 35.55 Just as the fragrant aroma of the incense of yellow sandalwood and red sandalwood 1191 spreads throughout the 10 directions, so, too, does the aroma of the Dhammavaka. 30. 35.56 Just as Meru is seen from every direction, and seeing its beauty brings joy, and it illuminates, shining in all directions. In that why the Dhammavaka is like Meru. 31. 35.57 Just as when a wise man rebuilds a stupa that has fallen into ruin, his having faith in that stupa is the cause for it to be rebuilt. 32. 35.58 Likewise, this stupa of the Dhamma was ill, and I cured it by applying blood. With veneration for the Dhamma, with my own flesh, I have lit the lamp for Jambudvipa. 33. 35.59 If this bhikkhu had passed away, the words of this Samadhi would have been forever silenced for the beings in this world. By healing him, this Samadhi will be obtained. 34. 35.60 This bhikkhu is a protector of the whole world, and gives sight to the blind world. With the king of medicines he even heals desire, anger, and ignorance. 35. F.124.b 35.61 He always has a mind that is vast. The extent of his conduct is immeasurable. He is learned in words and their definite meaning, and he cannot be defeated by opponents. 36. 35.62 I have no fear that I will fall into lower realms. And I will not again become a woman. Throughout thousands of millions of eons. As I have performed a supreme service for the Dharmavaka. 37. 35.63 At this point, the Bhagavan said to the youth Chandraprabha, therefore, young man, when the princes had heard this dharma of the Bodhisattva, which is marvelous, wonderful, and very difficult to practice, in order to serve the sick Dharmavaka for whom there was no medicine, she used her own flesh and blood to heal him. Even the gift of just one finger will be a service to the stva of the dharma for beings. 35.64 Thereupon the Bhagavan gave a detailed teaching on that account of the past by chanting the following extensive verses to the youth. Chandraprabha. 1192. 35.65 The one who makes an offering of a single toe gains excellent merit that is millions of times greater than that from offering to the guides. Jewels filling Buddha realms as numerous as the Ganges sands. 38. 35.66 After that girl had passed away, she saw 10,000 million Buddha. She entered homelessness in all their teachings and obtained the supreme peace of this Samadhi. 39. 35.67 When all those supreme humans had passed into Nirvana as Bodhisattva, unafflicted. 1193. She always maintained homelessness. 40. 35.68 She practiced celibacy within the teachings of the Tathagata. 1194. Never again reverting to being a woman, she became a Dharmavaka Bhikkhu. 41. 35.69 Maitreya was Janavala, the ruler of men, who always maintained the supreme dharma. Dvakara was that Dharmavaka, and I was then that princess. 42. 35.70 Akobya, when he was practicing bodhisattva conduct, was at that time the ancient goddess of the family, who was the attendant of sovereign Janavala, and revealed the dream to the king. I. F.125.a 1195. 35.71 Because of my longing for this Samadhi, avoiding all wickedness, I served that Dharmavaka with my flesh and my blood. 43. 35.72 Those who wept when they saw the Bhikkhu afflicted by the agony of his illness became irreversible in their progress in all their lifetimes, and were never reborn into the lower existences. 44. 35.73 They never had illness of the eyes, no illness of the head, no illness of the ears, no illness of the nose, no illness of the tongue, and never any illness of the teeth. 45. 35.74 Those who attended the sick monk became always very attractive, their bodies shining with splendor and majesty, adorned by the vivid 32 signs of hundreds of merits. 46. 35.75 They have entered homelessness in my teaching, and in future times when the supreme enlightenment is vanishing, they will obtain the treasure of the Tathagatas, and see 10,000 million Buddha. 47. 35.76 Having obtained this supreme enlightenment, they will always keep it and venerate it, and having accomplished great benefit for beings, they will see the supreme human, Akobya. 48. 35.77 When they have heard this unsurpassable conduct, they will attain the superior, unworldly joy. When they hear of my past conduct, they will make vast offerings to the Buddha. 49. 35.78 When wise bhikkhus with correct conduct are seen, they should always be served with sincerity, forsaking harshness and anger. 1196. Always serve the Bhikkhu Dharmavakas. 50. 35.79 Forsaking aggression and wrath, Make offerings to my sons, the protectors of the Dharma. Do not be blind for many millions of eons, and fall into the lower existences and experience suffering. 51. 35.80. Those who are malicious toward each other will not be protected by correct conduct, or by learning. They will not be protected by dhyana or by solitude, nor by generosity or offering to Buddha. 52. 35.81 Conclusion of the 35th chapter, Jvak. 36 Chapter 36. Supupakindra. 36.1 Then, at that time Brother Nanda rose from his seat, f.125.b, removed his robe from one shoulder, and, kneeling on his right knee, with palms placed together, he bowed toward the Bhagavan and made this request: if the Bhagavan will give me an opportunity to seek answers to them, I have a few questions for the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha. 36.2 The Bhagavan addressed Brother Nanda, saying, that is why, Nanda, I am seated upon this seat. Ask whatever question you wish to the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha, and I shall gratify you with answers to each and every question you have asked. 36.3 Brother Nanda then said to the Bhagavan, Bhagavan, I have been given the opportunity. Sutta, I have been given the opportunity to receive answers to my questions. 36.4 So Brother Nanda, having received the Bhagavan's permission, sat upon a seat before the Bhagavan and asked him, Bhagavan, what is the cause? And what are the factors whereby when Bodhisattva Mahasattva are practicing infinite Bodhisattva conduct, they do not regress from enlightenment even if their hands are cut off, their feet are cut off, their ears are cut off, their noses are cut off, their eyes are gouged out, their heads are cut off, their bodies are cut up, and their limbs are cut off, or they experience various other kinds of suffering. What is the cause and what are the factors? For that, the Bhagavan replied to Brother Nanda, Nanda, in order to truly accomplish the highest, complete enlightenment, I experienced every kind of suffering. You know and remember this, so what made you decide to ask the Tathagata this question? f.126.a. 36.5 Nanda, as an analogy, if there were a person who was on fire from his feet to the crown of his head, burning so that he was a single flame, and someone else were to come up to him and say, oh, you sir, while you are still burning, should encounter, be provided with, delight in, enjoy, and indulge in the 5 sensory pleasures, what would he think? Would that person, while he was still burning, encounter, be provided with, delight in, enjoy, and indulge in the 5 sensory pleasures? No, Bhagavan, he would not, replied Nanda. 36.6 The Bhagavan continued, Nanda, consider whether that person, while still burning, could encounter, be provided with, delight in, enjoy, and indulge in the 5 sensory pleasures. The Tathagata, while practicing Bodhisattva conduct in the past, was not happy or joyful on seeing beings suffering and in poverty in the 3 lower existences. 36.7 Nanda, when Bodhisattva Mahasattva of the past were practicing Bodhisattva conduct, they had perfect correct conduct, faultless correct conduct, pure correct conduct, unalloyed correct conduct, immaculate correct conduct, unwavering correct conduct, unshakable correct conduct, imperturbable correct conduct, resolute correct conduct, sincere correct conduct, trustworthy correct conduct, honest correct conduct that was faithful to the vows they had taken, and correct conduct that benefits beings. That is the kind of correct conduct they had. 36.8 Nanda, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva of the past who were practicing Infinite bodhisattva conduct did not regress if their hands were cut off, did not regress if their feet were cut off, f.126.b, did not regress if their ears were cut off, did not regress if their noses were cut off, did not regress if their eyes were gouged out or their heads were cut off, and did not regress if their body or limbs were severed. Even if they experienced various kinds of suffering, they quickly attained the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood. B12. 36.9, Nanda, you should understand this through the following teaching. Nanda, in the past, countless, vast, immeasurable, inconceivable, innumerable countless eons ago, at that time and in those days, there appeared in the world the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Ratnapadmakandravadhyudgataja, who was perfect in wisdom and conduct, a Sutta, a knower of the world, an unsurpassable guide who tamed beings, a teacher of devas and humans, a Buddha, and a Bhagavan. 36.10, at that time and in those days, the lifespan of the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Ratnapadmakandravadhyudgataja was 99 quintillion eons. Each day, every day, he established 99,100,000 quintillion beings irreversibly in the Dharma. Having established them in the Dharma, he passed into Nirvana. He established countless, innumerable beings in the state of arhathood without outflows, and having done so passed into Nirvana. He established countless, innumerable beings in irreversible progress toward the highest, complete enlightenment, and then he passed into Nirvana. 1197. 36.11, Nanda, at that time, after the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Ratnapadmakandravadhyudgataja, f.127.a, had passed into Nirvana, during the last 500 years when the Supreme Dharma was vanishing, at the time when the Supreme Dharma was being destroyed, there was, Nanda, a king named Radhakta. King Radhakta had 84,000 women in his harem. He had 1,000 sons, and 500 daughters. 36.12, at that time and in those days, King Radhakta had a capital city named Rakvyat, which was vast and immense, and had 4 gateways. It was adorned and beautified by balconies, porticos, entranceway, arches, windows, pavilions, towers, and gardens. It was beautiful, and appeared like the abode of a deity. It was the residence of countless, innumerable beings. 1198, 1199, 1200, 1201, 1202, 1203, 1204. 36.13, Nanda, at that time and in those days, many people detested straws like this. Many people rejected them. Many people were hostile to them. Many people dismissed them. It was a time of great terrors. It was a time of great calamities, of excessive rains, and of droughts. It was a time of many snakes. It was a time of disasters caused by lightning. It was a time of famines. It was a time of false views. It was a time of wrong views. It was a time of seeking out the mantras of the Tritikas. It was the time when the enlightenment of Buddhahood was vanishing. 36.14, 7,000 bodhisattvas were expelled from the villages, the towns, the market towns, the regions, the capital, and the kingdom. They, alone, with the Dharmavaka Supupakindra, resorted to the forest called Samantabhadra and dwelt there. Supupakindra taught those bhikkhus there the Dharma teaching of retention. 36.15, Nanda, in that forest a variety of flowers, blossoms, wines, and fruits were always displayed, and the forest was filled with a variety of trees that were like wish-fulfilling trees. F.127.b. The ground was covered with the adornment of many different forms and colors of seeds and seedlings, beautified by a variety of rocks and stones, and stainless water, and adorned by beautiful, scent, high, golden mountains. Siddhas, Viditharas, Gandharvas, Yakas, Kipurus, sages, and Kinnaras dwelt there. It was inhabited by flocks of birds of various colors. 1205. 1206, 1207, 1208. 1209 and shapes. Many Buddha had dwelt there. It was like a delightful garden. It was completely good. It was in that excellent forest called Samantabhadra, perfect for practice, that those bodhisattvas dedicated to practice dwelt. 1210. 36.16. Nanda, the Dharmavaka Supupakindra went to stay alone in a secluded place. With his pure divine sight, which transcended that of humans, he saw that many trillions of bodhisattvas who had developed roots of goodness in various Buddha realms had been reborn in this world. If they were able to hear this Dharma teaching of retention, they would proceed irreversibly to the highest, complete enlightenment. However, if they did not hear this Dharma teaching of retention, they would regress from the highest, complete enlightenment. 36.17. Then the Dharmavaka Supupakindra mindfully and knowingly arose from that samadhi and went to the great assembly of Bodhisattva. When he had reached it, he announced to that great assembly of Bodhisattva, noble sons, I am going to the villages, the towns, the market towns, the kingdom, the regions, and the capital, where I will teach the Dharma to beings. 36.18. The great assembly of Bodhisattvas said to the Dharmavaka Supupakindra, we do not wish you to go from this forest to the villages, the towns, the market towns, the kingdom, the regions, and the capital. F.128.a. Why? Because the time has come when there are many bhikkhus and bhikkhus, apsakas and apsiks who are extremely arrogant and have rejected the good Dharma. Brother, it will not be good if they kill you. 36.19. Brother, you are very handsome, attractive, and good-looking, in the flush of youth, a young adult, with a complexion that is like excellent polished gold. On your forehead there is the adornment of an eye with macron hair that is like a conch, the moon, or a jasmine flower. Your hair and hue are blue-black, and the locks of your hair curl. Therefore the princes, the kings, ministers, and such others will be envious, hostile, and aggressive, and if they kill you, that would not be good. 1211. 1212. 1213. 36.20. Then the Dharmavaka Supupakindra said to the great assembly of Bodhisattva, if I protect myself, I cannot protect the teaching of the past, future, and present Buddha Bhagavana. Thereupon he recited these verses. 36.21. I cannot protect this teaching while maintaining the concept of a self. In these dreadful latter times there is the great presentation of the Sukta's teaching of enlightenment. 1. 36.22. The one who completely abandons the concept of self and the doctrine of an individual that these beings follow. The one who abandons form, sound, smell, taste, and touch, is one who protects the teaching. 2. 36.23. Compared to someone who, with a pure mind, has honored for millions of eons, as numerous as the Ganges sands, quintillions of Buddha with food, drink, parasols, flags, and rows of lights. 3. 36.24. Another who practices a single teaching day and night, When the good dharma is being destroyed. When the Sukta's teaching is coming to an end. Will have merits that are far greater than the first. 4. 36.25. Someone who cultivates indifference. While the good dharma of the leader of beings is being destroyed. Is not showing respect for the jina. And is not honoring the guides. 5. 36.26. You should remain happy. And preserve your own welfare. F.128.b. Always be kind and take care. Of those who are to be guided. Sincerely maintain. Unalloyed, pure, pristine, stainless conduct. Those who keep their conduct stainless. Are praised by the Buddha. 6. 1214. 36.27. Those who have honored the Buddha in the past. Are protectors who lead all beings to enlightenment. Those who keep the stainless conduct that has been praised by the past Buddha. Become those who save many beings from the hells and from bad karma. 7. 36.28. Give the precious gift of the Supreme Dharma. And always maintain patience. Remain in solitude, be skilled in Samadhi. Meditate, and be gentle. Never engage in quarrels. And maintain supreme, peaceful conduct. I am going to the capital. To the city, in order to protect beings. 8. 36.29. When that sage, the supreme, sublime being, who had great realization, was leaving. Some held him by his feet, weeping with compassion and shedding tears. Wise one with great realization, do not leave. Look at how beautiful are these charming forest trees, with their sweet and fragrant aromas. 1215. Protect yourself, and do not leave. 9. 36.30. The guides of the past, who had the 10 strengths, who had pacified senses, and kindness, went to forests, cliffs, and mountain summits. And they reached the highest enlightenment. They practiced the highest conduct, enlightenment's cause. They possessed supreme merit and wisdom. Follow their example and remain in the forest. You, who have perfect discipline, do not leave. 10. 36.31. Your beautiful body is adorned by the signs. Your hair is blue-black in color. You shine with the color of gold. And you illuminate this earth. An Arivit Macron hair is between your eyebrows. F.129.a. As beautiful and bright as a conch. The king and his followers will thus. 1216. Become envious and destroy your body. 11. 36.32. Then the Dharmavaka Supupakindra recited the following verses to that great assembly of Bodhisattva. 36.33. The Suktas who lived in the past were omniscient and without outflows. They all benefited the world and reached supreme enlightenment within the 3 existences. They practiced the highest conduct, enlightenment's cause. They possessed supreme merit and wisdom. Follow their example, Bodhisattva, in order to protect millions of beings. 12. 36.34. They all circumambulated the wise sage. And they bowed down to his feet. Overwhelmed with compassion, they cried out. Distressed, unhappy, wailing, and collapsing. Some lost consciousness and fainted, falling to the ground like sal trees that had been cut down. But the sage, determined to benefit beings through his accumulation of merit, did not turn back. 13. 36.35. The sage took up his robes and bowl, and was prepared, like the maned lion. He remained in the nature of the Dharma, and was unaffected by good or bad qualities. If in this world I remain in this forest, beings will fall into lower realms, which would not be good. Therefore, in order to protect beings, I am going to the city and the supreme palace. 14. 36.36. So the Dharmavaka Supupakindra went to the villages, the towns, the market towns, the kingdom, the regions, and the capital, where he taught the them to beings. In the morning as he was going there, he established 990 million beings in irreversible progress toward the highest enlightenment, and that was before he had reached the capital city of Rakviet. Once he had reached the capital city of Rakviet, and was at the side of the capital city of Rakviet, he sat at the feet of a wavy leaf fig tree and a sal tree. F.129.b. 36.37. When that night had passed, he went into the capital city of Rakviet. After entering inside, he established 360 million beings irreversibly in the them. However, he had not had his meal and therefore, fasting that day, he emerged from the capital city of Rakviet and went to the stupa that contained the fingernail of the Bhagavan. There he stood all day and night. 1217. 36.38. When that night was over, on the second morning, he went back into the capital city of Rakviet. After entering inside, he established 230 million beings irreversibly in the them. However, he had not had his meal and therefore, fasting for a second day, he emerged from the capital city of Rakviet and went to the stupa that contained the fingernail of the Bhagavan. There he stood all day and night. 36.39. When that night was over, on the third morning, he went back into the capital city of Rakviet. After entering inside, he established 990 million beings irreversibly in the them. However, he had not had his meal and therefore, fasting for a third day, he emerged from the capital city of Rakviet and went to the stupa that contained the fingernail of the Bhagavan. There he stood all day and night. 36.40. When that night was over, on the fourth morning, he went back into the capital city of Rakviet. After entering inside, he established 9,900,000 beings in irreversible progress toward the highest enlightenment. However, he had not had his meal and therefore, fasting for a fourth day, he emerged from the capital city of Rakviet and went to the stupa that contained the fingernail of the Bhagavan. There he stood all day and night. 36.41. When that night was over, on the fifth morning, he went back into the capital city of Rakviet and entered the harem. After entering inside, he established 80,000 women in irreversible progress toward the highest enlightenment. He also established countless, innumerable townspeople in irreversible progress toward the highest enlightenment. F.130.a. However, he had not had his meal and therefore, fasting for a fifth day, he emerged from the capital city of Rakviet and went to the stupa that contained the fingernail of the Bhagavan. There he stood all day and night. 36.42. When that night was over, on the sixth morning, he went back into the capital city of Rakviet. He established the 1,000 sons of the king in irreversible progress toward the highest enlightenment. However, he had not had his meal and therefore, fasting for a sixth day, he emerged from the capital city of Rakviet and went to the stupa that contained the fingernail of the Bhagavan. There he stood all day and night. 36.43. When that night was over, on the seventh morning, he went back into the capital city of Rakviet. After entering inside, he saw King Radhakta riding toward the park in a chariot made of gold with side panels of silver, shafts of Urgasra sandalwood, wheels of beryl, and adorned by a parasol, banners, and flags. The chariot's shafts were bound with silk and tied with cotton ribbons. 800 maidens were pulling the chariot with precious cords. They were beautiful, pretty, and attractive, with perfect, lovely complexions. They brought delight and satisfaction to the foolish but not to the wise. 36.44. 84,000 Kshatriyas, who were like great sal trees, followed in the rear. 84,000 Brahmans, who were also like great sal trees, followed in their rear. 84,000 prominent citizens, they, too, like great sal trees, followed in their rear. 1,218. 36.45. The king's 500 daughters were being carried in precious palanquins in front, and when they saw the bhikkhu they were instantly established in irreversible progress toward the highest enlightenment. F.130.b. When the retinue of 6,800,000 queens, too, saw the bhikkhu, they also were instantly established in irreversible progress toward the highest enlightenment. 36.46. That whole great gathering of people took off their jewels and rings, took off their shoes, removed their robes from one shoulder, and, kneeling on their right knees, with palms placed together bowed toward the bhikkhu. 36.47. Then the princesses, too, inspired by their previous roots of goodness, alighted from their palanquins, took off their jewels and rings, took off their shoes, removed their robes from one shoulder, and, kneeling on their right knees, with palms placed together, recited these verses to the bhikkhu. 36.48. The arrival of this bhikkhu has been like the sun, illuminating everywhere, and inspiring the people. 15. 36.49. The faults of desire have gone. 1219. Ignorance also has been cleared away, and the faults of anger and envy, 1220, have also instantly departed. 16. 36.50. The sons of King Radhakta, his retinue, and so on. None of these followers are looking at the king. 17. 36.51. The beauty of this bhikkhu, being honored by the princess, is like the full moon, encircled by the stars. 18. 36.52. The beauty of this bhikkhu is like a painting in gold, created by an expert artist, and like a blossoming king of the sal trees. 19. 36.53. The beauty of this bhikkhu's arrival is like powerful Sutra, the lord of Devas, the lord with 1,000 eyes, the destroyer of strongholds, and lord of the 33 Devas on the summit of Sumeru. 20. 36.54. The beauty of this bhikkhu's arrival is like Brahm residing in Brahma's world, like the Deva Lord Sunirmitha, and like Deva Suyama in the desire realm. 21. 36.55. The beauty of this bhikkhu's arrival is like the sun shining in the sky, dispelling darkness with 1,000 light rays, illuminating completely every direction. 22. F.131.a. 36.56. He is beautiful with the physical signs of endless eons of vast generosity, the constant maintenance of unsullied conduct, and unequaled patience within in all worlds. 23. 36.57. This bhikkhu has appeared in the world, having developed the diligence praised by the noble beings, having confidently practiced the four dhyānas, and having developed wisdom and destroyed the net of the klesas. 24. 36.58. The unequaled teaching of the Buddha, which is dedicated to beings, that supreme them has been taught by the heroes of the past. The same will occur in future times and in the present. They are the sons who obtain the power of a them king. 25. 1221. 36.59. Bhikkhu, may you never be impermanent. May your body in this way shine throughout the world, with your great majesty and beautiful voice. Even the majesty of the king does not shine so brightly. 26. 36.60. Just as you have realized the Dhamma and practiced the Buddha's instructions in the world, may we abandon the condition of womanhood and all become bhikkhus like you. 27. 36.61, they placed their fingers together in homage, recited these verses, and cast toward him clothing, gold chains, strings of jewels. 1222. And their necklaces and earrings. 28. 36.62, just as the Chakravartin kings, who had great power, surveyed the entire earth, travelled through the 4 continents, and perceived all as being their children. Likewise he does not have stronger affection for the Kshatriyas, head merchants, and Brahmans, or heads of households, local governors, and relations, but instead has love for everyone equally. 29. 1223. 36.63, it is the same for this kind bhikkhu, who is trained and has the power of retention, and who elucidates the aspects of enlightenment, the strengths, the powers, and the eightfold path. F.131.b. He is majestic and illuminating, like the moon at night, shining in the midst of the stars, or the disk of the rising sun. 30. 36.64, he pays homage to all the kind Buddha, who have the 10 strengths and pacified senses. If someone were to recite their praises, they could not finish even in 100 eons. One could not conclude describing their qualities. Even after many thousands of millions of eons, one could not even conclude the praises of just one body hair of the most excellent in the world. 31. 36.65, the omniscient Buddha have turned the therm wheel, and taught the unequaled level of wisdom. They have taught the detailed, stainless dharma that is not to be found anywhere else. The renunciants, Brahmans, Devas, and Angas, the Asuras, Mras, Brahmakaika Devas, and so on, are not able to describe the ocean of qualities that the omniscient Buddha have. 32. 36.66, we praise the unequaled Jina, the king of healing, and this bhikkhu who is his heart son. The young daughters of the king joyfully recited those verses, and at that time they cast gold and gold dust, and spread out clothing, and top-knot jewels and necklaces, worth 100 million. 1224. They presented these to the bhikkhu, and were joyfully established on the path to enlightenment. 33. 1225. 36.67, then King Radhakta thought, alas, my harem has gone astray, and so has the populace. These people have cast off their jewels and rings, taken off their shoes, bared one shoulder, knelt on their right knees, and with palms placed together they have paid homage to that bhikkhu. 36.68, King Radhakta was not as handsome and not as attractive as that good-looking bhikkhu. Fearing for his royal status, he became furious. F.132.a. When he saw the perfection of the bhikkhu's body, he became extremely enraged. As the bhikkhu had been walking upon the king's road, some dust had blown into one of his eyes. The king thought, this bhikkhu is looking at my queens with lust in his mind, and he is winking at them. Now, who will slay this bhikkhu? 36.69, King Radhakta summoned his 1,000 sons who were following behind, and commanded them, princes, you must slay this bhikkhu. But the princes refused to obey King Radhakta, and he thought, because of this bhikkhu even my own sons refuse to obey me. I will be left alone and friendless, so who will slay this bhikkhu? 36.70, King Radhakta had an executioner named Nandika, who was cruel, merciless, and ferocious, and he was not far from King Radhakta upon the king's road. When King Radhakta saw him, he rejoiced and was happy, joyful, hopeful, and comforted, thinking, Nandika will slay this bhikkhu. 36.71, Then the executioner Nandika approached King Radhakta. King Radhakta inquired of Nandika, "If you wish to greatly please me, are you able to slay this bhikkhu?" Nandika answered, "Your Majesty, I am very able. I will fulfill your command and I will slay this bhikkhu." 36.72 The king said, "Therefore, Nandika, know the time has come. Take a sharp sword and cut off the bhikkhu's hands and feet, and cut off his ears and nose, and, because he has looked upon my harem with desire, gouge out his eyes." So Nandika the executioner thereupon took a sharp sword and severed the bhikkhu's hands and feet, cut off his ears and nose, and gouged out both his eyes. F.132.b 36.73 From the places where the bhikkhu's head, ears, feet, hands, and eyes had been cut, many quintillions of light rays shone forth, and many streams of milk, that circled the 10 directions and then returned into the bhikkhu's body. Vaksas, swastikas, wheels, and so on, also emerged from and re-entered his severed body, and the 32 signs of a great being became visible. 1226 1227 1228 36.74 After the king had proceeded on from the crowd of people, that crowd of people came and saw that the bhikkhu had been cut and chalked up on the road. They were distressed, unhappy, and shocked. Weeping, crying out, and wailing, they went back into the capital city of Rakviet. 1229 1230 1231 36.75 King Radhakta spent 7 days in the park, but he was not happy, did not take part in amusements, and did not go for walks. After 7 days had passed, he left the park and went into the capital city of Rakviet. He saw the bhikkhu's body, which had been left on the king's road, and although 7 days had passed since he had died, the color of his body was unchanged. 36.76 He thought, the color of this bhikkhu's body has not changed, which means that without any doubt this bhikkhu was irreversibly progressing to the highest, complete Buddhahood. I have accumulated the bad karma that will cause me to be reborn in a great hell. I will soon fall into a great hell. 36.77 In the sky above him 80,000 devas proclaimed in one voice, "It is as you have said, great king." This bhikkhu was irreversibly progressing to the highest, complete enlightenment. 1232 36.78 When King Radhakta heard the words of the devas in the sky, he became frightened, paralyzed with fear, with the hairs on his body standing on end, and was filled with remorse. In suffering, distressed, and filled with remorse, he wailed and recited these verses. 1233 36.79 Forsaking the kingdom and the royal capital, jewels, gems, pearls, gold, and wealth, I myself took up a weapon and myself killed. F.133.a Foolishly I have created bad karma. 34. 36.80 The bhikkhu Supupakindra was here. Armored in the 32 characteristics. Shining, he entered the royal capital. Like the full moon, the king of the stars. 35. 36.81 Agitated by the evil of sensory pleasures, I set forth in the pleasurable company of my wives, riding in chariots accompanied by a retinue of Kshatriyas. When this fragrant, beautiful-eyed bhikkhu arrived. 36. 36.82 When my company of wives saw him they were overjoyed. With adoration they cast off their gold necklaces. They all placed their 10 fingers together in homage, and praised that monk by singing verses. 37. 36.83, they were riding in chariots, accompanied by Kshatriyas. But they stopped singing to their king. 1234. When this powerful, supreme son of the Sutta, this fragrant, beautiful-eyed bhikkhu arrived. 38. 36.84, when this bhikkhu came into the capital, my mind became extremely wicked. Ignorant, I was furious and jealous on seeing the joy of that great gathering of my wives. 39. 36.85, he illuminated completely the four directions. Like the beautiful moon freed from an eclipse, my assembly of wives was overjoyed and cried out when they saw the bhikkhu come into the capital. 39. 1235. 36.86, at that moment I spoke with wrathful words, saying to my 1,000 sons, chop to pieces that bhikkhu, who is my dreadful, worst enemy. 40. 36.87, all the princes, whose conduct was gentle, wished to benefit themselves and bowed down to the bhikkhu. 1236, 1237. They bowed down and said, Majesty, that command should not be obeyed. And I became at that time overcome by sadness. 41. 36.88, when I saw this bhikkhu who had perfect conduct, and who had kindness like that of a father, with an evil intention I had the opportunity to kill him. 1238, 1239. And in the future I will burn in the Avsi hell. 42. 36.89, Nandika, who was upon the king's road, with extremely cruel actions makes people suffer. F.133.b. He was someone who would carry out my command, and he cut up the bhikkhu like cutting up a garland of flowers. 43. 36.90, in the pleasant, supreme forest Samantabhadra, filled with birds and the aroma of flowers, the vast community of bhikkhus are like only sons who have lost their mothers. 44. 36.91, arise, bhikkhu, who dwelt in that forest. 1240. You came to the king's capital to accomplish vast benefit for beings. Weeping, they long for the greatly compassionate bhikkhu. 45. 36.92, I have had the road swept and covered with cloth. Banners of flowers have been arranged on the right, and other beautiful images on the left. Arise, bhikkhu, and teach the supreme dharma. 46. 36.93, you have been long absent from the king's capital. Weeping, they long for the greatly compassionate bhikkhu. May there be no obstacle to our life in this time of the destruction of the Supreme Jina's teaching. 47. 36.94, just as some beings who have great power, ever renowned throughout the 10 directions, and outshining all in these 3 existences, leap down from a great height onto the earth. 48. 36.95, in the same way, this bhikkhu has fallen to the earth, with the body beautified by the supreme signs. With an evil intention, I have reduced to pieces Supupakindra, who was faultless and blameless. 49. 1241. 36.96, all the bhikkhus will be stricken by suffering, will be dismayed and similarly grief-stricken, as soon as they see this Dharmavaka, Supupakindra, slain and fallen to the ground. 50. 1242. 36.97, Supupakindra, who was like the king of mountains, adorned by the 32 signs, has in an instant been broken into pieces, like a flower garland held by a woman. 51. 1243. 36.98, I have created the worst bad karma. I shall helplessly go to Avsi, to Yam's realm. Having reduced the bhikkhu to pieces, I am at the furthest distance from Buddhahood. 52. 36.99, my sons will not save me, nor my family, nor my ministers, nor the slaves at my feet. They will not save me from going to hell. For I have myself created the worst bad karma. 53, F.134.a. 36.100, I go for refuge to the Buddha of the past, of the future, and those now present in the 10 directions. Those leaders who have the 10 strengths, have no klesas, and have bodies as invincible as Vajras. 54. 36.101, t. He Devas there wailed pitifully when they saw the Bhikkhu in pieces. They went to inform the Saga that Supupakindra had been slain in the capital. 55. 36.102, the wise and learned Dharmavaka, powerful and renowned in all directions. The Bodhisattva who was established in retention, Supupakindra, has been slain in the capital. 56. 36.103, he who for countless eons practiced generosity, maintained faultless, unwavering conduct, and had unequaled patience within all worlds, Supupakindra, has been slain in the capital. 57. 36.104, he who for countless eons was always diligent, confidently meditated on the 4 dhyas, and had the wisdom that eliminated the klesas, Supupakindra, has been slain in the capital. 58. 36.105, he who gave up all attachment to his body, who had no regard for his own life, and departed from Samantabhadra forest, Supupakindra, has been slain in the capital. 59. 36.106, having heard the pitiful wailing of the Devas, all the Bhikkhus experienced great suffering. They all went to the city in order to see the slain, innocent Supupakindra. I. 1244. 36.107, those compassionate ones came to the capital, and when they saw the Bhikkhu cut into pieces, they all wailed terribly in distress, and they fainted and fell to the ground. 60. 36.108, the Saga of Bhikkhus asked the king, why did you commit this offense against a Bhikkhu, who maintained correct conduct without a fault, and could remember countless previously? Vs. 61. 36.109, he had attained the power of wisdom and retention. He knew that everything composite was empty. He taught the absence of attributes to beings, and had abandoned all concepts of aspiration. 62. 36.110, he had pleasant and delightful speech, F.134.b. He had pacified senses and was amiable. 1245. He had complete knowledge of others' previous lives, and he had transcended the world. He was the portrait of a supreme leader, with the wisdom of self-arisen Buddhahood. He saw with pure and unobscured eyes and had extremely great love and compassion. 63. 1246. 36.111, killing through evil desires and causing suffering, destroys rebirth in the upper realms. People who are dedicated to their desires become deaf and devoid of wisdom. People who are dedicated to their desires become blind and murder their fathers and mothers. People who are dedicated to their desires slay those with correct conduct, and therefore people should forsake desires. 64. 36.112, the kings who are dedicated to their desires. Those rulers of the world throw away their prosperity, and go to the dreadful, terrible hells that cause suffering and endless fear. This kind of bad karma is always created by the slaying of a wise bhikkhu. Therefore one who wishes for the peace of enlightenment should abandon every kind of bad action. 65. 36.113, a jina, without dismay, gives away the best forms, sounds, tastes, smells, tangibles, and phenomena. 1247. He knows the body is like an illusion and chaff, as are the ears, eyes, nose, and tongue. 66. 36.114. He trains in unequaled generosity, correct conduct, patience, and diligence. He is dedicated to dhyana, attains perfect wisdom, and accomplishes the benefit of beings. The entire world with its devas and humans together look with love upon Ajna. Thereby, with eyes that have been freed from blindness, they become enlightened, attaining the peace of Buddhahood. 67. 1248. 36.115. The Jinas joyfully give away horses, elephants, litters, palanquins, couches, bulls, and carriages, wagons, villages, and regions. They give away towns and kingdoms, gold, silver, crystal, and coral. They give away wives, sons, daughters. 1249. And their own heads, and are established in enlightenment. 68. 36.116. They joyfully make unequaled offerings of flowers and incense, holding parasols, banners, divine flags, f.135.a, and musical instruments of various kinds. They know existence to be empty, and do not rejoice in rebirth in existence. They have the 10 strengths, are adorned by the signs, and they illuminate all 10 directions. 69. 36.117. The Bodhisattva established in retention have no attachment to the phenomena of the 3 realms. They have no attachment to the realm of desire, to the formed realm, or to the formless realm. 70. 36.118. The Bodhisattva established in retention have no concept of a self, no concept of being, no concept of a soul, and no concept of an individual, and always practice unsullied celibacy. 71. 36.119. The Bodhisattva established in retention have no concept of things and no concept of nothing, no concept of happiness and no concept of unhappiness, and no concept of number and no concept of numberlessness. 72. 1250. 36.120. They have no concept of existence and no concept of non-existence. 1251. No concept of woman and no concept of man. No concept of villages and no concept of towns. And no concept of regions and no concept of market towns. 73. 1252. 36.121. The Bodhisattva established in retention have no concept of desire and no concept of no desire. No concept of stupidity and no concept of no stupidity. And no concept of ignorance and no concept of no ignorance. 74. 1253. 36.122. The Bodhisattva established in retention have no concept of pride and no concept of no pride. No concept of ignorance and no concept of no ignorance. And no concept of view and no concept of no view. 1254. 36.123. The Bodhisattva established in retention have no attachment to the powers and the strengths, no attachment to the dhyanas and the aspects of enlightenment, and have abandoned all the evils in the 3 realms. 75. 36.124. They have no desire or passion, no anger or rage, they have no ignorance or dullness, and are always honest. When they see the Buddha with their 10 strengths, they honor them. And they do not gain knowledge for the sake of rebirth in the higher realms. 76. 36.125. When they hear the unique dharma from another, they never have any doubt in it. They know if there is deficiency or not in others' minds, f.135.b. Like looking into a clear, pure bowl of sesame oil. 77. 36.126. If attachment develops, that friendliness is a great klesa. If anger develops, then that aggression brings evil, enmity, and fear. Completely rejecting both of those, The wise ones are established in enlightenment. They become here the great leaders of humans, endowed with the 10 strengths, appearing in the world. 78. 1255. 36.127. They abandon the internal and the external, and remain in the nature of phenomena. They have correct conduct that is pure, without defect, unsullied, and faultless. Their conduct is never sullied, and it is never corrupted. The wise ones avoid attachment and anger. 1256. And attain the peace of enlightenment. 79. 36.128. After King Radhakta had heard from the Saga what vast, extensive, and special qualities the Dharmavaka Supupakindra had, he was in suffering and unhappy, and thereupon he recited these lines of verse to that great assembly of Bodhisattva. 1257. 36.129. The dense forest of Samantabhadra, filled with great trees and beautified by fruit, adorned by beautiful flowers that appear in all seasons, and where various birds sing their songs, I. 36.130, and adorned by tall, stately, golden mountains, and by the tuneful song of kinnaras, by skillfully created, pleasant tea music, and the constant dancing of adept maidens. 2. 36.131. That forest is like a Deva's park, with trees that have beautiful, shining forms, with a carpet of various kinds of flowers, and with rivers adorned by blue and red lotuses. 3. 36.132. Sages constantly live in harmony within such a delightful forest. He departed from it wishing to benefit beings, and came to my city, which is a mass of sin. 4. 36.133. That Dharmavaka with excellent qualities, Supupakindra, came here to this city. When he came I committed the evil action of having him slain, and because of his death I am going to fall down into hell. We, F.136.a. 36.134. May the Bodhisattva who have the power of compassion, the heroes who act in this world to benefit beings, give their protection to me, who have done such evil things. I go to those Bodhisattva for refuge. 6. 36.135. Secondly, those who are Pratyeka Buddha. 1258. And also Rwakas with miraculous powers, whose outflows have ceased and are in their last body. Save me from the suffering of being reborn in the Avsi hell. 7. 36.136. Then, at that time the Bhagavan said to Nanda, in that way, Nanda, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva has no attachment to life or body. Why is that? Because, Nanda, beings who have attachment to life and body create bad karma. On this topic it was said. 36.137. Beings who have attachment to this body, which is constantly rotting, and to this life, unstable and powerless, which is like a dream or an illusion. 8. 36.138. They fall under the power of ignorance, and create extremely dreadful karma, devoid of wisdom, following Ra. 1259. They are reborn in the terrible hells. 9. 36.139. Those humans who are indifferent to their bodies, which are like lumps of foam, and their lives, which are like water bubbles, will become supreme beings. X. 36.140. Then the Bhagavan said to brother Nanda, Nanda, in that way, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who wish for this samadhi, and wish to attain quickly the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood, should train in this samadhi, and should have no regard for their bodies or lives. They should be as diligently dedicated as they would if their hair or clothes were on fire, and have great compassion for all beings. For example, they should give up living happily in solitude, solitary places, and forests, and enter the villages, the towns, the market towns, the regions, the kingdom, the capital, and district capitals, and there teach the them to beings so that beings can attain irreversible progress toward the enlightenment of the Vaka, irreversible progress toward the enlightenment of the Pratyeka Buddha, or irreversible progress toward the highest, complete enlightenment. F.136.b 1260 1261 36.141. Thereupon the Bhagavan gave a detailed teaching on this episode from the past by chanting the following verses to Brother Nanda. 1262 36.142. At that past time, when I was practicing bodhisattva conduct, I was King Radhatta. I left my capital city Rakvyet on the way to a place that was a park. 80. 36.143. While riding in the chariot I saw a bhikkhu, who was perfectly handsome and attractive, wearing the armor of the 32 signs, and he illuminated all directions. 81. 36.144. He was renowned as Supupakindra, and was compassionate, beneficial, and kind. He was beautiful with his splendor and majesty, and through his love for beings he had come to town. 82. 36.145. I could not be his equal in appearance, and a malevolent envy arose within me. I was attached to desires and clung to my kingdom, and thought he would deprive me of my kingdom. 83. 36.146. I had sons that numbered a full 1,000, who were following behind me riding in chariots, and who wore various kinds of diadems and jewelry, as if the Devas who were lords of Tristriya had come. 84. 36.147. I also had there 500 daughters, who were very beautiful and wore bejeweled shoes, beautified by ribbons, diadems, and jewelry, who pulled my chariot with cords of gold. 85. 1263. 36.148. I had my 80,000 wives, who were all alluring and very beautiful. From within their chariots they saw the bhikkhu, whose body had the shining splendor of Mount Meru. 86. 36.149. When they saw him they conceived of him as like a father, and they developed the aspiration to attain supreme enlightenment. Then they adopted the practice of celibacy, and they cast off their delightful jewelry. 87. 36.150. At that time there arose within me envy, and intractable, pitiless malice and anger. Proud of my power, I said to my sons, slay that bhikkhu who is before me. 88. 36.151. The princess, on hearing my words, became distressed and unhappy. F.137.a. They said, Father, do not speak such words. We will not slay such a bhikkhu. 89. 36.152. Even if our bodies and limbs were to be cut up, for as many eons as there are sand grains in the Ganges, nevertheless we would never slay this bhikkhu, as we have developed the aspiration for enlightenment. 90. 1264. 36.153. When the king had heard the words of his sons, he furiously ordered his serving executioner, quickly bring to me this bhikkhu slain, who is standing in front of my harem. 91. 36.154. Then the executioner named Nandika, cruel and malevolent, followed him. He took a sword oiled with sesame oil, and with it he cut the bhikkhu into 8 pieces. 92. 36.155. When he cut into the body and limbs, instead of blood 1,000 light rays were emitted, and where it was cut open, inside the body, were symbols, such as waxas and wheels. 1265. 36.156. Having committed such a dreadful act, the king instantly departed for the park, thinking of the bhikkhu Pupakindra. 1266 He could not join in amusements or be happy. 93. 36.157 He very quickly and in a hasty manner departed from the park to return to his palace. His chariot on the way came to the place where the bhikkhu lay in 8 pieces. 94. 36.158 There he heard the sound of the wailing of many millions of devas in the sky. They cried, King, you have created so much bad karma that when you die you will go to the miseries of the absi hell. 95. 36.159 When the king had heard those words, he became distressed, sorrowful, and afraid. He thought, I have created so much bad karma through my having Pupakindra killed. 96. 36.160 He was the son of the Buddha, of the leaders of men, of the Tathagatas who have infinite wisdom. He controlled his senses, was caring, had a peaceful mind. But because of my desires I had him slain. 97. 36.161 He possessed the dharma of the Tathagatas. In the age of destruction he was a treasure of the dharma. He was a lamp of wisdom for the entire world. But because of my desires I had him slain. 98. 36.162 He was a king of physicians for this entire world. And he was always healing beings. F.137.b He gave them the shining elixir of Amrita. But because of my desires I had him slain. 1267. 36.163 He explained to beings the dharma that is profound, peaceful, and difficult to see. He was a teacher of the supreme essence of enlightenment. But because of my desires I had him slain. 99. 36.164 He possessed the dharma treasure of the guides. And he was a lamp for a world in darkness. He possessed the retention of the king of strass. But because of my desires I had him slain. 100. 36.165 He was free of the klesas and possessed pure wisdom. And he constantly rested in a state of peace, perfect peace. I had him killed today because of my desires, which was extremely evil, and I will go to hell. 101. 36.166 The Buddha of the past and of the future. And the Jinas, the supreme men, of the present, who are endlessly praised and have an ocean of qualities. With my hands together in homage I go to them for refuge. 102, B13. 36.167 When King Radhakta saw that the body of the slain Dharmavaka, Supupakindra that lay on the ground had not altered in color, he was distressed, sorrowful, and remorseful. He became crazed and wailed loudly. 36.168 He recited these mournful verses that praised the qualities of the Dharmavaka Supupakindra. 1268. 36.169 The noble Saga in Samantabhadra forest requested you in many different ways not to go to Rakviet, the capital city, because there would be a danger to your life. 36.170 You did not listen to that saga of bhikkhus. Why, venerable one, did you come to the town? Whatever the reason might be that you came, you should accomplish it, O lamp for the world. 2. 36.171 The ground is adorned by a variety of divine plants. There is a dense multitude of shining, beautiful trees. It is protected by supreme siddhas and viditaras. 1269. It is frequented by devas, and the lords of birds sing there. 3. 1270. 36.172 You departed from the perfect, delightful Samantabhadra forest, where the Buddha always dwell. F.138.a Gentle one, explain to me today the reason why you came here. 4. 36.173 When I have heard your words, I will fulfill your command. Son of the Buddha, arise and give me your instruction. Alas, what shall I do, God of gods? I am helpless and go to you for refuge. We. 36.174, alone like a lion, the king of animals. You left your pride, a supreme saga of bhikkhus. 1271. And with compassion for endless beings. With no regard for your own life, you came here. 6. 36.175, I was overcome with desire and envy. And had this hero cut into pieces. Now your entire saga of bhikkhus has come to the capital in order to see you. 7. 36.176, that which I, terrified, request of you. It is a request that is worthy to be fulfilled. 1272. Pupakindra, I pray you free me from fear. And that you rise like the moon when it is full. 8. 36.177, Dharmavaka who is liberated from anger. Lord of beings, bestow this favor on me. Today, bestow this one favor on me. I pray that you arise, shining like the sun. 9. 36.178, I have committed an evil, sinful act. I have slain the supreme Dharmavaka. When I die I will be reborn in a terrible hell. And I have no one who can save me from that. 103. 36.179, shame upon this sinful mind that creates calamity. Shame upon this kingship of pride and arrogance. I will have to go alone, leaving all behind. Without taking any possessions with me. 104. 1273, 1274. 36.180, you have the pure dharma, and have defeated desire and anger. You speak pleasant words, are self-controlled, and compassionate. You do no wrong, and are the sole friend of beings. Supreme Pupakindra, why did I slay you? 105. 36.181, you who are wealthy in discipline, patience, and austerity. 1275. You who possess the qualities of a handsome form and kindness. You who are honest, glorious, and trustworthy. Where have you gone, leaving us behind? 106. 36.182, Noble One, when your body and limbs were cut. Milk flowed out and thousands of light rays shone forth. The entire world was astonished. My wondrous guide, I pray that you arise. I, F.138.b. 1276, 1277. 36.183, Pupakindra, you are self-controlled and compassionate. Come here, you mountain of love and compassion. You are a supreme teacher of the profound Dharma. Divine One, I pray that you be compassionate to me and arise. 2. 36.184, come here, you who have the face of a full moon. Come here, you who are upon the 10 Bhmis. You are a hero who has power over the 10 Bhmis. You, who have power over life, where you have gone. 3. 36.185, come here and speak to me. You who are so diligent and compassionate, where have you gone? You have meditated for a long time on patience. You who have great love, arise and speak to me. 4. 36.186, God of gods, you who are worthy of offerings. Dharmavaka, why do you continue to remain silent? Arise, wise one, come into my home. And teach the Dharma to the city's women. We. 36.187, Divine One, it is not possible to cut up your body. Even the Devas, Asuras, Yakas, and Rakasas. 1278. Are unable to destroy this body of yours. Wise one, do not perform this illusion today. 6. 36.188, Divine One, why do you continue with this illusion? This is not a beautiful Bodhisattva illusion. Abandon all illusions and arise. And teach the them in the city of Rakvyet. 7. 36.189. Come here, noble Pupakindra. Come here, you who are without desire for the three realms. Come here, guide who is like a father and mother. And close the door through which I will go to hell. 8. 36.190. You are the refuge for those beings reborn in the lower realms. And for beings who are falling into the great Avsi hell. Come here, protector Supupakindra. And open the door through which I can go to the higher realms. 9. 36.191. Lord, for 7 days you did not eat. Arise and eat a meal in my home. Having eaten a meal, then in Rakvyet. Establish many beings in the them. X. 36.192. My Father who is wise in the supreme them. You who have no enmity toward any being. Come here before me and teach me the them. Come here and quickly fulfill my prayers. 11. 36.193. The saga of bhikkhus do not have their Lord. F.139.a. They are blinded, distressed, and in sorrow. 1279. Arise quickly, you who are the most precious being. And having arisen bring relief to this saga of bhikkhus. 12. 36.194. Come here, you who are a light for the three realms. Come and enter the Samantabhadra forest. Enter the supreme forest, Samantabhadra. And teach so as to benefit the bhikkhus. 13. 1280. 36.195. You possess the them and have marvelous qualities. 1281. You are as rare as a flower on the sacred fig tree. Look upon the saga of bhikkhus. With your stainless eyes of wisdom and compassion. Teach to the bhikkhus. The retention that is beyond words. 1282. Pupakindra. Arise here today. Like the rising moon. 14. 1283. 36.196. Son of the Jinas, who has compassion for me. Unsurpassable teacher, bring me relief. You who when struck by swords and sticks, have the power of great patience and kindness. Compassionate Supupakindra. Generous guide, I pray that you arise. Arise and teach to me. The retention that is difficult to see. 15. 36.197. You are the supreme lamp of wisdom. That illuminates the entire world. You are dedicated to the benefit of beings. You are the guide with the strength of compassion. 1284. Arise, Pupakindra, the hero. 1285. Who accomplishes the benefit of beings. Arise and bring trillions of beings to the city of peace. 16. 36.198. You who have the wealth of correct conduct. You have understanding, the wealth of training, and are wise. You remain in the discipline of correct conduct. And rejoice in the seedlings of the trees of them. You wear the orange-dyed them robes. And are always satisfied by renunciation. Arise, glorious Pupakindra. Who has perfect discipline, generosity, and austerity. 17. 36.199. Tamed one who tames untamed beings. Who always has the state of being tamed. F.139.b. Tamed one who follows those who are tamed. Who is peaceful, and who has pacified senses. Oh! Oh! You continually with the sound of the drum. Awaken beings who are asleep, deeply asleep. Oh! Oh! You awaken millions of beings. And establish them in the highest inner. 18. 36.200. Oh! Oh! With the planks of generosity. You have made a ship and tied it with the ropes of diligence. Oh! Oh! You rescue the beings who, by craving, have fallen into the great ocean. 1286. Oh! Oh! Arise, Supupa, with the 10 strengths. 1287. You who are the wise pilot of the ship. Oh! Oh! Sail that stable ship. And come and rescue me too. 19. 36.201. Oh! Oh! You are the supreme doctor, practiced in discipline. You are the unsurpassable doctor, learned in healing. Oh! Oh! You have attained the perfection of liberation through wisdom. And you bestow the medicine that is the good dharma. Oh! Oh! When you see beings who are sick, afflicted with all kinds of illnesses. Oh! Oh! Arise quickly and give them the medicine of the dharma. XX. 1288. 36.202. Oh! Oh! King of the medicine of wisdom, unequaled. You have reached the perfection of superior wisdom. Oh! Oh! You completely cure all illnesses. With compassion you accomplish the benefit of beings. Oh! Oh! Everyone in the realm of sick beings is afflicted by the illness of desire. Oh! Oh! You make all those beings happy, healthy, and reach nirvana. 21. 36.203. Oh! Oh! Wise one, who has a vast training in wisdom, beat loudly the drum of the dharma. Oh! Oh! With your ocean of wisdom cut through all the world's creepers of doubt. Oh! Oh! You who are excellently learned, stainless, a holder of the dharma, a supreme human. Oh! Oh! Be seated in the midst of your assembly and, wise one, recite thousands of millions of stainless straws. 22. 36.204. Pupakindra, you are adorned by the supreme primary signs. Your body has all the 80 excellent secondary signs complete. 1289. Come here, honest one, who has crossed the ocean of existence. Arise, you who have escaped from the prison of existence. F.140.a. You have sacred, supreme wisdom and knowledge. Pupakindra, you have great compassion. Have love and compassion and arise. Pupakindra, I pray to you. 23. 1290. 36.205. Pupakindra, give your instruction. 1291. Do not forsake your saga of bhikkhus. Come here and lead your saga. Arise and go to that forest. Pupakindra, you enjoy the 4 dhyanas. 1292. You have love equally for friends and enemies. Arise, you who maintain unequaled retention. Come here, arise, you who are a tree of pure wisdom. Ksiv. 36.206. You are as unshakable as Meru. You for whom Buddha and beings are equal. 1293. Pupakindra, who has perfect discipline. Arise and attain Buddhahood at the foot of the Bodhi tree. 1294. You have divine hearing and possess the supreme dharma. You have divine vision, and are wise and adept in wisdom. Arise, compassionate one, and look at me. Endlessly famous one, listen to my words. XXV 36.207. You help and benefit the entire war. LD. Pupakindra, you delight in great generosity. Arise and quickly fulfill my prayer. 1295. Do not remain here in pieces. When the men and the women of this city saw you lying dead. 1296. Their hearts were withered by sorrow. Look upon them with your compassionate eyes. XXV 36.208. Arise, Supupa, so that you may fulfill the reason for cultivating the strength of love, wisdom, and method, and your vast rejoicing in compassion and equanimity. Devas, Angas, and Asuras with great miraculous powers, Yakas, Kasas, humans, and Kinnaras, bring flowers and incense in their cupped hands. They have all come to delight in seeing you. XXV 36.209. Today I have understood the words of the sage. The desires of beings are harmful murderers. 1297, 1298. This fever of the mind is the cause of the lower realms. 1299, 1300. Therefore I shall forsake acting out of desire. 107. 36.210. I have committed the sin of slaying the bhikkhu, which was extremely wicked and will destroy my happiness. I am going to go to the terrible Avsi hell, F.140.b. And I have no protector who can save me from that. I shall forsake the kingdom and practice celibacy. I shall make excellent offerings with incense, flowers, and perfumes. And I shall build a beautiful stupa. 108. 1301, 1302. 36.211. I give a command to all my sons, daughters, wives, prominent citizens, ministers, head merchants, heads of guilds, and many Kshatriyas. Quickly make a bier with a casket of agarwood, sandalwood, cherry wood, and whatever is splendid, aromatic, and beautiful, for the cremation of this bhikkhu. 109. 1303. 36.212. Having heard the king, all the townspeople brought the very best incense, fashioned a bier, and placed the bhikkhu inside the casket, with agarwood, sandalwood, and magnolia. 1304. Valerian, fenugreek, and begonia, with flowers and perfumed garlands, and with sesame oil he was cremated. 110. 36.213. The bhikkhus collected a drawer of his burned bones. 1305. The king created for them a stupa, and said, I wish to make an offering to it, holding flowers, garlands, and perfumes. The king had others hold parasols, flags, and banners, and play the music of 1,000 quintillion musical instruments. 111. 36.214. The king came to the stupa of the bhikkhu during each of the 3 periods of every day. 1306, 1307. And confessed absolutely whatever bad actions, however small, he may have committed in this life or throughout the 3 times. 1308. For 950 billion years, he repented all his misdeeds. 1309. And from then on perfectly maintained correct conduct that was unimpaired, pure, unsullied, and stainless. 112. 36.215. For 950 billion years. 1310. He kept the Podha woes. Then when my body was destroyed. 1311. I fell into the terrible Avsi hell. I had committed cruel actions out of desire, and therefore I experienced many sufferings. I had displeased 950 billion Buddha. 113, f.141.a. 36.216, for 950 billion years. I was blind throughout that time. For 62 quintillion eons. In the past my eyes were destroyed. For many thousand quintillions of eons, my eyes were gouged out. For countless millions of eons, my head, ears, feet, and hands were cut off. 114. 36.217, for another quintillion eons. I was born into human lives, in which I experienced suffering. Tormented for a long time by Sasra's suffering. For a long time in Sasra I experienced the suffering created by my bad actions. Therefore those who wish for the peace of enlightenment should commit no bad actions within the three realms. 115. 36.218, although the Supreme King confessed his past action. 1312. He was not freed from the evil that he had done, because he had created such terrible karma. When he passed away he fell to the terrible Avsi hell. 116. 36.219, while I was practicing bodhisattva conduct, for many endless eons my hands, feet, ears, and nose were cut off and my eyes were forcefully gouged out, while I was being hit with sticks and weapons. 117. 36.220, for the sake of enlightenment I gave away my body, head, and hands. My sons, my wives, my eyes, and my flesh. I joyfully gave away my feet and my hands. But even that did not exhaust my previous bad karma. 118. 36.221, Nanda, that is how I practiced for endless eons. 1313. I saw countless Buddha endowed with glory. Those are the sufferings I experienced in the past, while practicing this supreme bodhisattva conduct. 121. 1314. 36.222, the bodhisattva who maintains retention, remains loving, always unwavering and unshakable, makes offerings to the Buddha, the purified gods of gods, and will never go to the lower realms. 122. 36.223, the one who wishes to become a Buddha, a lord of the Dharma, who is adorned by the 32 signs, should maintain unsullied, uninterrupted correct conduct, and be established in the retention of the Dharma that has been taught. 123. 36.224, I was at that time King Radhakta. My sons were subsequently protectors of the Dharma. Padmatara was Supupakindra, and Vasunandi was Nteja with the 10 strengths. 119, f.141.b. 1315. 36.225, the Tathagata was the principal human, a hero for the three worlds, the sole friend of beings. He accomplished a vast benefit for beings. He passed into Nirvana and was a guide like a lamp. 1316. 36.226, the host of women and the multitude of Kshatriyas, the leading citizens, the generals, and the ministers, the heads of guilds, head merchants, and regional commanders, all gained the 10 strengths and freedom from the klesas. 120. 1317. 36.227 Conclusion of the 36th chapter, Supupakindra. 37 Chapter 37. Teaching the aggregate of correct conduct. 37.1 Then the Bhagavan said to the youth Kandraprabha, therefore, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who wish to attain quickly the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood should hear the Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena, should obtain it, study it, keep it, recite it, disseminate it, transmit it, chant it, meditate on it with unadulterated meditation, and in other ways make it widely known. They should also maintain the aggregate of correct conduct. Thereupon the Bhagavan recited the following verses. 37.2 Bodhisattva who maintain the aggregate of correct conduct, who practice the conduct wishing for benefit, will quickly go to the Avirati Buddha realm, attain patience, and become kings of the realm. 1. 37.3 Therefore, be agreeable without malice, and always be pleasant to everyone. Having seen countless glorious Buddha, you will reach enlightenment and become a lord of them. 2. 37.4 Therefore, having heard this supreme benefit, and having seen bhikkhus who have excellent correct conduct, a wise person would always depend upon them, and quickly become one who has attained the Samadhi. 3. 37.5 If there were an incalculable, immeasurable treasure, filled with the 7 precious jewels, F.142.a, and if there were realms as numerous as the sands of the Ganges, that were filled with those precious jewels, 4. 37.6 And if there were a bodhisattva who aspired to generosity, who made a gift of these every single day, and made this gift continuously, for as many eons as there are sands of the Ganges, 5. 37.7 That entire gift would not produce the fraction of the accumulati on of merit that is obtained by the bodhisattva who, having heard this Samadhi, becomes a holder of this supreme treasure of the Suktas. 6. 37.8 This supreme, incomparable accumulation of merit is the source of the immeasurable treasure of wisdom. A person who has the appropriate faith should possess this supreme, stainless Samadhi. 7. 37.9 Bodhisattva will have great riches. Through possessing this stainless piece of Samadhi, they will be a great ocean of the wealth of hearing the Dhamma. The merit of this is beyond any measure. 8. 37.10 Bodhisattva are said to be those who have become developed. 1318. Through the supreme, inconceivable Dhamma. 1319. The ones who teach this Samadhi never doubt enlightenment. 9. 37.11 The ones who have become teachers for the world, guides. Buddha, self-arisen, having great compassion, have attained a supreme accumulation of merit, which is inconceivable and beyond any measure. 10. 37.12 In this billion-world universe there is not to be found any being superior to them. 1320. Or who is their equal in the accumulation of merit and unrivaled, inconceivable wisdom. 11. 37.13 There is no one who can equal their wisdom, other than one who has heard this Samadhi, possesses it, recites it, and understands it, and seeks the unequaled enlightenment of Buddhahood. 12. 1321. 37.14 Young man, if the amount of merit that is obtained by those who possess and recite this Samadhi were to become a phenomenon that has form, it would be too great to be contained within these many worlds. 13. 37.15 Therefore, young man, the Bodhisattva, who wish to make an offering to all the Buddha, the Tathagatas of the past and present, F.142.b, should possess and recite this Samadhi. 14. 37.16 This is the enlightenment of the Tathagatas. Young man, have faith in my words. The Tathagata does not speak untrue words. He does not tell lies, like beings do. 15. 37.17 Throughout countless hundreds of eons in the past, I purified myself of believing in a self, and practiced the supreme bodhisattva conduct, because I was seeking this Samadhi. 16. 37.18 Therefore listen to this treasure of the Dhamma, from which trillions of straws arise. This is a vast, inconceivable aggregation of merit. through which Buddha wisdom will quickly be attained. 17. 37.19, that which is taught by the wise, fearless ones, is the supreme stra among all stras, and the source of inconceivable virtues. It is a dharma for which no end can be found. 18. 37.20, it may be possible to break apart and cut to pieces a billion-world universe and count its atoms. But it is not possible to count the innumerable hundreds of stras that they constantly teach. 19. 37.21, it may be possible to count the inhalations and exhalations of all the beings that are in this Buddha realm. But it is not possible to know the limit of the stras taught by those who are established in this Samadhi. 20. 37.22, it may be possible to count the beings in as many Buddha realms as there are Ganges sands. A. Indeed the thoughts that arise in those beings' minds. But the stras constantly taught by such people cannot be counted. 21. 37.23, one may be able to count, over millions of eons, all the grains of sand in the great ocean, and of sand in the rivers, ponds, and pits. But one cannot know the extent of the stras they expound. 22. 37.24, one may be able to count out, with the tip of the 100th part of a hair, the masses of water ever present in many millions of Buddha realms. But one cannot count the different aspects of their speech. 23. 37.25, one may be able to count after many millions of eons all the beings who have appeared in the past, who have cherished their own bodies. But one cannot know the extent of the stras they have accomplished. 24. 37.26, it may be possible to count all the sounds made by all creatures, by all beings who are living in the 10 directions. But one cannot count the number of stras that are uninterruptedly taught by them. 25. F.143.a. 37.27, they know how to teach the entire dharma. They are skilled in etymologies, teaching, and the meaning of words. They have trained in the way of definitive knowledge, have vast understanding, and constantly have joyful wisdom. 26. 37.28, they have analytic comprehension, cognize vast meaning, and they always know the conceivable and inconceivable. They know all the languages spoken on the earth, and with those words teach without attachment to them. 27. 37.29, the Dharmavakas teach unobstructedly. They teach all beings without attachment. They are skilled in the words of answering questions, and thus they know the ultimate truth. 28. 37.30, without attachment they teach countless millions of teachings from within one stra. Without attachment they are skilled in teaching and the meaning of words. Without attachment they teach in the middle of the assembly. 29. 37.31, the ones who are established in this Samadhi have become unshakable bodhisattva. They have attained unique strength in the dharma, so that they can benefit many millions of beings. 30. 37.32, just as Sumeru, unshakable and immovable, cannot be shaken by the winds. In that way the Dharmavaka Vikus cannot be shaken by any opponent. 31. 37.33, it may be possible for the winds to shake those mountains declared to be unshakable in the worlds of this billion-world universe. But the Vikus dwelling in emptiness cannot be shaken. 32. 37.34, the ones who are constantly engaged with emptiness are those who certainly dwell with the Buddha. They know with certainty the emptiness of phenomena, and cannot be swayed by any opponent. 33. 37.35, they cannot be shaken by any opponent, and they cannot be overcome by any opponent. They teach this peace, this Samadhi, and are invincible and irreproachable. 34. 37.36, having taught this peace, this Samadhi, they have the realization of emptiness. and they have no doubt in any of the dharma, and continuously remain in endless wisdom. 35. 37.37 Attaining the strengths and the aspects of enlightenment is not difficult for those who have obtained and recited this Samadhi. It is not difficult to attain the inconceivable discernments, miracles, and higher cognitions. 36. F.143.b 37.38 Within created existences, with infinite wisdom, it is not difficult for them to see the jhanas. The ones who possess this Samadhi will see countless quintillions of Buddha. 37. 37.39 They will hear this peace, this Samadhi, directly from all of those jhanas. They will reach the perfection of the discernments and powers, and will possess the supreme wisdom of the Buddha. 38. 37.40 If all the worlds in the billion-world universe were to be filled with precious jewels, with the wealth of divine, supreme precious jewels, from the depths to the summit of existence. 39. 37.41 And if all of the various, infinite realms were covered with gold from the Jumbo River, from the depths to the summit of existence, and all of it were given as an offering to the jhanas. 40. 37.42 And if all of the various beings there are made this offering to them for endless eons, making this gift, giving constantly to the Buddha, and creating this accumulation of generosity for the sake of enlightenment. 41. 37.43 And if there were a bhikkhu who rejoiced in emptiness, and with hands together paid homage to those with the 10 strengths, then the former accumulation of generosity would not even be a fracti on of that of the Bodhisattva who rejoiced in emptiness. 42. 37.44 The Supreme Being has given the example of a person with merit who has that attainment, develops vast faith, and performs acts of generosity in seeking the unequaled enlightenment of Buddhahood. 43. 37.45 All that generosity cannot be even 100th of the accumulation of merit that is acquired by someone who with the pleased mind obtains 1 4-line verse of this supreme excellent Samadhi. 44. 37.46 Bodhisattva who, wishing to benefit, practice generosity, but who have not heard this peace, this stainless Samadhi, will not quickly attain the wisdom of Buddhahood, but having heard it they will quickly attain the wisdom of Buddhahood. 45. 37.47 Bodhisattva who rejoice in this lineage of those who, having attained this level of supreme peace, 1322, have heard the stainless Samadhi, will gain understanding. 1323, and will quickly attain the wisdom of Buddhahood. 46. 1324. 37.48 They have obtained such a treasure as infinite realms that are as numerous as the Ganges sands. F.144.a filled with precious jewels, both human and divine. 47. 37.49 Bodhisattva who obtain this Samadhi, and who always insatiably study it, have gained a wealth, a treasure of precious jewels. That is a treasure difficult to acquire. 48. 37.50 Someone with knowledge will never rejoice in gaining a kingdom that has vast wealth, but Bodhisattva are overjoyed and thrilled to have obtained this stainless Samadhi. 49. 1325. 37.51 They become constant holders of the Dharma of all the omniscient Buddha, and thus they hold the supreme way of the Dharma. During the final age of degeneration, they are holders of the treasure of the Dharma and great realization. They are holders of the treasure of omniscience. They bring happiness to quintillions of beings through the words of the Dharma. 50. 1326. 37.52 They are people who have gained the wealth of correct conduct, who have understanding and the wealth of the trainings. They maintain the discipline of correct conduct. And they rejoice in seedlings of the tree of the Dharma. They are holders of the precious orange Dharma robes. And they are constantly happy in homelessness. They are unequaled in benefiting beings. And they are established in omniscience. 51. 37.53, they are tamed and are tamers of untamed beings. 1327. They are constantly in the state of being tamed. They are tamed and follow those who are perfectly tamed. 1328. They have pacified senses, perfectly pacified. They constantly awaken with the sound of the Dharma. Those beings who are asleep, who are fast asleep. And having awakened those beings they establish them in the supremely good jewel of the Dharma. 52. 37.54, they become lords of generosity, who are constantly giving freely. They are wise and do not associate with the envious. And they always rejoice in great generosity. When they see poor and suffering beings, they content them with possessions. They are constantly focused on omniscience, in order to bring benefit and happiness to beings. 53. 37.55, they constantly train in wisdom, and beat loudly the drum of the Dharma. They cut through the creepers of doubt in all beings, and are constantly engaged in wisdom. They are stainless, well-earned holders of the Dharma. They are wise and have understanding. They sit upon a seat within the assembly, F.144.b. And they teach millions of straws. 54. 37.56, they are greatly learned and hold what they have learned. They are holders of the Dharma of the Buddha. They are holders of the treasure that is the Dharma. And they rejoice in the treasury of the sage. They have become possessors of immense wisdom. And they are constantly giving rise to vast joy. They teach the peace of the Supreme Dharma, which is subtle, liberating, and difficult to see. 55. 1329. 37.57, they know what is Dharma and what is not. They are gentle, wise, and remain within the Dharma. They are unequal teachers of the kingdom of the Dharma, and constantly practice the supreme, unequaled Dharma. They are devoted to the excellent Dharma, and maintain veneration of the Guru. They dwell in the supreme city of the Dharma. They who are wise raise up the banner of the Dharma. 56. 37.58, when they see beings who are proud, arrogant, and constantly heedless. 1330. Who are on a destructive, ruin path. Who are following the path of Sutra. They have vast love and compass. Scion for them, while remaining in joy and equanimity. They teach them the supreme eightfold path of peace that is difficult to see. 57. 37.59, they build the strawing ship of the Dharma, to save and carry the many beings who have fallen into the great ocean, and into the rivers of Sutra, are more in the strengths, powers, and aspects of enlightenment. They set out upon the ship of the Dharma, and they always easily and without fear bring beings to the far shore. 58. 1331. 37.60, they practice the discipline of the supreme medicine. They are physicians who possess the supreme medicine. They have perfectly attained liberation through knowledge and wisdom, and they dispense the medicine of the good Dharma. When they see sick beings afflicted by many illnesses, they give them the medicine of the Dharma, and they heal them through the Dharma. 59. 37.61, they are lords of the world, sovereigns of speech, and they defeat their adversaries in debate. They shine with the light of omniscience. They have understanding and are on the level of the highest wisdom. They are heroes with the strength of wisdom that defeats other strengths. F.145.a. They are praised by those who have wisdom. With their wisdom they bring happiness to many trillions of beings, establishing them in the Dharma. 60. 37.62, they are the masters, the leaders of merchant caravans. 1332. Who are dedicated to protecting beings from misfortune. 1333. When they see beings bewildered on a path of jewels, who are constantly caught in the trap of Mra, they explain to them the supreme path of constant peace, happiness, and emancipation. Through that path of wisdom, the wise ones guide many billions of beings. 61. 37.63, they are a sanctuary, they are a shelter, they are a refuge, they are eyes and a lamp. They give freedom from fear to those who are afraid. They constantly bring relief to those who are fearful. When they know of beings in great suffering, of beings who have been completely blind from birth. 1334. With the precious teachings on correct training, they shine the light of the Dharma. 62. 37.64, they are the best artisans in the world, who benefit beings with their craft. They always make beings happy. Through being well trained in their craft, they have attained perfection in the supreme training, and are completely skilled, with wondrous attainment in the world. They who are established in enlightenment, have realization and give sight to the world. 63. 37.65, they never cease longing to listen to the supreme, unequaled Dharma of the Buddha. They have perfected conduct, patience, and samadhi, and have heard the profound Dharma. They never cease wishing to teach the precious Dharma of peace. They send down a rain of methods for liberation, satisfying beings with the rain of the Dharma. 64. 37.66, however many beings, wise ones, come to them for the sake of the Dharma, thinking, we will listen to the true, honest path of T. He supreme jewel of the excellent Dharma. The realized ones cut through their doubts, and bring them happiness through the Dharma. They have perfect conduct, patience, and samadhi, and they know the aspirations of beings. 65. 37.67, they have wisdom, the perfection of the highest wisdom, and they are wise concerning the aspirations of beings. They know the motivations and conduct of other beings, f.145.b, and they know what should be said to them. Through their speaking words of wisdom, millions of beings attain the sight of the supreme Dharma. They have attained the perfection of the highest wisdom, and they give the teachings of the path. 66. 37.68, even billions of Mras cannot know the minds of those wise ones, just as no one can know the path that a bird has flown through the air. They are peaceful, tamed, tranquil, have the power of wisdom, and are established in superior wisdom. They are heroes, leaders who have destroyed Mra, and realized the peace of enlightenment. 67. 37.69, they have attained perfect miraculous powers, and are always traveling to hundreds of realms. They see many quintillions of Buddha, as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. Their sight is free of impediment, and they see many forms in the 10 directions. They are guides for all the beings who are present throughout the 10 directions. 68. 37.70, if one were to describe the entirety of their benefits, even if one spoke with eloquence, for many billions of eons, one would not finish praising their past conduct. Any human who possesses this unequaled, stainless samadhi, has the inexhaustible wealth of the Buddha, and an extremely vast ocean of wisdom. 69. 1335. 37.71 Conclusion of the 37th chapter, teaching the aspect of correct conduct. 38 Chapter 38. Yaprava. 38.1 Then the Bhagavan said to the youth Chandraprabha, therefore, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who wish for these and countless other wonderful and marvelous Bodhisattva qualities, and wish to attain quickly the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood, should hear this revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena Samadhi and obtain it. Understand it, preserve it, recite it to others, promote it, proclaim it, chant it. Meditate on it with unadulterated meditation, promulgate it, and make it widely known to others. F.146.A 1336 1337 38.2 They should meditate on the strength of patience, rely on patience, and promulgate patience. They should be dedicated to the dharma, long for the dharma, possess the dharma, engage in the dharma in a way that accords with the dharma, and apply themselves to making offerings to the Buddha. 38.3 They should apply themselves to 3 points. What are the 3 points? They are ending the klesas, mastering merit, and generating the roots of goodness out of longing for the wisdom of the Buddha and not out of desire for reaching worldly happiness. Apply yourself to those 3 points. 1338 1339 38.4 Thereupon the Bhagavan, to explain what this meant, related an account of the past by chanting the following extensive verses to the youth. Kandraprabha 1340 38.5 Young man, listen to me as I tell you how I practiced for thousands of eons, seeking this sublime, excellent Samadhi. I made offerings to hundreds of thousands of Buddha. 1. 38.6 In that way, after countless eons had passed, as numerous as the grains of sand in 100 worlds, when such a number had passed by, there appeared a Jina named Gevra. 2. 38.7 There were no fewer than 600 billion in the saga of that Jina. All were without outflows, their klesas had come to an end. They had dhyana, and were established in the 8 liberations. 3. 38.8 At that time the entire surface of this earth was pleasant and had good harvests, and no disorder. All the people were joyful and happy, and the happiness of humanity was widespread. 4. 38.9 Everyone possessed the strength of merit. They were attractive and beloved. All were rich and possessed much wealth, and physically they experienced divine pleasures. 5. 38.10 They were gentle, with good discipline and few klesas. They enjoyed the strength of patience and had good features. 1341 They were like devas within the paradises. They possessed the qualities of correct conduct and understanding. 6. 38.11 At that time there was a sovereign, F.146.b. a king named Varapupas. He had no fewer than 500 sons, all endowed with mindfulness and realization. 7. 38.12 That king and his sons offered to the Jina, to that compassionate one, 600,000 parks, all beautified by flowers and fruits. 8. 1342 38.13 And 100,000 various parks, with thousands of walkways, seats, and beds, and with 1,000,000,000 dharma robes spread on the ground where they walked and sat. 9. 38.14 Thus the king with great faith presented to that Sutta, in many thousands of ways, whatever renunciants would enjoy. 10. 38.15 That king, who followed the path of the 10 good actions, came to see the guide, accompanied by 100,000 trillion beings. 11. 38.16 Holding flowers, perfumes, and incense, parasols, banners, and musical instruments, he made offerings to that Jina, and with his hands in homage sat before him. 12. 38.17 The thousands of bhikkhus were pleased, as were the devas, humans, asuras, and yakas, wondering The Jina to whom these offerings were made, will he give a prophecy? Will this Lord of humans teach the them? 13. 38.18 The self-arisen one knew their thoughts, and knew the king's supreme motivation, that his aspiration was to the further shore, and therefore taught him the Samadhi of peace. 14. 38.19 When the Sukta's voice came forth, the earth and its forests shook. A rain of flowers fell from the sky, and hundreds of lotuses appeared out of the ground. 15. 38.20 The teacher had trained in the words and their meaning, and the guide, knowing the king's thoughts, gave a prophecy. That Lord of men taught the Samadhi of peace. Listen to these words and their meaning. 16. 38.21 All existences are non-existent, they are concepts. They are insubstantial, they are like mirages and illusions. They are like lightning and clouds, unstable and empty. 1343. All are without a self, without a being, without a soul. 17. 1344. 38.22 Primordially empty, phenomena do not come. F.147.a They have not come, they are not present, and they have no location. They are always without essence, they have the nature of an illusion. They are all pure, completely pure like space. 18. 38.23 They are neither blue, nor yellow, nor white. Those are just names, vacuous, with a nature that is just sound. They are devoid of mind, their nature is not mind. They are momentary and are devoid of sound. 19. 38.24 Words do not go anywhere if spoken. Words are not diminished if not spoken. Words do not go in any direction. Words do not come from anywhere. 20. 1345 38.25 Words do not perish, cease, or end. Whether they are spoken or unspoken. Words are said to be always unceasing. Those who know that will be unceasing. 21. 38.26 In the past, hundreds of thousands of Buddha have taught the Dharma hundreds of thousands of times. But the Dharma does not cease, words do not cease. And as there is no arising, there is no cessation. 22. 38.27 Those who know the unceasing Dharma will always know the unceasing Dharma. Having taught 100,000 stras, they know that the Dharma is devoid of words. 23. 1346. 38.28 The Dharma that the Jinas have taught is unceasing and therefore is not seen. The Dharma is primordially without a self, without a being. Although it is taught, it does not cease. 24. 1347. 38.29 The wise teach using all words, but their minds are not captivated by the words. All words are like echoes on a mountain, so therefore never have attachment to words. 25. 38.30 The Dharma is Tao. GHT through illusory words. And all those words cease in that instant. That which is the characteristic of those words is the characteristic that all phenomena have. 26. 38.31 All phenomena have no characteristics, are devoid of characteristics. They all have no characteristics, and are pure of characteristics. They are always empty, and they are as pure as space. In brief, they cannot be enumerated. 27. 38.32 They are devoid of composite, or non-composite. And the sages have no concepts concerning them. They have arrived at the non-composite in all the existences of beings, and are always devoid of contrived views. 28. 38.33 The one whose mind is at rest in that nature is always without desire, anger, and ignorance. The one who knows phenomena in that way, F.147.b, becomes strong with the strength of Samadhi. 29. 38.34. Just as echoes are created through conditions in caves, mountains, and canyons, all that is composite is known to be the same. The entire world is like an illusion, a mirage. 30. 38.35. This Samadhi of peace is taught by one who has the strength of wisdom, the qualities of the Dharma, who with the strength of knowledge has the higher cognitions of the sages, and who has skill in methods of speech and knows the definitions of words. 31. 38.36. The appellations that are spoken are merely appellations. Within Sutra there is no end to be found. That which was in the past is devoid of characteristics, and one should be certain that the future is the same. 32. 38.37. Through engaging in creating karma, there will be the best and the worst. Knowing that all things are always empty by nature, and that all things are without a self. 33. 38.38. The Jina thus teaches the relative Dharma. Regard the composite and non-composite in that way. There truly is no self and no human. That is the characteristic of all beings. 34. 38.39. Good and bad karma are indestructible. Whatever I have created I will have to experience. The result of one's actions cannot be transferred to others. Nothing is experienced without a cause. 35. 1348. 38.40. All existences are illusory and powerless, as insubstantial and insignificant as foam. They are always empty, like illusions and mirages. 1349. They are taught through words, but are devoid of them. 36. 38.41. Understand in that way without having pride. Have correct conduct but without attachment. With the power of patience have no conceptualization. And, practicing in that way, rest in equanimity. 37. 38.42. The king understood the Dharma that was taught by the Jina. When the king had heard this Dharma from the Jina, together with his entourage he took up the training. 38. 38.43. The king, having heard this Samadhi, joyous and happy, said these words. This Samadhi you have taught is excellent, and I bow down to your feet. 39. 38.44. 80,000 beings who were there, F.148.a, had heard this excellent nature of phenomena, this teaching on the ultimate truth, and attained the acceptance of birthlessness. 40. 38.45. A person has no origination or cessation, and likewise these phenomena have always been empty. When that is known there is no loss, and the king attained the acceptance of birthlessness. 41. 38.46. The king, 1350, renounced his kingdom, and entered homelessness in that Jina's teaching. And all 500 princes, no less, followed him into the homeless state. 42. 38.47. When the king and his princes had entered homelessness, many thousands of other beings also at that time entered homelessness in the presence of the Sutta, seeking to receive the Dharma of that Jina. 43. 38.48. For a full 2000 years, the Jina taught the Dharma, and the king, his sons, and the people practiced the Dharma for those 2000 years. 44. 38.49. And then, at a later time, the Jina passed into Nirva. The Jina Srvakas also passed away, and his Dharma became diminished. 45. 38.50. At that time there was a prince, 1351, Pulmatin, who had faith and trust. There was a bhikkhu connected with his family, who taught to him this Samadhi of peace. 46. 38.51. The bhikkhu was gentle and mild, honored by 100,000 beings, was followed by 1,000,000,000 devas, and was praised when he came to the city. 47. 38.52, he had recollection and realization. He was disciplined and compassionate, and he delighted in correct conduct. His lovely voice was not hers, but gentle. And he had attained the power of knowledge of the sensory constituents. 48. 38.53, that bhikkhu was named Yaprava. He received 1,000,000 robes. Unable to endure the strength of his merit, 8,000 monks became jealous of him. 49. 38.54, he had the strength of merit and the strength of body, the strength of wisdom and the strength of miracles, the strength of correct conduct, the strength of samadhi, and the strength of the dharma, and therefore was a superior bhikkhu. 50. 38.55, he delighted and was beloved by people. Bhikkhus, apsakas, and bhikkhus, those beings who had faith in the Jina's teaching, f.148.b, made offerings to him and honored him. 51. 38.56, the one who was the king's son was there. Pulmatin, who had constant faith and trust. When he knew that many bhikkhus had wickedness in mind, he became a protector for his teacher. 52. 38.57, 500,000 people, armored and holding swords and clubs, constantly surrounded the bhikkhu, who taught the conduct that is endlessly correct. 53. 38.58, he taught to his followers the dharma, that phenomena are empty, with no self and no soul. Those who were fixated on objects and were attached to a self did not approve of the bhikkhu's teaching. 54. 38.59, those bhikkhus rose up and took up weapons, as they did not approve of emptiness and peace. They said, what this bhikkhu is teaching is not the dharma. It will be meritorious if we kill him. 55. 38.60, the bhikkhu was not afraid when he saw their weapons. He was aware of the emptiness of phenomena, that there was no being or man there to be killed, that these phenomena were as insubstantial as plaster. 56. 38.61, the bhikkhu placed his hands together upon his head, and spoke these words of homage to the Jinas. Through the truth of the emptiness of phenomena, may these weapons become coral tree flowers. 57. 38.62, he possessed the conduct and discipline of the sage. And as soon as he spoke those words and no others, the earth and its forests shook, and the weapons became coral tree flowers. 58. 38.63, at that time, the bhikkhus who believed in objective reality, and who were holding weapons became ill-shaped in body. They could not approach any nearer, and became frightened and greatly amazed. 59. 38.64, those who had faith and trust in the Lord of sages, those who delighted in emptiness and peace, they cried out, Elala, 1,000 times. 1352. And presented the bhikkhu with hundreds of lengths of cloth. 60. 38.65, the bhikkhu had love for them, and said to all the people before him, I will practice bodhisattva conduct, for the sake of those beings who are angry with me. 61. 38.66, then for no fewer than 80 years, he taught emptiness, the treasure of the Jinas, and the son of the king protected him from the thousands of bhikkhus who were his adversaries. 62. 38.67, during that time he was despised, and his bhikkhus became few in number. Evil things W. Array heard said about him, f.149.a. But the power of his patience never declined. 63. 1353. 38.68, then, at another time, he accomplished a great benefit for hundreds of beings. He recollected countless dharma teachings. 1354. And at that time Pulmatin felt great joy. 64. 1355. 38.69, he respectfully honored the bhikkhu. 1356. And then Pulmatin said to him, no one at all should do anything that is displeasing to my teacher. 65. 38.70, he replied, young prince, listen to me. 1357. It is through the power of patience that Buddha appear. When someone speaks unpleasantly to me, toward him I feel a great love. 66. 38.71, I was that Bhikkhu Yaprava who meditated on patience in previous lives. Throughout 100,000 eons. Those were the words Bhagavan Kyamuni spoke. 67. 38.72, the Prince Pulmatin, who was the protector of Bhikkhu Yaprava, has been my companion in thousands of lifetimes. And I prophesy that he will be Buddha Maitreya. 68. 1358. 38.73, the one who made offerings to the teacher Gevra. The one who had built a perfect monastery. The one who was previously known as Varapupas. 1359. Became the lord of humans Padmotara. 69. 1360. 38.74, in that way, for many endless eons, I held the realm of the jinas. In the past, I accomplished the power of patience. Young man, having heard this, follow my example. 70. 38.75, after I have passed into Nirva, in future times, when the realm is being destroyed, Bhikkhus will follow the thoughts of Kritikas, and will forsake my realm of peace. 71. 38.76, they will be arrogant, conceited, wicked, and reckless. They will associate with sinners and be greedy for food. They will be attached to their robes and alms balls, greedy for cloth, and be devoted to acquisition and forsake the realm. 72. 38.77, they will be aggressive, fierce, and ungrateful. They will come from vile families, poor families, enter homelessness within my teaching, and will reject the realm of peace. 73. 38.78, they will have murderous thoughts and will be beings in darkness. They will be under the power of desire and have strong attachment. F.149.b, they will be under the power of ignorance and be ignorant fools. And they will not delight in the realm of emptiness and peace. 74. 38.79, the bhikkhus, and lay people with wicked minds, will be avaricious and stupid. They will always become overpowered in that way. And in the later times they will reject enlightenment. 75. 38.80, listen, young man, to these my words. A bhikkhu should always dwell in solitude. Those who long for peace and emptiness should possess this realm of the jinas. 76. 38.81, the one who possesses this samadhi has practiced homelessness in my teaching, is ordained as a bhikkhu and practices bodha, and eats free of craving, without attachment to food. 77. 38.82, forsaking all concern for life and body. Meditate on emptiness, upon perfect peace. Meditating with dedication, complete dedication. Like a deer, live always in the forests. 78. 38.83, always make offerings to the jinas. 1361. With parasols, banners, and with dwellings. 1362, 1363. Make offerings to stpas of the Sudtas, and quickly attain this samadhi. 79. 38.84, develop the aspiration for the state of enlightenment. Beautify the stpas of the Sudtas, adorning them with gold and covering them with silver, and have beautiful images from precious materials made. 80. 38.85, make a commitment to attain enlightenment, and make all the good offerings that there are in the world, of all that is pleasing to devas and humans, and honor the Buddha with desirable offerings. 81. 38.86. See as the true nature, 2, all the lords of humans. For within the worlds in all 10 directions, the jinas who are present and those who have passed away, have come to be Buddha through the true nature. 82. 38.87. Have the aspiration to be generous to all. Have pure conduct and a stable mind. Delight in patience and always delight in kindness. And know that all phenomena are empty. 83. 38.88. Develop diligence confidently and fearlessly. Delight in dhyana and delight in solitude. Develop wisdom, completely pure wisdom. And quickly become compassionate. 84. F.150.a. 38.89. Always pacify desire through contemplating ugliness. Overcome anger with the power of patience. Overcome ignorance with the power of wisdom. And attain the enlightenment praised by the jinas. 85. 38.90. The body has no essence, it is like foam. It creates suffering, and is putrid and foul-smelling. Know all aggregates to be insubstantial. And quickly attain the highest wisdom. 86. 38.91. Never hold views that give rise to bad actions. That there is a self, an individual, and a soul. Know that all phenomena are empty. And quickly reach the highest enlightenment. 87. 38.92. Never have yearning for possessions. Do not be distressed if you do not obtain alms. Be unmoved by praise or blame. And be as unshakable as Mount Meru. 88. 38.93. With veneration seek the Dharma. Having heard it, then become that. Maintain the conduct of the jinas. And quickly go to the realm of Sukhvak. 89. 38.94. Be even-minded toward all beings. Do not have likes or dislikes in your mind. Do not long for gain and fame. And quickly become a Buddha, a lord of sages. 90. 38.95. Always describe the qualities of the Buddha correctly through their definitions, so that the beings who hear about the qualities will have faith, and you cause them to aspire to the qualities of a Buddha. 91. 38.96. Always venerate your teacher, your parents, and similarly all beings. Do not fall under the power of pride, and attain the 32 signs of a great being. 92. 38.97. Avoid all crowds without exception, and always delight in solitude. Always be pleasant, disciplined, and peaceful. Be beneficial for yourself and beneficial to other beings. 93. 38.98. Cultivate kindness and compassion, and always aspire to rejoicing and equanimity. Always follow the teaching of the jinas, and quickly become one who benefits the world. 94. 38.99. Never gain wicked friends. Have friends who are noble. F.150.b. 1364. Those who long for emptiness and peace are established in the path to supreme enlightenment. 95. 38.100. Do not train on the level of the Rvakas, and do not delight in their practice. Do not turn your mind away from the Buddha qualities, and quickly become a Buddha, a lord of jinas. 96. 38.101. Always speak pure, true words. Do not speak harshly or tell lies. Always speak gently and pleasantly, and obtain the speech of the world's teacher. 97. 38.102. Do not be concerned with your life and body. Do not criticize others and praise yourself. Accomplish your own good qualities, and have equanimity toward the conduct of others. 98. 38.103. Always delight in the liberations and emptiness. Do not make prayers for rebirth in the realms of beings. Abandon all concepts without exception, and always abide in a state without concepts. 99. 38.104. Reject the extremes at all times. Do not follow nihilism or eternalism. Always know that everything is dependent, and in that way become such a teacher. 138.105 Reject delighting in the pleasures of desires. Reject the stains of rigid anger, reject all the darkness of ignorance, and become a lion among men, delighting in peace. 101. 38.106 Always see that the permanent is impermanent. Be liberated from the happiness and suffering of all existences. See that self and purity are non-self and impure. Meditate and become a lord of men. 102. 38.107 The jinas, the lamps for the world, taught whatever them would be beneficial. They defeated the armies of Thamras and attained the supreme, highest enlightenment. 103. 38.108 I have taught the good qualities that there are, and described hundreds of faults. Reject the faults and practice the qualities. Then, young man, in this life you will become a Buddha. 104. 38.109 Conclusion of the 38th chapter, Yaprava. B14. 1365-39. Chapter 39. Restraint of the body, speech, and mind. 39.1 Then the Bhagavan, F.151.a, said to the youth Chandraprabha, therefore, young man, you should train by thinking, I shall have self-control through physical restraint. 39.2 Young man, what is meant by physical restraint? That which is called physical restraint is the physical restraint through which Bodhisattva, Mahasattva are free of attachment to all phenomena. 39.3 Young man, that which is called physical restraint is the physical restraint through which Bodhisattva Mahatmas attain the 32 primary signs of a great being. 39.4 That which is called physical restraint is the physical restraint through which Bodhisattva Mahasattva attain the 80 secondary signs of a great being. 39.5 Young man, that which is called physical restraint is the physical restraint through which Bodhisattva Mahasattva attain the 10 strengths, the 4 fearlessnesses, and the 18 distinct qualities of a Buddha. 39.6 Young man, that which is called physical restraint is the physical restraint through which Bodhisattva Mahasattva attain the 3 doorways to liberation. What are these 3? They are emptiness, the absence of attributes, and the absence of aspiration. They attain those 3 doorways to liberation. 39.7 Young man, that which is called physical restraint is the physical restraint through which Bodhisattva Mahasattva attain the 4 great Brahmaviras. What are the 4 great Brahmaviras? They are great love, great compassion, great joy, and great equanimity. They attain those 4 great Brahmaviras. 39.8 Young man, that which is called physical restraint is the physical restraint through which Bodhisattva Mahasattva attain the 4 discernments. What are the 4 discernments? They are the discernment of meaning, the discernment of phenomena, the discernment of definitions, and the discernment of eloquence. F.151.b They attain those 4 discernments. 39.9 Young man, that which is called physical restraint is the physical restraint through which Bodhisattva Mahasattva attain the 37 aspects of enlightenment. What are the 37 aspects of enlightenment? They are the 4 kinds of mindfulness, the 4 correct exertions, the 4 bases for miraculous powers, the 5 powers, the 5 strengths, the 7 aspects of enlightenment, and the Noble Eightfold Path. They attain those 37 aspects of enlightenment. 39.10 Young man, that which is called physical restraint is the physical restraint through which Bodhisattva Mahasatva attained the state of great compassion, attain the state of great equanimity, and attain easeful examination and analysis of phenomena. 39.11 Moreover, young man, that which is called physical restraint is the physical restraint through which Bodhisattva Mahasatva desist from killing, taking what is not given, not maintaining celibacy, lying, slandering, harsh speech, idle talk, avarice, malice, and wrong views, desist from fraud in weights, fraud in measures, and fraud in wealth, desist from capturing, binding, restraining, beating, threatening, severing, impaling, and terrorizing, desist from desire and greed, desist from wild hand movements, wild leg movements, and unrestrained movements of the legs and arms, and desist from wicked habits of body, speech, or mind, so that, like palm trees that have had their tops cut off, they will not arise again in the future. 1366. 1367, 1368, 1369. 1370. 1371. 39.12 Therefore, young man, understand this teaching in the following way. F.152.a Young man, in the past, innumerable, vast, immeasurable, inconceivable, unfathomable countless eons ago, at that time and in those days, there appeared in the world the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Janaprabhasa, who was perfect in wisdom and conduct, a Sutta, a knower of the world, an unsurpassable guide who tamed beings, a teacher of devas and humans, a Buddha, and a Bhagavan. 39.13 At that time and in those days, the lifespan of the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Janaprabhasa was 600 million years. He had a Rwaka of 600 million Arhats. There were countless Bodhisattva Mahasatva who held the supreme Dharma. 39.14 Young man, at that time and in those days, there was a king named Vivsasantin. King Vivsasantin came with 800 million people into the presence of the Tathagata. When he arrived, he bowed his head down to the feet of the Tathagata, circumambulated the Bhagavan 3 times, and sat down in one place. Once King Vivsasantin had sat down in one place, he honored the Tathagata. 39.15 Then the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Janaprabhasa, knowing the superior aspiration of King Vivsasantin and his followers, taught them from this Dharma teaching by chanting the following verses on entering through the doorway of the Samadhi of physical restraint. 39.16 Just as space and the sky are pure, ultimately pure, and with a clear nature, the restraint of the body, too, is pure, and cannot be taught in words. 1. 39.17 This physical restraint is devoid and empty. And those are also the 2 characteristics of the body. Just like space, it is without characteristics. That is taught to be the characteristic of the body's restraint. 2. F.152.b 39.18 Those who know that characteristic of the body's restraint will never be ones without restraint. How can those without activity have a field of conduct? Those who are immaculate have no birth. 3. 39.19 One cannot have this restraint while pursuing desires, through yearning for forms and enjoyments, not knowing the wickedness of existence. One cannot know this restraint of the body. 4. 39.20 There will never be birth for those who have immaculate restraint. They have qualities like those of the Arhats, which cannot easily be known by kritikas. 5. 39.21 Those who are terrified of the 3 realms will not develop desire for sensual gratification. They who do not wish for the pleasures of a king will know this kind of restraint of the body. 6. 39.22. The restraint of the body is said to have this meaning. It is a meaning that cannot be taught through words. The one who knows this way of the Dharma is firmly established in this restraint. 7. 39.23. I teach the meaning to those who are engaged with the meaning. To those wise ones intent upon the way of the meaning. Those engaged in the meaning shun that which is not the meaning, and are always firmly established in that restraint. 8. 39.24. How can one know the meaning that is spoken of in the teaching of the jnanas? Those who know the nature of that way of meaning are said to be established in the restraint of the body. 9. 39.25. Those who know insubstantiality, emptiness, the absence of a self, and the absence of attributes, will never be without that restraint, and in that way they will train in correct certainty. 10. 39.26. They know that existents are non-existent, and do not give rise to attachment to existence. They will never give rise to attachment to any existent, and will reach the samadhi of the absence of attributes. 11. 39.27. Those who know that phenomena have no self, have an empty nature and the characteristic of clarity, will never be without that restraint, and thus will have definite correct understanding. 12. 1372. 39.28. Those who know the 5 skandhas to be empty, know their empty nature that is devoid of a self. They will never be without that restraint in any physical activity that they perform. 13. 39.29. Those who focus on attributes, who are without restraint, who are constantly fixed in the conception of a self, f.153.a. Those beings who are attached to forms are overcome by unrestrained desires. 14. 39.30. Those who are trained in he true, highest point, the gentle ones who have realized emptiness, are never overcome by the arising of desires that cause the unrestrained to go to the lower realms. 15. 39.31. Just as all the ants together cannot shake and cannot move great Mount Sumeru, even divine forms cannot unsettle a wise one who is correctly trained. 16. 39.32. Someone may be able to paint a picture on space. Someone may be able to grasp space in his hand. But desire, anger, or millions of brass will not be able to unsettle such a wise one. 17. 39.33. Someone may be able to catch an echo. A stone may be able to float on the water. But no one can see the thoughts of someone who is trained in this restraint of the body. 18. 39.34. Someone may be able to catch all the sounds in the entire world and put them in a box. But they cannot know whether someone who maintains the restraint of the body is or is not maintaining it. 19. 39.35. Someone may be able to catch the light from the disk of the sun, or the thunder and lightning that burst from the clouds. But they cannot know the nature of the body of someone who has trained in the restraint of the body. 20. 39.36. Someone may be able to catch in a trap or a net the circle of wind that moves through the 4 directions. But they cannot come to know the body of someone who is established in the restraint of the body. 21. 39.37. This is not the domain of activity of beings. It is the domain of a wise one who has a controlled mind. It is the domain of activity of someone with restraint of the body, who, like space, is unstained by worldly qualities. 22. 39.38. Someone may be able to see the tracks of all the creatures that move through the sky in all 4 directions. But they would not be able to know the extent of the fields of activity of such a person's mind or body. 23. 39.39. Those who are established in this restraint of the body do not have any of the various kinds of klesas. They have eliminated even the minor klesas. 1373. And thus are trained in the restraint of the body. 24. 39.40. They cannot be harmed by weapons or by fire. F.153.b. And in that way their bodies are ungraspable. They remain in the peace, perfect peace, of Samadhi. And in that way they are trained in the restraint of the body. 25. 39.41. Thus established, they have no fear, they have no terror. Their minds are undisturbed, and they feel no envy. They who are thus trained in the restraint of the body have become liberated from all misfortune. 26. 39.42. They are not afraid of poison or weapons. They are not afraid in the middle of fire or water. They who are thus trained in the restraint of the body have become liberated from all misfortune. 27. 39.43. They are without fear among thieves, swindlers, criminals, and poisonous snakes. In this way they have no conception of a self. And, liberated from that concept, they have no fear. 28. 39.44. Those who are free from fear do not become frightened. As there is no fear, there is no instability. How can those who are unshakable feel fear? Even millions of mras cannot disturb them. 29. 39.45. The one who benefits Bodhisattva explains and teaches the practice of restraint. Even millions of mras cannot disturb the one who has trained in this restraint of the body. 30. 39.46. Unimpeded knowledge of the entire Dharma, the complete 80 secondary signs, and the 32 primary signs of a pure mind are not difficult to obtain for one established in restraint. 31. 39.47. Whoever wishes to realize the qualities of a Buddha, which are inconceivable and beyond measure, should train in this kind of restraint of the body, and become a shrine for the entire world. 32. 39.48. Whoever wishes for these qualities of a great sage, for the 10 inconceivable strengths of a Buddha, should train in this restraint of the body. The strengths are not difficult to attain for one thus trained. 33. 39.49. The 18 distinct qualities of a Buddha, in which the jhanas are established, are not difficult to attain for someone who has trained in this restraint of the body. 34. 39.50. The 7 limbs of enlightenment of the great sages, and their discernments and bases of miraculous powers, are not difficult to attain for someone who has trained in this restraint of the body. 35. F.154.a. 39.51. The 4 Brahmaviras and the Gyanas, the doorways to liberation, that have been taught, and easeful examination and analysis, are not difficult to attain for one established in restraint. 36. 39.52. One who is established in this supreme restraint dwells in compassion and also in equanimity, and likewise practices the conduct of supreme love, and has the motivation to benefit all beings. 37. 1374. 39.53. Maintaining mindfulness and correct exertion, the 5 strengths and 5 powers of the great sages, and the 8 branches of the supreme path of the noble ones, are not difficult to attain for one trained in restraint of the body. 38. 39.54. Also, the other sublime qualities of a Buddha, which are inconceivable and beyond measure, are all not difficult to attain for someone who has trained in this restraint of the body. 39. 39.55. When he had listened to this restraint of the body, the eminent king gained exceptional accomplishment. 1375, 1376. He felt the highest joy and unequaled happiness, and entered homelessness in that jhana's teaching. 40. 39.56, for 100 million years he entered homelessness and practiced a pure and perfect celibacy. He also meditated on the 4 Brahmaviras in order to benefit the world and its devas. 41. 39.57, having meditated well on the Brahmaviras, he saw 800 million Buddha, and even more, as numerous as the Ganges sands. And he practiced this supreme celibacy. 42. 39.58, he entered homelessness in all of their teachings, and practiced a pure and perfect celibacy. He became an excellent Bhikkhu Dharmavaka, who was very learned and had eloquent speech. 43. 39.59, knowing well this restraint of the body, he had unimpaired conduct, faultless conduct, pure conduct, and unalloyed conduct, and maintained noble conduct that was immaculate. 44. 39.60, if you think, young man, that Vyasantin, the eminent king of that time, was someone else, do not see him as being anyone else. That was me while I was practicing bodhisattva conduct. 45. F.154.b. 39.61, therefore, young man, follow my teaching, and maintain this restraint of the body. Teach it, too, to millions of other beings, and before long you will become the same as me. 46. 39.62 Then the Bhagavan said to Chandraprabha, young man, you should train by thinking, I will practice completely pure physical conduct in that way. Why is that? Because, young man, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have completely pure physical conduct have no fear of the hells, of rebirth as an animal, of the realm of Yam, or of any other lower existences. They have no fear of water, and no fear of fire, of poison, of weapons, of lions, of tigers, of bears, of elephants, of bulls, or of humans and non-humans. 1377. 39.63, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have completely pure physical conduct can place the great billion world universe on the palm of their hand and throw it up to the height of 1 palm tree, 2 palm trees, 3 palm trees, 4 palm trees, 5 palm trees, 6 palm trees, 7 palm trees, or as high as they wish to throw it. 39.64, moreover, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have completely pure physical conduct attain the perfection of supreme miraculous powers. They have ripened the basis of miraculous powers, possess pure merit, and have detachment. They can go anywhere, have attained this samadhi, have completely perfected immaculate merit, and have unimpeded vision of all worlds, and therefore have gained miraculous powers. What is this attainment of miraculous powers? Through miraculous powers there is the perfection of the accomplishment of aspirations and success. 1378, 1379. 39.65. What kind of attainment of miraculous powers are these miraculous powers that are spoken of? F.155.a. Bodhisattva Mahasattva who possess miraculous powers experience a range of different kinds of miracles. They transform from one to many, from many to one, and from visible to invisible. They pass without impediment through house walls, through city walls, and through mountains. They travel through the air just like a bird. They dive into the ground and emerge from it, just as they would in water. They stand on water just like they would on the ground. They give off smoke and flames, just like a great blaze of fire. Their bodies emit many thousands of trillions of great torrents of water, just like a great cloud that can extinguish the great fire of 1,000 billion world universe being on fire. They grasp in their hands and polish the moon and the sun, which are so miraculous, powerful, and majestic, and just as they wish, their bodies have power over beings, as far up as those in Brahma's realm. 1380. Thereupon the Bhagavan recited these verses. 1381. 39.66. They dive into the earth and re-emerge. They walk unimpeded on water. They travel through the air like a bird. And they miraculously emit smoke and flames. 47. 1382. 39.67. Just as the wind is unimpeded by space, and a multitude of clouds move through it, in that way the yogins fly through the air, unimpeded like the wind and the clouds. 48. 39.68. The skilled bodhisattva, on seeing realms burning in a blazing inferno, emit water from their bodies, extinguishing the fire of millions of realms. 1383. 39.69. The skilled bodhisattva, while seated, grasp the sun and moon in their hands. Seated, they know the realm of Brahm, and teach the Dharma to millions of Brahms. 49. F.155.b. 1384. 39.70. When they wish to teach the Dharma, the entire alien world universe hears them. As they wish, they teach the Dharma, in millions of realms to millions of beings. 50. 39.71. Then the Bhagavan said to the youth Chandraprabha, therefore, young man, you should train by thinking, I will practice completely pure physical conduct in that way. Why is that? Because, young man, Bodhisattva, Mahasattva who have completely pure physical conduct have a divine sense of hearing so that they can hear from afar the voices of devas, humans, beings in the hells, those reborn as animals, and those in the realm of Yam. 39.72. Moreover, young man, you should train by thinking, I will practice completely pure physical conduct in that way. Why is that? Because, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have completely pure physical conduct, while they are seated, with their divine sense of smell can smell from afar all the divine pleasant aromas of the Dharma that there are in all the worlds in the billion world universe. 1385. 39.73. Then again the Bhagavan said to Chandraprabha, young man, you should train by thinking, I will practice completely pure physical conduct in that way. Why is that? Because, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have completely pure physical conduct know accurately the motivation, conduct, and thoughts of other beings and individuals. They accurately know a mind that has desire to be a mind that has desire. They accurately know a mind that is without desire to be a mind that is without desire. 39.74. It is the same as that for having anger and being without anger, having ignorance and being without ignorance, having craving and being without craving. F.156.a. Having grasping and being without grasping, having concentration and distraction, having error and no error, having greatness and no greatness, having clarity and no clarity, being valid and being invalid, being surpassable and unsurpassable, being in meditation and not being in meditation, and being liberated and not being liberated, and they accurately know a mind that has klesas to be a mind that has klesas, and they accurately know a mind that has no klesas to be a mind that has no klesas. 39.75. Young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have completely pure physical conduct remember previous lives in many ways. They remember 1 previous life, or 2, or 3, or 4, or 5, or 10, or 20, or 30, or 40, or 50, or remember 100 previous lifetimes. They remember 1,000 lives, 100,000 lives, and so on, up to many quintillions of previous lives. 39.76. They remember an eon of dissolution and an eon of origination, and so on up to many eons of dissolution and eons of origination. 39.77, they remember 1 eon, and they remember 100 eons, 1,000 eons, 100,000 eons, and so on, up to remembering many quintillions of eons. 39.78, they remember as many as 10 million past lives, saying, I was born as such and such a being, this was my name, this was my family, this was my caste, this was my color, this was the food that I ate, this was my livelihood. This is how long a lifespan was, this is how long I lived, and this was the happiness and suffering I experienced. Then when I died I was reborn as such and such, then when I died again I was reborn here. They remember correctly the many different aspects of their previous lives, such as what appearance they had, the place where they lived, and the cause for that rebirth. F.156.b. 39.79, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasatva who have completely pure physical conduct have divine vision, which surpasses human vision, so that they know accurately, according to the karma of beings, their deaths and their rebirths, whether they have good color or bad color, whether they are fortunate or unfortunate, whether it is a good rebirth or a bad rebirth, and whether they are going to the higher realms or the lower realms. 39.80, they say, these beings conducted themselves badly with their bodies, conducted themselves badly with their speech, and conducted themselves badly in their minds. They maligned the noble ones, had wrong views, and truly held those wrong views. Because of those causes, after they died they fell to the lower realms and were reborn in the hells. These beings conducted themselves well with their bodies, conducted themselves well with their speech, and conducted themselves well in their minds. They did not malign the noble ones, had correct views, and truly held those correct views. Because of those causes, after they died they went to the higher realms and were reborn in the paradises. 39.81, in that way they have the pure divine vision that transcends that of humans, so that they know correctly, according to the karma of beings, their deaths and their rebirths, whether they have good color or bad color, whether they are fortunate or unfortunate, whether it is a good rebirth or a bad rebirth, and whether they go to the higher realms or the lower realms. 39.82, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasatva who have completely pure physical conduct in one instant of wisdom accurately know, hear, see, and understand everything that is to be known, to be heard, to be seen, to be realized, and to be manifested. 1386. Thereupon the Bhagavan recited these verses. 39.83, the levels of higher cognitions of the protector Bodhisattva are taught. F.157.a. The ones who remain in Samadhi are known as Bodhisattva. 51. 39.84, their hearing is purified to become inconceivable divine hearing. They hear the Dhamma that is taught by all the Buddha. 52. 39.85, the skilled Bodhisattva, while sitting with the divine sense of smell, smell all the divine Dhamma aromas in the great billion world universe. 1387. 39.86, they know the minds of all beings, whether they have or do not have desire, whether they have or do not have anger, whether they have or do not have ignorance. 53. 39.87, they know where they lived in the past, those places where they previously lived, throughout billions of eons. They know them without any impediment. 54. 39.88, their sight, too, is purified. They have insurpassable, divine sight. They see perfectly the deaths of beings and their rebirths. 55. 39.89, within a single instant. They know all lifetimes. They know correctly every single phenomenon that can be known. 56. 1388. 39.90. Then the Bhagavan said to Chandraprabha, young man, you should train by thinking. I will engage in completely pure conduct of speech in that way. 39.91. Young man, what is the restraint of speech? Young man, Bodhisattva. Mahasattva who have completely pure conduct of speech attain the inconceivable, unimpeded Buddha's speech, which has 60 aspects. Young man, that is the restraint of speech. 39.92. Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have the restraint of speech have the attainment of noble words. Young man, that is the restraint of speech. 39.93. Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have the restraint of speech attain the 32 primary signs of a great being. Young man, that is the restraint of speech. 39.94. Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have the restraint of speech attain the 80 secondary signs of a great being. Young man, that is the restraint of speech. F.157.b. 39.95. Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have the restraint of speech attain the 10 strengths of a Tathagata, the 4 fearlessnesses, and the 18 distinct qualities of a Buddha. Young man, that is the restraint of speech. 39.96. Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have the restraint of speech attain the 3 doorways to liberation. What are these 3? They are emptiness, the absence of attributes, and the absence of aspiration. They attain those 3 doorways to liberation. Young man, that is the restraint of speech. 39.97. Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have the restraint of speech attain the 4 great Brahmaviras. What are the 4 great Brahmaviras? They are great love, great compassion, great joy, and great equanimity. They attain those 4 great Brahmaviras. Young man, that is the restraint of speech. 39.98. Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have the restraint of speech attain the 4 discernments. What are the 4 discernments? They are the discernment of meaning, the discernment of phenomena, the discernment of definitions, and the discernment of eloquence. They attain those 4 discernments. Young man, that is the restraint of speech. 39.99. Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have the restraint of speech attain the 37 aspects of enlightenment. What are the 37 aspects of enlightenment? They are the 4 kinds of mindfulness, the 4 correct exertions, the 4 bases for miraculous powers, the 5 powers, the 5 strengths, the 7 aspects of enlightenment, and the Noble Eightfold Path. They attain those 37 aspects of enlightenment. Young man, that is the restraint of speech. 39.100. Bodhisattva M. Asattva who have the restraint of speech attain the state of great compassion. F.158.a. Attain the state of great equanimity, attain easeful examination, and attain the quality of being devoid of examination. Young man, that is the restraint of speech. 39.101. Moreover, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have the restraint of speech desist from killing, taking what is not given, not maintaining celibacy, lying, slandering, harsh speech, and idle talk. Those Bodhisattva Mahasattva desist from speaking untrue words to their parents and their teachers, from maligning the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, and from any other words that are harmful words. They know those words to be like echoes. They perceive them to be like apparitions, mirages, hallucinations, and illusions, and in that way they do not objectify words, conceptualize them, become proud of them, view them, or become attached to them. Young man, that is the restraint of speech. 39.102 Then the Bhagavan said to Chandraprabha, young man, you should train. By thinking, I will engage in completely pure conduct of speech in that way. Young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have the restraint of speech, have no fear of any lower realm and obtain the entire dharma of the Buddha. They attain all the miraculous powers and higher cognitions of the Buddha. Young man, that is the restraint of speech. Thereupon the Bhagavan recited these verses. 1389. 39.103, that which is called the restraint of species, is the restraint of speech through which the Bodhisattva will attain the unimpeded knowledge of the entirety of the Dharma. 57. 1390 39.104, that which is called the restraint of speech, is the restraint of speech through which the wise attain the unimpeded, inconceivable Buddha speech, that has 60 aspects. F.158.b. 1391. 39.105, that which is called the restraint of speech, is the restraint of speech through which the wise attain the 32 primary signs, the 10 strengths, and the distinct qualities of a Buddha. 58. 39.106, that which is called the restraint of speech, is the restraint of speech through which the wise attain all the qualities of Buddhahood that have previously been taught by me. 59. 39.107, that which is called the restraint of speech, is the restraint of speech through which the wise attain the Brahmaviras, the discernments, and marvelous, inconceivable qualities. 60. 39.108, that which is called the restraint of speech, is the restraint of speech through which the wise attain the mindfulnesses, the correct exertions, the strengths, the powers, and the basis for miraculous powers. 61. 39.109, that which is called the restraint of speech, is the restraint of speech through which the wise attain great equanimity, the fearlessnesses, and the state of great compassion. 62. 39.110, that which is called the restraint of speech, is the restraint of speech through which the wise attain pure, easeful examination, and the peace of being devoid of examination. 63. 39.111, that which is called the restraint of speech, is the restraint of speech through which the wise do not lie, speak words of slander, indulge in idle talk, or speak harsh words. 64. 39.112, that which is called the restraint of speech, is the restraint of speech through which the wise will never say that they forsake the Dharma, or forsake the Buddha or the Sangha. 65. 39.113, that which is called the restraint of speech, is the restraint of speech through which the wise do not speak words that are untrue in front of their parents or teachers. 66. 39.114, that which is called the restraint of speech, is the restraint of speech through which the wise desist from all other words that are harmful, without exception. 67. 39.115, that which is called the restraint of speech, is the restraint of speech through which the wise fearlessly use words that are like echoes, and that are analogous to dreams. 68. 39.116, that which is called the restraint of speech, is the Bodhisattva's use of words as being without self, without a soul, unmoving, F.159.a, arising through conditions, and as deceptive as a dream. 69. 39.117, that which is called the restraint of speech, is the Bodhisattva's use of words with cessation always being like a dream, and nirvana also being like a dream. 70. 39.118, that which is called the restraint of speech, is when there are no words at all to be found. It is not conceptualizing them, or being proud of them, and not being dependent on them or attached to them. 71. 39.119 Then the Bhagavan said to Chandraprabha, therefore, young man, you should train by thinking, I shall be endowed with the restraint of the mind. 39.120 Young man, what is the restraint of the mind? Bodhisattva. Mahasattva who have the restraint of the mind are without fear of the them of the Buddha, and have attained the unshakable, liberated mind. Young man, that is the restraint of the mind. 1392. 1393. 39.121 Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have the restraint of the mind obtain the Samadhi that is like a Vajra. Young man, that is the restraint of the mind. 39.122 Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have the restraint of the mind obtain the light rays that are called as bright as flames. Young man, that is the restraint of the mind. 39.123 Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have the restraint of the mind attain the perfect voice of a Buddha, which has 60 aspects. Young man, that is the restraint of the mind. 39.124 Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have the restraint of the mind have the attainment of noble words. Young man, that is the restraint of the mind. 39.125 Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have the restraint of the mind attain the 32 primary signs of a great being. Young man, that is the restraint of the mind. 39.126 Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have the restraint of the mind attain the 80 secondary signs of a great being. Young man, that is the restraint of the mind. F.159.b 39.127 Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have the restraint of the mind attain the 10 strengths of a Tathagata, the 4 fearlessnesses, and the 18 distinct qualities of a Buddha. Young man, that is the restraint of the mind. 39.128 Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have the restraint of the mind attain the 3 doorways to liberation. What are the 3 doorways to liberation? They are emptiness, the absence of attributes, and the absence of aspiration. They attain those 3 doorways to liberation. Young man, that is the restraint of the mind. 39.129 Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have the restraint of the mind attain the 4 great Brahmaviras. What are the 4 great Brahmaviras? They are great love, great compassion, great joy, and great equanimity. They attain those 4 great Brahmaviras. Young man, that is the restraint of the mind. 39.130 Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have the restraint of the mind attain the 4 discernments. What are the 4 discernments? They are the discernment of meaning, the discernment of phenomena, the discernment of definitions, and the discernment of eloquence. They attain those 4 discernments. Young man, that is the restraint of the mind. 39.131 Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have the restraint of the mind attain the 37 aspects of enlightenment. What are the 37 aspects of enlightenment? They are the 4 kinds of mindfulness, the 4 correct exertions, the 4 bases for me. Miraculous powers, the 5 powers, the 5 strengths, the 7 aspects of enlightenment, and the Noble Eightfold Path. They attain those 37 aspects of enlightenment. Young man, that is the restraint of the mind. 39.132 Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have the restraint of the mind attain the state of great compassion, attain the state of great equanimity, and attain easeful examination, F.160.a, and the quality of being devoid of examination. Young man, that is the restraint of the mind. 39.133 Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have the restraint of the mind attain Engagement in conduct with the wish to benefit others. Young man, that is the restraint of the mind. 39.134 Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have the restraint of the mind do not associate with wrong views in order to desist from wrong views. They do not associate with avarice in order to desist from avarice. They do not associate with malice in order to desist from malice. They do not associate with laziness in order to desist from laziness. They do not wish to deceive their parents or their teachers, and they do not develop desire, anger, or ignorance and do not associate with them. They do not abandon the aspiration to enlightenment. They do not destabilize their superior aspiration, and also the Bodhisattva desist from all other harmful thoughts in their minds, and do not associate with them. Young man, that is the restraint of the mind. 39.135 They perceive the mind as being like a dream, being like a mirage, being like an apparition, and being like a hallucination, something that does not come from anywhere and does not go anywhere. They perceive happiness as being like a dream, perceive it as being impermanent like a dream, perceive it as being devoid of self like a dream, perceive it as being devoid of a soul like a dream, and they do not objectify it, conceptualize it, become proud of it, view it, or become attached to it. Young man, that is the restraint of the mind. 39.136 Then the Bhagavan said to Chandraprabha, Young man, you should train by thinking. I will practice completely pure conduct of the mind in that way. Why is that? F.160.b Young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have completely pure conduct of the mind avoid all unfavorable conditions and obtain the countless dharma teachings of the Buddha. They obtain from all the Buddha the higher cognitions of the Buddha and the unshakable, liberated mind. Young man, that is the restraint of the mind. Thereupon the Bhagavan recited these verses. 39.137 All of you listen with an unwavering mind. For I will teach the restraint of the mind. If you wish to attain Buddhahood quickly, listen to me and then practice this. 72. 39.138 That restraint of the mind through which wise ones attain the vast, unshakable, supreme peace. The wonderful, inconceivable dharma of the jhanas. That is what is called the pure restraint of the mind. 73. 39.139 That restraint of the mind through which wise ones attain the liberated, eternally unshakable mind. And likewise the supreme samadhi that is like a vajra. That is what is called the most splendid restraint of the mind. 74. 39.140 That which wise ones practice and through which they accomplish light rays of great benefit, and attain the voice with 60 aspects. That is what is called the purest restraint of the mind. 75. 39.141 That restraint of the mind through which wise ones quickly attain the 32 primary signs, and attain the 10 strengths and every quality of Buddhahood. That is what is called the supreme restraint of the mind. 76. 39.142 That restraint of the mind through which wise ones attain the discernments and the fearlessnesses and wonderful, inconceivable, supreme qualities. That is what is called the supreme restraint of the mind. 77. 39.143 That restraint of the mind through which wise ones attain the mindfulnesses, the basis of miraculous powers, the correct efforts, and the 5 powers and strengths. That is what is called the supreme restraint of the mind. 78. 39.144 That restraint of the mind through which wise ones attain all of the 4 Brahmaviharas, and likewise emptiness, the absence of attributes, and the absence of aspiration. That is what is called the supreme restraint of the mind. 1394. 39.145 that restraint of the mind through which wise ones, f.161.a, attain the state of compassion, great equanimity, and the practice of correct conduct, great love, and peace. That is what is called the supreme restraint of the mind. 2. 39.146, that restraint of the mind through which wise ones quickly attain the 7 limbs of enlightenment, and similarly the 8 aspects of the supreme path. That is what is called the supreme restraint of the mind. 79. 39.147, that restraint of the mind through which wise ones attain the supreme state of equanimity, and the stainless, supreme state of compassion. That is what is called the supreme restraint of the mind. 80. 39.148, that restraint of the mind through which wise ones attain easeful examination, a mind of pure peace, and detachment through a wealth of qualities. That is what is called the supreme restraint of the mind. 81. 39.149, that restraint of the mind through which wise ones do not associate with evil people and those with wrong views. 1395. And do not develop a mind of malice, or a mind of avarice. That is what is called the supreme restraint of the mind. 82. 39.150, that restraint of the mind through which wise ones do not act with pretense for even an instant, and do not act with deception toward the Guru. That is what is called the supreme restraint of the mind. 83. 39.151, that restraint of the mind through which wise ones do not develop desire or anger in their minds, and similarly never give rise to ignorance. That is what is called the supreme restraint of the mind. 84. 39.152, that restraint of the mind through which wise ones in their minds do not forsake enlightenment, and whose superior motivation is never shaken. That is what is called the supreme restraint of the mind. 85. 39.153, that restraint of the mind through which wise ones do not keep with any of the other numerous faults of the mind that there may be. That is what is called the supreme restraint of the mind. 86. 39.154, they understand the mind as being like an illusion, like a dream, and similarly like a mirage, always having the characteristic of a hallucination. That is what is called the supreme restraint of the mind. 87. 39.155, they understand happiness to be like a dream, and similarly, impermanent, empty, and transient. Wise ones understand the mind in that way. That is what is called the supreme restraint of the mind. 88. 39.156, t. They understand the mind to be without a soul, without being, f.161.b, and arising from conditions like a world tortuous circle of fire, not coming from anywhere nor going anywhere. That is what is called the supreme restraint of the mind. 89. 39.157, they never objectify the mind at all, and are without conceptualization or pride. They do not fixate upon it or become attached to it. That is what is called the supreme restraint of the mind. 90. 39.158, they understand the ultimate truth to be like a dream, and nirvana to be the same as a dream. Wise ones understand the mind in that way. That is what is called the supreme restraint of the mind. 91. 39.159 conclusion of the 39th chapter, restraint of the body, speech, and mind. B15. 1396-40. Chapter 40. Untitled. 40.1, Young man, what is purity of action? Seeing the three existences as being like a dream and becoming free of desire. Young man, that is purity of action. 40.2, Young man, what is the transcendence of the mind's fixation on perceptions? It is knowing that the skandhas, dhatus, and yatanas are like illusions, and renouncing them. That is the transcendence of the minds. Fixation on perceptions. 40.3. What is the knowledge of the skandhas? It is perceiving the skandhas to be like mirages. 40.4. What is the equality of the dhatus? It is renouncing the dhatus as being like apparitions. 40.5. What is the elimination of the yathanas? It is renouncing the yathanas as being like hallucinations. 40.6. What is the renunciation of craving? It is not fixating on any phenomena. That is the renunciation of craving. 1397. 40.7. What is the direct realization of birthlessness? It is not having the perception of any phenomena. What is engagement in activity? It is not giving up because of suffering arising from diligence. 40.8. What is the illumination of causes? It is perceiving that the skandhas are like echoes. What is the non-dissipation of the results of karma? It is knowing that the results of karma do not dissipate like a dream. 40.9. What is insight into phenomena? It is not seeing phenomena. What is the meditation of the path? F.162.a. It is meditation on the non-perception of all phenomena. 40.10. What is meeting the Tathagatas? It is practicing the training of all the Buddha. What is sharp wisdom? It is the patience of the birthlessness of phenomena. 40.11. What is penetrating into beings? It is knowing the higher and the lower faculties. 1398. What is knowledge of phenomena? It is the non-perception of phenomena. 40.12. What is the knowledge of engaging in discernment? It is engaging in the true nature of phenomena. What is the knowledge of the different kinds of letters and words? It is the knowledge of engaging with the three mantras, and knowing what is the form and what is not the form of words. 1399. 40.13. What is the transcendence of matter? It is the understanding of immateriality. What is the understanding of sounds? It is knowing them to be like echoes. Young man, that is the understanding of sounds. 40.14. What is the attainment of joy? It is the non-perception of all phenomena. The ending of the suffering that arises from sasra, and putting down one's burden. What is experiencing the joy of the Dharma? It is never abandoning teaching, pleasing, and seeing the excellence of one's inner. 1400. 40.15. What is abiding? It is the realization of the truths of the noble ones. 1401. What is sincerity? It is uncontrived conduct. 40.16. What is no longer having frowns? It is being without anger. What is being pleasant? It is being good company. 1402. 40.17. What is being gentle? It is being beneficial to others. 1403, 1404. What is being courteous? It is being welcoming and standing up quickly. 1405. 40.18. What is having veneration for the Guru? It is being fearful of the Guru and perceiving the Guru as the Kalyamitra. 1406, 1407. What is respect for the Guru? It is honoring and serving the Guru. 40.19. What is being content with occurrences? F.162.b. It is having no attachment to anything that occurs. What is never being satisfied with the good actions one has done? It is pursuing every kind of good action and seeking for any good action. 40.20. What is having a pure livelihood? It is being satisfied with anything. Using no trickery, no flattery, not being covetous, and not having the desire to acquire. 1408. What is not forsaking the solitary life? It is not abandoning dedication to good actions and delighting in residing in a remote place, delighting in dense forests, inaccessible mountain sites, and the interior of caves. 1409 Experiencing the joy of the Dharma, not mixing lay people and renunciants. Not having attachment to gain, honors, or praise, rejecting craving, and experiencing the joy of Dhyana. That is not forsaking the solitary life. 40.21 What is the knowledge of successive levels? It is the knowledge of the distinctive result of the Rwaka, knowledge of the distinctive level of the Pratyeka Buddha, and knowledge of the distinctive level of the Bodhisattva. What is always maintaining mindfulness? It is being attentive to impermanence, suffering, emptiness, and the absence of self. 40.22 What is being wise concerning the skandhas, wise concerning the dhatas, and wise concerning the yatanas? It is having the knowledge of the categories of the skandhas, dhatas, and yatanas, but having no perception of them. What is making one's higher cognitions manifest to others? It is attaining the four bases of miraculous powers and manifesting miracles. 40.23 What is the elimination of klesas? It is the elimination of desire, anger, and ignorance. What is ceasing engagement with propensities? It is reviling previous foolish conduct and not wishing for the level of the Rwakas or Pratyeka Buddha. 40.24 What is having specific attainments? It is accomplishing a Buddha's strengths, F.163.a, fe, lessnesses, and discernments. 1410 What is the natural result of meditation? It is the elimination of attachment and aversion. 1411 40.25 What is skillfulness in eliminating transgressions? It is the restraint of the Pratimokkha and the Vinya. What is the prevention of the arising of bad actions? It is confessing bad actions and the virtue of restraining from them in the future. 40.26 What is the elimination of attachment? It is destroying all the creepers of craving for the three existences, developing the good qualities that have not yet been developed, and not losing the good qualities that have been developed. 1412 What is transcending the existences? It is not focusing the mind upon or engaging the mind with the three realms. 40.27 What is the memory of previous rebirths? It is the knowledge of previous lifetimes. What is being free of doubt concerning the ripening of karma? It is rejecting eternalism and nihilism. 40.28 What is the contemplation of phenomena? It is correct contemplation. What is seeking to hear the Dharma? It is possessing and meditating upon the Pika of the Rwakas, the Pika of the Pratyeka Buddha, and the Pika of the Bodhisattva. 40.29 What is having sharp knowledge? It is knowing the non-origination of phenomena to be like a dream. What is craving for wisdom? It is seeking wisdom. 40.30 What is the realization of wisdom? It is the attainment of the highest complete enlightenment. What is the level of a noble being? It is the state of Bodhisattva training. 40.31 What is having a mind like a mountain? It is not abandoning the aspiration to enlightenment. What is being unshakable? It is not being led astray by the klesas. 40.32 What is being immovable? It is the mind not being engaged with any attribute. What is irreversibility? It is the unimpaired six perfections, and the continuous vision of the Buddha who reside in other worlds. F.163.b 1413 40.33 What is the natural result of good qualities? It is being near to the highest, complete enlightenment. 1414. What is the abhorrence of bad qualities? It is restraint and not performing bad actions in the first place. 40.34. What is being free of behavior caused by the klesas? It is being free of that which is caused by ignorance, craving for existence, and anger. What is never abandoning the training? It is conviction in the ripening of karma, and having veneration for the Buddha. 40.35. What is being established in Samadhi? It is a one-pointed mind that is skilled in the non-production and non-perishing of the phenomena of the mind and mental events. 1415. 40.36. What is the knowledge of the thoughts of beings? It is the wisdom that knows the superior and inferior faculties of beings. What is the knowledge of the various rebirths of beings? It is the knowledge of the different states of the 5 kinds of existence. 40.37. What is knowledge of the infinite? It is the effortless knowledge of mundane and supramundane skills. What is the knowledge of the intended meaning of words? It is the knowledge of the intended meaning of the Tathagata's words. 40.38. What is the rejection of living in a home? It is leaving home for physical and mental solitude. What is finding no joy in the 3 realms? It is seeing the realms for what they truly are. 40.39. What is having a motivation that is not discouraged? It is not giving up the motivation and not giving up meditation. What is having no attachment to phenomena? It is the renunciation of all that one has affection for. 40.40. What is having possession of the sacred dharma? It is preserving the Buddha's enlightenment, and possessing straws such as this. What is protecting the dharma? It is subjugating, in a way that is in accord with the dharma, those who malign the Buddha's dharma. 40.41. What is conviction in the ripening of karma? F.164.a. It is forsaking bad actions through a sense of shame, and dedicating oneself to seeking good qualities. What is skill in the Vinaya? It is the knowledge of what are natural transgressions and what are not natural transgressions, and the knowledge of what are proscribed transgressions and what are not proscribed transgressions. 40.42. What is the pacification of disputes? It is the avoidance of gatherings. What is the absence of discord and the absence of quarrels? It is the absence of desire for worldly conversation. 40.43. What is having reached the level of patience? It is enduring harm to the body and mind. What is maintaining patience? It is maintaining equanimity and not losing one's patience when others speak badly, saying unpleasant words. 1416. 40.44. What is skill in examining phenomena? It is distinguishing the skandhas, dhatus, and yathanas, distinguishing the aspects of klesas and purification, and not objectifying them. What is skill in gaining certainty concerning phenomena? It is the inexpressibility of all phenomena. 40.45. What is the knowledge of distinguishing between the words for phenomena? It is the accomplishment of the differentiation of all phenomena. 1417. What is skill in the presentation of the words for phenomena? It is teaching phenomena exactly as they are. 1418. 40.46. What is the knowledge of the skill of presenting the distinction between words that have meaning and words that do not have meaning? It is that the nature of phenomena cannot be taken away from or added to. 1419. What is knowledge of the past? It is the knowledge of causes. 40.47. What is knowledge of the future? It is the knowledge of contributing factors. What is the knowledge of the equality of the 3 times? It is the true nature of the way of things, which is that there is no differentiation to be made between all phenomena. 1420. 40.48. What is the knowledge of the purity of the three aspects of actions? It is not objectifying and having no mental engagement with phenomena of the past, future, or present. What is the knowledge of the body's condition? It is mindfulness of the body. F.164.b. 40.49. What is the knowledge of the mind's condition? It is not objectifying the mind. What is guarding conduct? It is conduct that is unsullied. 1421. 40.50. What is having unshakable conduct? It is conduct without error. 1422. What is uncontrived conduct? It is being free of the desire for bad actions. 1423. 40.51. What is having attractive conduct? It is the mind being focused upon engagement with the Dhamma, speaking rationally, being aware of time, and teaching the Dhamma correctly. 1424. What is knowledge of the world? It is the knowledge of going and coming. 40.52. What is unrestrained generosity? It is not holding on to things and being without miserliness. What is being open-handed? It is having a virtuous nature. 1425. 40.53. What is having a mind without fixation? It is having unsullied faith. What is having a sense of self-respect? It is not being talkative. 1426. 40.54. What is having a sense of modesty? It is that which is not evident to others. 1427. What is an abhorrence of negative aspirations? It is understanding what are the qualities of foolishness, and not associating with them. 40.55. What is not forsaking the qualities of purification? It is being stable in commitments. What is maintaining correct conduct? It is developing disciplined conduct. 40.56. What is joyful conduct? It is the contemplation of virtuous qualities. What is standing up to welcome gurus and presenting them with a seat? It is overcoming pride and not being lazy. 40.57. What is the elimination of pride? It is not objectifying or depending upon a self. What is controlling the mind? It is the knowledge of how not to lose good qualities. 40.58. What is the knowledge of generating enthusiasm? It is the knowledge of how not to lose the results of diligence. What is the knowledge of discernment? It is the wisdom that understands the truth exactly as it is. 40.59. What is the realization of wisdom? It is the realization of both mundane and supramundane qualities. What is being without ignorance? It is not imposing embellishments on phenomena as they truly are. 40.60. What is the knowledge of the processes of the mind? F.165.a. It is the knowledge of the absence of creation and destruction. What is the knowledge of accomplishment and definite accomplishment? It is sharp wisdom. 1428. 40.61. What is the knowledge of all language? It is correctly teaching the Dhamma. What is the knowledge of presentation? It is the knowledge of correct engagement. 1429. 40.62. What is the knowledge of attaining certainty in meaning? It is cutting through the skandha of mental activities. What is abandoning that which is harmful? It is transcending existence and causing others to transcend existence. 40.63. What is relying upon excellent beings? It is not being apart from a Buddha. What is being together with excellent beings? It is attending upon Buddha, Bodhisattva, Pratyeka Buddha, and Ruakas. 40.64 What is avoiding bad beings? It is avoiding those who are fixated on perceptions and those who are lazy. What is delighting in dhyana? It is avoiding the thorns of desire. Not forsaking dhyana, and not abandoning joy. 1430-1431. 40.65 What is not clinging to dhyana? It is wishing to transcend the three existences, wishing to ripen beings, and wishing for the light of higher wisdom. What is the utilization of the higher cognitions? It is teaching to others. Through the 5 higher cognitions, the Dharma teachings of the Buddha that are difficult to understand. 40.66 What is the knowledge of assigned names? It is the understanding that names are without reality. What is the use of designations? It is worldly usage. 40.67 What is employing designations? It is the knowledge of speaking. What is disillusionment with Sutra? It is reflecting upon the harm of Sutra. 40.68 What is not being motivated by material gain? It is having few desires. What is having no interest in gain or honors? It is being free of regret and free of the wish to commit sinful actions. F.165.b 40.69 What is not being upset by criticism? It is the knowledge that comprehends the skandhas and the ghatas. What is not being fixated upon praise? It is not making known one's good actions, and it is knowing gain and honor to be obstacles. 40.70 What is indifference to respect? It is understanding the ripening of karma. What is not being upset by lack of respect? It is not forsaking the practice. 40.71 What is being undisturbed by disrespect? It is being aware of worldly qualities. What is being indifferent to praise? It is seeking good actions and abandoning worldly life. 40.72 What is not being disheartened when there is no gain? It is being aware of the qualities that oneself has given rise to. What is not associating with householders? It is avoiding any kind of worldly enjoyment. 1432. 40.73 What is not associating with renunciants? It is avoiding that which is inappropriate and seeking that which is appropriate. 1433. 1434. What is avoiding that which is outside the scope of correct conduct? It is abandoning the 5 obscurations. 40.74 What is acting within the scope of correct conduct? It is meditation on the 4 mindfulnesses. What is the perfection of conduct? It is its perfect preservation. 40.75 What is rejecting incorrect conduct? It is preserving your good qualities. What is not dishonoring your family? It is avoiding profiting from wisdom. 40.76 What is preserving the teaching? It is the determined seeking of the Dharma and practicing the Dharma in accord with the Dharma. What is speaking little? It is the attainment of Samatha. 40.77 What is speaking softly? It is the attainment of Vipayan. 1435. What is skillfulness in answers? It is the knowledge of replies and rejoinders. 40.78 What is defeating opposition? It is the correct presentation and teaching of the Dharma and defeating those who believe in objective reality. 1436. What is arriving at the right time? It is knowledge of the time. F.166.a 40.79 What is not relying on ordinary people? It is seeing the qualities of the foolish to be false. 1437 What is not having contempt for those in suffering? It is having impartiality toward all beings. 1438 40.80. What is giving wealth to those who are in suffering? It is giving them worldly goods. 1439. What is not rebuking the poor? It is having kindness toward others. 40.81. What is having compassion for those whose conduct is incorrect? It is saving others from transgression and establishing them in correct conduct. What is having that which will bring benefit to others? It is benefiting others. 40.82. What is having a compassionate mind? It is consideration of the future suffering of beings. What is benefiting others through the dharma? It is bringing others correctly into the dharma. 40.83. What is giving away material wealth? It is giving away whatever has been accumulated and benefiting others through material things. What is not hoarding? It is renouncing material wealth and seeing it as harmful to the maintenance of correct conduct. 40.84. What is praising correct conduct? It is the knowledge of the result of correct conduct. 1440. What is condemning incorrect conduct? It is the understanding of the faults of incorrect conduct. 40.85. What is unwaveringly attending upon those who have correct conduct? It is the knowledge that perceives those who have correct conduct to be difficult to find. What is giving up all possessions? It is having a virtuous motivation. 40.86. What is welcoming others with a higher motivation? It is wishing to benefit others. 1441. What is doing exactly what one has said one will do? It is having a completely virtuous motivation. 40.87. What is perpetual application? It is seeking for and inquiring about any virtue. What is having veneration and experiencing joy? It is knowledge through realization and knowledge through scripture. 1442. 40.88. What is the knowledge of using examples? It is having the knowledge of similarities and the knowledge of teaching. What is being skilled concerning past lifetimes? It is remembering lifetimes, f.166.b, and having received many teachings. 40.89. What is putting raw oughts of merit first? It is having a strong longing for enlightenment and also in spring that in others. What is skill in methods? It is being skilled in confession, rejoicing, supplication, and the dedication of the roots of goodness. 40.90. What is the negation of attributes? It is realizing that all phenomena are like a dream, and the extinction of things. What is turning away from conceptualization? It is the rejection of error. 40.91. What is the knowledge of the characteristics of things? It is the knowledge of things having no characteristics. 1443. What is skill in the accomplishment of the strass? It is teaching through describing accurately the understanding of, and the examples for, good and bad qualities. 40.92. What is certainty in the truth? It is the cessation of consciousness, and the non-arising of names and form. What is the direct experience of liberation? It is not wavering from the Samadhi that is like a Vajra. 40.93. What is the single teaching? It is not being reborn in the inferior state of a Kritika. What is the attainment of fearlessness? It is understanding the Buddhas, them and developing the strength of Dhyana. 1444. 40.94. What is the basis of correct conduct? It is the restraint of the body and the Pratimukha vows. 1445. What is entering into Sampatti? It is being free of desire for the three existences. 40.95. What is the attainment of wisdom? It is the knowledge of power and having no objectification. What is day? Lighting in solitude. It is avoiding the faults from being with others and not forsaking good qualities. 40.96. What is contentment with having no high reputation? It is being pleased with whatever there is. What is the absence of pollution in the mind? It is the suppression of the obscurations. 40.97. What is rejecting incorrect views? It is rejecting the view of objective reality. What is the attainment of mental retention? F.167.a. It is teaching correctly and without impediment the Dharma just as it has been seen. 40.98. What is the entrance into knowledge? It is the entrance into the true nature. 1446. What is the basis? It is the basis of correct conduct. 40.99. What is the ground? It is the ground of the mind. What is the foundation? It is the foundation of faith. 40.100. What is the practice? It is the practice of the path. What is the knowledge of the cause? It is the knowledge that ignorance is the cause of Sutra. 1447. 40.101. What is the method? It is knowledge as the method of liberation. 1448. What is the way? It is the way of the rejection of craving. 40.102. What is the doorway? It is abandoning faults. What is the path? It is the knowledge of impermanence, suffering, emptiness, and selflessness. 40.103. What is the level? It is the tenfold level of the absence of aspiration. 1449, 1450. What is being free from rebirth? It is putting an end to rebirth. 1451. 40.104. What is the level of knowledge? It is being free of stupidity. TY. What is the elimination of ignorance? It is the elimination of stupidity. 40.105. What is the basis of wisdom? It is without a basis. What is the level of spiritual practice? It is meditation on the qualities of the 37 aspects of enlightenment. 40.106. What is the scope of practice of the Bodhisattva? It is composed of the 6 perfections. What is attending upon wise beings? It is attending upon Buddha. 40.107. What is rejecting those who are not wise beings? It is rejecting Kritikas, who have the view of objective reality. What is the teaching of the Tathagatas? It is liberation through knowledge of the true nature, having gained the strengths of Buddhahood. 40.108. What is the level of Buddhahood? It is the attainment of all good qualities. What is meant by the wise rejoicing in it? It means the Buddha, Bhagavana, and the Vakas of the past, future, and present, rejoicing. 40.109. What is meant by the foolish rejecting it? It means that it is difficult for all who are foolish to understand. F.167.b. What is meant by it being difficult for the Vakas and Pratyeka Buddha to know? It means that the Buddha's dharma is inconceivable. 40.110. What is meant by it not being the level of the Kritikas? It means that their level is the false pride of a practitioner. What is meant by the Bodhisattva possessing it? It means that it is difficult to obtain and is a great medicine. 1452. 1453. 40.111. What is meant by its being realized b? Why those who have the 10 strengths? It means that it is an arduous practice. Why should the Devas make offerings to it? They should do so in order to attain every happiness. 40.112. Why should Brahm praise it? Because it is a practice that brings the attainment of all liberations. 1454. Why should the Angas pay homage to it? Because it destroys all habitual tendencies. 40.113. Why should the yakas rejoice in it? Because it closes the pathways to all the lower realms. Why should the kinnaras praise it in song? Because it brings the attainment of all the happiness of liberation. 40.114. Why should the Mahoragas laud it? Because it destroys Sasra. Why should the Bodhisattva meditate on it? Because it brings the attainment of omniscient wisdom. 40.115. Why should the wise comprehend it? Because it brings the attainment of irreversibility. Why is it the highest wealth? Because it brings the attainment of an excellent rebirth as a deva or human, and it brings the attainment of liberation. 40.116. Why is it immaterial generosity? Because it destroys all the klesas. Why is it a medicine for the sick? Because it brings desire, anger, and ignorance to an end. 40.117. Why is it a treasure of wisdom? Because it is meditation. Why is it unceasing eloquence? Because it is truly correct knowledge and vision. 40.118. Why is it freedom from misery? Because it is the realization that harm and suffering are meaningless. F.168.a. And that suffering has no cell. F. Why is it the comprehension of the entire three realms? Because it is the realization that they are like dreams and illusions. 40.119. Why is it a raft for crossing to the other shore? Because it is the meditation on impermanence, suffering, and emptiness by those who have the higher motivation of desiring to attain nirvana. 1455. Why is it like a boat for those in the middle of a river? Because it brings the attainment of nirvana. 40.120. Why is it fame for those who wish for renown? Because it brings the attainment of vast qualities. Why do the Buddha praise it? Because it is the benefactor that provides a medicine with infinite good qualities. 40.121. Why do the Tathagatas laud it? Because it is the benefactor that provides all qualities and happiness and liberation. Why do those who have the 10 strengths praise it? Because it is the benefactor that provides the precious gem that is difficult to find. 40.122. Why is it the quality of the Bodhisattva? Because it is the acquisition of training in the gem. 1456. Why is it the equanimity of those with compassion? Because it is the activity that accomplishes the Buddha's deeds. 40.123. Why is it the love that brings evil to an end? Because it provides the remedy. Why does it provide relief for those who follow the Mahayana? Because it fulfills all the wishes for the Buddha's dharma. 40.124. Why is it the diligent practice of those with the lion's roar? Because it brings the attainment of he best dharma, the superior dharma. Why is it the path of the wisdom of the Buddha? Because it brings the attainment of all good qualities. 40.125. Why is it the seal upon all phenomena? Because it brings the realization of this side from the other side. Why is it the accomplishment of omniscient wisdom? Because it eliminates all bad qualities, accomplishes all good qualities, F.168.b, and brings liberation to all beings. 1457. 1458. 40.126. Why is it the pleasure garden of Bodhisattva? Because there every happiness, joy, and pleasure bring happiness to all beings. Why does it terrify the Mras? Because it accomplishes all the strengths. And because it brings all the klesas to an end. 40.127. Why is it the knowledge of those who have reached happiness? Because it is the cessation of all distress. 1459. Why is it the benefit from those who accomplish benefit? Because it brings the accomplishment of all good fortune. 40.128. Why is it the refuge for those among enemies? Because it brings defeat to all those who believe in objective reality and have wrong views. Why is it the subjugation of adversaries by those who have the dharma? Because it brings the defeat of the critiquers by those who have the dharma. 40.129. Why is it the expression of truth for those who have fearlessness? Because it brings the tranquility of having analyzed well and analyzed precisely all phenomena. 1460. 1461. 1462. Why is it the correct search for the strengths? Because it is a practice that is not incorrect. 40.130. Why is it the omen for the 18 unique qualities of a Buddha? Because it brings the attainment of all good qualities. Why is it an adornment? Because it brings the attainment of the 32 primary signs of a great being. 40.131. Why is it the delight of those who desire liberation? Because it is good in the beginning, the middle, and the end. Why is it the joy of the eldest sons? Because it brings the attainment of experiencing their father's wealth, the Buddha's wealth. 40.132. Why is it the completion of Buddha wisdom? Because it brings the maintenance of all good qualities and the attainment of the cultivation of all good qualities and nothing else. Why is it not the level of Ruakas or Pratyeka Buddha? Because it brings the accomplishment of the vast, inconceivable qualities of Buddhahood. 40.133. Why is it the purity of the mind? Because there is the elimination of all stains. F.169.a. Why is it the purity of the body? Because it brings the cessation of all illness. 40.134. Why is it the completion of the doorways to liberation? Because it brings the accomplishment of contemplating impermanence, suffering, emptiness, and selflessness. Why is it devoid of the klesa of desire? Because it brings the accomplishment of the deathless state. 1463. 40.135. Why is it devoid of anger? Because it brings the accomplishment of great love. Why is it not the level of ignorance? Because it brings the accomplishment of seeing phenomena as they truly are. 40.136. Why is it the arising of wisdom? Because it brings the development of knowing all that is necessary, both mundane and supramundane. Why is it the birth of knowledge? Because it brings the accomplishment of all appropriate mental engagement. 40.137. Why is it the elimination of ignorance? Because it brings freedom from all inappropriate mental engagement. Why is it the contentment of those dedicated to liberation? Because it brings the accomplishment of noble greatness. 40.138. Why is it the satisfaction of those dedicated to Samadhi? Because it brings the accomplishment of all bliss, joyful bliss, and a one-pointed mind. Why is it eyes for those who wish for the view? Because it brings the accomplishment of seeing for oneself. 40.139. Why is it higher knowledge for those who wish to perform miracles? Because it brings freedom from obscuration and the desired true nature of phenomena. Why is it miraculous power for those who wish for accomplishment? Because it brings the accomplishment of the unobscured, inconceivable knowledge of all phenomena. 40.140. Why is it retentive memory for those dedicated to listening to the them? Because it brings the equality of all phenomena and nirva. Why is it unceasing mindfulness? Because it is the natural peace of focusing upon nirva. 40.141. Why is it the blessing of the Buddha? Because it brings infinite accomplishment. F.169.b. Why is it the skillful method of the guides? Because it conveys all to happiness and goodness. 40.142. Why is it subtle? Because it brings the peace of focusing on nirva. Why is it difficult to know? Because it is difficult to discern. 40.143. Why is it difficult to know for those without dedication? Because they have not previously obtained it. Why is it beyond words and difficult to know through speech? Because of the inconceivability of all phenomena. 40.144. Why is it known by the wise? Because it is a great, precious meaning. Why is it the knowledge of pleasant beings? Because they know all forms of reverence. 40.145. Why is it realized by those with few desires? Because they give rise to reverence. 1464. Why is it possessed by those who have undertaken it? Because they do not abandon their undertaking. 40.146. Why is it kept by those who are mindful? Because they do not allow it to perish. Why is it the cessation of suffering? Because it brings the elimination of desire, anger, and ignorance. 40.147. Why is it the birthlessness of all phenomena? Because it brings the cessation of all consciousness. Why is it the single teaching? Because all classes of existence, all death and transference, and all rebirths are like dreams, which means that all phenomena are without origination. 40.148. You should know these 300 points. Young man, they are the Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena. 1465. Thereupon the Bhagavan spoke these verses. 40.149. The Buddha's Dharma is vast. The teaching of its practice is vast. When the Dharma is taught in a vast way, the qualities attained will be vast. 1. 40.150. The characteristics of the Dharma are just as vast as space. It contains vast jewels and light rays. 1466. And therefore it is called vast. 2. F.170.a. 40.151. The ways beings act are vast. The teachings for them are vast. The meaning of the scripture is vast. 1467. And therefore it is called vast. 3. 40.152. When the Bhagavan taught this Dharma teaching of the Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena, countless beings developed the aspiration for complete enlightenment. Countless beings attained irreversibility from the highest, complete enlightenment. Countless beings developed the aspiration for their own enlightenment. Countless beings developed the aspiration for attaining the result of becoming an arhat. 40.153. This universe of 1,000 million worlds shook in 6 ways. It trembled strongly, and trembled intensely. It quivered strongly, and quivered intensely. It shook strongly, and shook intensely. It shuddered strongly, and shuddered intensely. It quaked strongly, and quaked intensely. The east sunk and the west rose. The west sunk and the east rose. The north sunk and the south rose. The south sunk and the north rose. The perimeter sunk and the center rose. And the center sunk and the perimeter rose. In all the world there shone an immeasurable radiance. There fell a great rain of divine incense. The Devas threw down a great rain of flowers. Hundreds of thousands of divine musical instruments were played up in the sky. The sky above was covered with divine food, and these words were spoken. 40.154. The beings who hear this Dharma teaching on entering great compassion will easily reach attainment, and those beings will serve and honor many. Buddha. F.170.b. 40.155. Those who hear this Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena, and, having heard it, write it out, possess it, keep it, recite it to others, promote it, meditate on it with unadulterated meditation, promulgate it, and teach it extensively to others will become the subject of offerings from all beings. 40.156. Then the Bhagavan said to brother Nanda, Nanda, you must hold this Dharma teaching, recite it, promulgate it, and teach it extensively to others. 40.157 Then Brother Nanda asked the Bhagavan, what is the name of this teaching? In what way shall I keep it? The Bhagavan said, Nanda, you should keep this Sutra as having the name entering great compassion. You should also keep this Sutra as having the name the Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena. Nanda said, Bhagavan, I shall keep this Dharma teaching. 40.158 The Bhagavan, having spoken those words, the youth Kandraprabha, Brother Nanda, the fourfold assembly of Bhikkhus, Bhikkhunis, Apsakas, and Apsiks, the Devas of Udvasa, and the world with its Devas, humans, Asuras, and Gandharvas rejoiced and praised the words of the Bhagavan. 1468. 40.159, the Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena, is concluded.